1. Benny looked at the farm in the distance, and he knew it was time. The night was dark. Sounded obvious, but that's how it always was these days. No light pollution, no matter where you were. It was hard to get used to at first. In the first couple of days, it was really quite beautiful, seeing the stars as they were meant to be seen for the very first time. But now, it was suffocating, harrowing. But it also offered protection. Protection was what he needed in what he knew was ahead. The wind was cool. The cool air was refreshing, especially after the heat in the days recently. It hadn't been a normal spring by any stretch of the imagination. Since the power went out, it felt like the temperature had risen another 10, 20 Celsius at least. But in spite of the coolness of night, Benny still felt grubby. There were no refreshing showers anymore. He remembered the days before, when no matter how hard a day he'd had at the building site, no matter how much of a mess he was in, he could always rely on a shower to wash away the sins of the day. Now that was gone. Sure, they could use a little cold water. Washing was important after all. Hygiene was something they had to take seriously. Couldn't go risking spreading disease in a world where there was no help for the diseased. But he longed for the luxury of a shower. But more important than hygiene, or anything like that right now, were the cows he was staring at. The farm was filled with life. Cows, chickens, sheep, all kinds of invaluable sources of meat and dairy. And the value those things would have, too. Livestock was worth a lot in this world. The kind of supplies Benny could buy with them. The things he could reinvest them in. Money was irrelevant now. It might only be a month since the power went out, since the blackout stretched across the country, but it was amusing to believe that people used to have such faith in something as flimsy as a plastic card, or imaginary digits on their mobile phone screens. Value itself had real meaning once again. It wasn't just an abstraction anymore. Benny looked over his shoulder at the darkness behind him. His camp was out there. His people. 8 of them. A small group, but a good working unit. Methodical. All of them had lost someone. All of them were stranded, and had only got to know each other since the collapse. But they were a good team. It was just a shame their team was falling apart. Their hunting operations had been a mixed bag. Benny had tried trapping squirrels and rabbits a few times, to varying degrees of success. But for every adrenaline rush of a small victory, there was the realization that they needed more. A squirrel didn't go a long way to satisfy 8 people when it was split between them. They needed something more substantial, something bigger. They needed what Benny was staring at right in front of him. Livestock. He looked around, saw the trees to his left, the farmhouse to his right, quiet and still. He could hear the animals inside the barns stirring, but not enough that it would disturb the owners of this place. At least he'd hoped. He'd tried to watch from a distance a few times. He'd seen a man inside the grounds, holding a shotgun. Sometimes Benny wondered if this man had actually seen him, and was just waiting for the right moment for Benny to walk right into his trap. But he was here alone. He was here under cover of darkness. He had to use that darkness and solitude to his advantage. He climbed over the fence and walked towards the farm. The cows stirred a little more the closer he got. He had to slow down to avoid getting ahead of himself. He only needed 3. Well, 2 in a sense, a male and a female. From that point on, they could work towards building something of their own, breeding. But they needed food, too. They needed something they could eat immediately, and as much as he would like to steal loads of cows right now, he knew he couldn't risk things too much. Just 1 would suffice. 3 were all he needed. And then they just had to wait, or at least hope. If the breeding failed, at least they had something of value to trade with. At least they had something to cook. More than they had right now. He walked closer towards the barn, got right in front of it, and when he reached it, he smiled. 3 of the cows were right up to the gate, looking right at him, curious. Benny reached out and stroked the first cow on the nose. It moved itself away initially, then inched towards him, licking his hand with its sandpaper-like tongue. Benny smiled. It reminded him of when he was younger. Walks in the countryside with his grandfather. All those days where his grandfather would try to get him used to the cows, to stop him being afraid of them. It all worked well until they were surrounded by the cows one day. But even then, even through all his fear, all the cows had done was lick his face with those rough tongues, and all he could do was sit and wait until they eventually got bored and walked away. He smiled even more at the memory of simpler times. Then he reached for the gate. "Come on," he said. "Let's go find you a new home." He went to unlatch the gate when he became intensely aware of a presence close by. He looked to the left. The hairs on his arms stood on end. There was a man standing there in the darkness. Benny couldn't see his face, just that he was holding a shotgun. The man didn't say anything. He just stood there. Benny knew who he was right away. He almost wanted the man to say something, to give Benny an opportunity to argue his case, to explain why he was doing what he was doing. Because this man had a lot of livestock, and Benny had 7 other people to look after. He could explain. He could... The man lifted his shotgun. Benny's entire body tensed. The man didn't even hesitate. He didn't ask any questions. He pulled that trigger. Benny felt a shredding pain tear through his stomach. His hands darted down to his waist immediately, instinctively. When he looked down at his hands, he realized they were covered in blood and what looked like uncooked meat. Fear and nausea built inside him. His knees shook. He tried to stay on his feet, but he tumbled to the ground below. Tears poured down his cheeks. Footsteps approached him. He looked up shakily, the taste of blood in his mouth, the inevitability of his fate sinking in, even if he was still in shock. The man with the shotgun was standing right over him. He was pointing that shotgun at Benny's head. Benny's fear grew. The tears flowed. Please, he said. I just wanted... for my friends. For my... You're on my land, the man said. You're stealing from me. I can explain... No, the man said. You can't. He lifted the shotgun. Benny closed his eyes tight, and then he heard another blast. Then, nothing. Jack stood over the man on the ground, shotgun in hand. The animals were stirring. Footsteps echoed around the farmhouse. A clang radiated from the tractor nearby, which a shell had bounced off. He looked at the bloodied remains of the man's face and tried to forget that look of pure fear in his eyes. He lowered the shotgun, turned around to the farmhouse. He'd done the right thing. He'd defended his home, and he'd keep on defending his home, no matter what it took. Chapter 2. Jack looked out over the open fields and felt a smile cross his face. It was another beautiful day. He was growing used to them at this point. It had got to the stage where he was praying for a downpour of rain to water the crops. But for the most part, he couldn't complain as he looked out at the cows in the field, as he listened to the chickens clucking in their pen after Jack and the others had enjoyed another breakfast of their fresh, delicious eggs. Life wasn't far from how he'd envisaged it before the power went out, strangely enough. It had only taken an EMP-sparked disaster to send things this way. He took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. A month had passed since the power had gone out, since communications were fried, transport destroyed, order toppled. The first few days were difficult. He'd headed back up to his hand-built home on the edge of the woods, only to see it fall in wildfire within hours. It was then that he'd made a difficult decision to go in search of his long-estranged son, Wayne, and his wife, Hazel. He'd found Hazel, He'd taken to the road in order to try and find Wayne. Only he hadn't exactly found his son. He'd inherited a farm and spent the last month or so trying to run it and its many intricacies. They had a few working tractors, which obviously hadn't fallen victim to the electromagnetic pulse. They had livestock. They had acres of land. They had everything they needed to live a self-sufficient life. Only then something had happened. 3 weeks ago, in fact. Wayne had arrived at his doorstep. Alongside him, a girl called Bella and a cat called Mrs. Fuzzles. Yeah, Mrs. frigging Fuzzles. "Jack?" Jack turned around. Wayne was looking at him. Jack had mixed feelings about the way his son addressed him. He hadn't called him Dad once, and he always looked at him with disdain in his eyes. Every time Jack tried to breach the subject of the past, Wayne disappeared. He didn't want to speak with him. He wanted as little to do with him as possible. And Jack couldn't exactly force things. "We need to talk," Wayne said, a deepness to his voice that Jack was still getting used to. He remembered Wayne with a little high voice. His son wasn't a boy anymore. He was a man. That was hard to adjust to. He pushed open the door to the farmhouse and gestured for Jack to join him inside. Jack nodded. And then he walked inside the farmhouse with Wayne. The farmhouse was nice. They hadn't really had much of a chance to put their own stamp on it, and there wasn't really much reason to either. It was bright and airy. They had a portable stove set up outside, which they could cook and heat water over. There were working tractors, greenhouses, tons of crops. There was access to manure and chemicals, and they'd even discovered Farmer Stan was self-sufficient when it came to gathering rainwater. He had a series of steel water tanks installed. There was a good rainwater collection system set up. The roof directed water to the gutters and then moved on to the steel water tanks. The water there was suitable for drinking, cooking, anything. Really, this place was good. Farmer Stan knew what he was doing when it came to self-sufficiency. They had everything they needed here, and it would be foolish to try and change much. But when Jack saw Hazel and Bella sitting at the table, Villain wagging his tail by their side, that look of skepticism on their faces, he knew questions were coming. A chair was pulled out. Wayne held a hand out. "Sit." Jack sat down, pulled himself under the table. "Something the matter?" "One of the tractors is screwed," Wayne said. Jack narrowed his eyes. "I'm sure we can sort it. The engine took a hit, a bullet, or a shell." It took Jack a few seconds to realize where Wayne was going with this. "It must have taken a hit in the crossfire." "Crossfire that was unnecessary," Wayne said. Jack sighed. "Wayne, I've spoken to you about this already. This place is precious. It needs defending, no matter what it takes." "You have spoken about this already," Wayne said. "Only the more time goes on, the less it makes sense. The more reckless you get, the more unforgiving you get, the more it costs us all." "I was protecting us." "Protecting us? A guy sneaked in at night because he saw the lunatic running this place in the day and decided he didn't want to take his chance at doing a deal." "You don't know that's true." "I know what I saw," Wayne said. "You gunned a man down in cold blood. He was fearful, begging for his life. You shot him down, and you've compromised our own position in the process. It's about time you looked your recklessness in the eyes and faced up to it." Jack looked at Wayne, into those spiteful eyes, and he wondered whether things would have been different if he hadn't abandoned him. "I did what I thought was right." "You did what you thought was right for you," Wayne said, "because you don't trust anyone. You don't let anyone in. But that has to change, for all our sakes." Jack glanced up, over at Hazel. She wasn't exactly a friend of Jack's or an ally or anything like that, but she sometimes spoke in his favor where logic was concerned. Their relationship was a relic, something of the past. It was hardly fixed. But they were amicable, for the sake of each other and the sake of everyone. It was the best Jack could hope for. I agree with Wayne, she said. Jack sighed. We can't let anyone else on board. Why not? Because we don't know who to trust. We can't keep living like this, Hazel said. My husband's gone. There's no finding him. As much as I don't want to give up on him, Pete's a long way away. The country's a big place, and there's no way of knowing where he is. I've had to learn to give up. I've had to learn to trust, Jack. I've had to learn to trust you. My son here, he hadn't seen you for years before he arrived here, so you think it's easy for him too? And what about Bella? She had no one. Now she has to rely on all of us. What about her trust? Jack looked around the table at all these eyes staring back at him, and he wanted to tell them to get lost, because they were wrong. Trusting people was dangerous. It was a mistake. Even if it did work out in the short term, eventually power structures and new hierarchies would form and people would want to deal differently with things to one another. Before they knew it, everything would collapse, just like it had already, all over again. He stood up, took a deep breath. No more people, he said. Wayne's eyes narrowed. Why? Because I make the decisions here, and I frigging say so. He heard the venom to his own words, saw Bella flinch, just slightly, when he spoke them. He didn't like being aggressive, but this was his place. He'd made a promise to Farmer Stan to protect it with his life, and if they didn't like it, they could make their own choices. He wasn't losing this place. He wasn't giving it up. And he wasn't letting anything jeopardize that. Now get back to work, Jack said, as he stood up and turned around. There's animals to feed, there's grass to cut, there's plenty to be done out there. It won't do itself. He stepped out of the house. He held his breath all the way. He couldn't get that image of his own son staring at him with such hate out of his mind. Chapter 3. 3 weeks earlier. When Jack saw the two people approaching from the distance, he raised his Remington 700 rifle. It was another stifling day. They'd been at the farm for 4 days now. There had been a little rainfall earlier in the week, enough to water the crops, but Jack feared it didn't look like raining again for a long, long time. He was fast finding out the fine balances and compromises needed in running a farm like this. Jack squinted at the people approaching. Looked like a man and a woman from here. The way they were walking together, holding hands, right onto his land, it concerned him. He'd teach them a lesson. He'd tell them exactly where to go. The door behind Jack creaked. Hazel stepped out. Villain appeared alongside her, panting away. Villain had really taken to Hazel these last few days, which irritated Jack a little. For all the times he'd looked out for Villain, after all the bad blood from the past between him and Hazel, all that history, and he was sleeping with the enemy. Hazel stepped towards him, concern in her eyes. Jack? He turned away from her, focused on the approaching group. The more he focused, the more he swore he could see something else with them. A dog, perhaps? Looked too small to be a dog. And yet it couldn't be a cat, because it was on a lead. What kind of idiot kept a cat on a lead? Is there a problem? Hazel asked. Jack nodded, pointed ahead. Don't you think we should, ask what they want before we start pointing rifles at them? If they've nothing to hide, they've no reason to fear the rifles being pointed at them. Hazel tilted her head. Fair point, but still, can't we just give someone a chance for once? I haven't seen you give anyone a chance yet. He looked at her and he sighed. He felt for Hazel. She'd lost everyone. Her husband Pete was at the other side of the country, way too out of reach to even begin attempting to find now. Not that Jack cared about Pete. His old best friend had been dead to him a long time, as far as he was concerned. But then there was Wayne. Jack sighed when he thought of Wayne, his son. Jack started this whole journey and put everything on the line in an attempt to find him, only he'd reached a dead end. Wayne wasn't at his university home, and as much as they could keep on searching, keep on trying to find him, it was about time they faced the truth and accepted it. He was gone. He was out there somewhere, but he was gone, and they were never going to see him again. Jack regretted a lot about the way he'd raised his son, or rather, the lack of raising he'd done since his relationship with Hazel fell apart. But he knew one thing. His son was strong. He'd find his way in this world, one way or another. He went to lift the rifle higher when he heard something. Hazel. She was crying. He looked at her and frowned. She was staring ahead into the distance, eyes glued to those two people, to that, well, it looked like a cat, so that's what it must be. Hazel, Jack said. Wayne, she said. Jack frowned. Hazel, Wayne, she said. It's Wayne. It hit him suddenly, like a punch to the gut. He turned around and realized what he was looking at, what Hazel was talking about, who she was talking about. The guy in the distance, the guy walking towards this farm, that bloody cat by his side. Wayne, he said. It was a few seconds later that Wayne stopped. He was taller, of course, well-built. He had a rugged look to him, with high cheekbones and bright green eyes. He had a little stubble, and his brown hair looked in good condition even in this humidity, even after everything he must have been through. He didn't believe it was Wayne. He couldn't accept that Wayne was this man before him. But there was no doubting it. Wayne looked at his mum, his eyes wide, his cheeks flushing. Hazel stood there shaking her head, crying, smiling. Wayne, she said, my boy, my boy. She ran towards him, and he ran towards her. And as Jack watched this reunion, he wanted desperately to be a part of it. He wanted nothing more than to open his arms and hold his son and apologize for everything that had happened and move on, move forward, together. But he couldn't. That was the most painful thing about this situation. He knew this wasn't his moment. He could only watch. Hazel and Wayne slammed against each other. Jack could see them both crying, shaking, shock and surprise on their faces. He gave them their moment. Then he walked over to them, slowly, heart racing, face warm. Villain wandered by his side before stopping right in front of that cat on a lead, tilting his head and growling at it as it growled back. He looked at the girl beside his son, his damned son, and he smiled at her. Short, thin, red-haired, little freckles across her face. She smiled back at him. Was this Wayne's girlfriend? Was this his future wife? Would Jack be sitting on a top table with her near him at a wedding one day in the... He looked at Wayne, and he saw something. Hazel was saying things to him, whispering, telling him things were going to be okay, to keep his cool and not lose his shit. And then Wayne moved around her. He walked over to Jack, eyes fixed on Jack, wide with confusion or sadness or disappointment. Jack didn't know. He stopped right in front of Jack. They stared at one another, right into each other's eyes. Jack's heart raced. The moment he'd been waiting so many years for, right here, right now. Hi, son, he said, desperately searching for the right words to say. There's a lot Wayne pulled back a fist and cracked him across the jaw. Jack tasted blood in his mouth. He looked around at Wayne, into his tearful eyes. Don't you dare call me son, he said. He walked past Jack. The girl he was with followed closely behind, looking a little less certain now. That cat glowered at Jack, letting out a little growl. Jack watched his son make his way towards the farm, Hazel not far behind him now. After all these years, the reunion he'd so desperately waited for was finally here. It just wasn't playing out quite as he'd expected. Chapter 4. Logan took a deep breath when he saw the town ahead. The skies were cloudy, and there was an intense humidity to the air. He could smell the sweat from himself and the people around him. There was a furriness to his mouth, mostly down to the fact he hadn't been adequately able to brush his teeth for a while. He knew how important oral care was in a world after dentistry. It was all about protection and prevention, because if you ended up with an abscess in a society where care was non-existent, you were screwed. Logan knew he should take his dental hygiene more seriously, but it always slipped to the bottom of the list of priorities behind gathering water, finding food, making shelter. There was only so much time in every day, after all. And it was the town ahead that occupied the most of his attention right now. The streets were abandoned. Cars sat at the side of the road. Windows were smashed. There was litter in the streets. Rats chased one another around, as common now as pigeons were before. Fallen lampposts lay right across the streets. Buildings, those of which were still standing, were boarded up and silent. Many had burned down, blackened in the many uncontrollable fires that broke out in the early days. It was just like every other town. "You sure this is a good idea?" Logan looked around. It was Candace who had spoken. He'd been on the road with her for a month now, since the pair of them had been saved from captivity by Emma and Jean, a somewhat gothic girl with a strong mind and a lack of patience for bullshit. It was just the four of them now. One of their friends, Calvin, had died, sacrificing himself for the rest of his people. And their journey so far hadn't been easy. It had been testing in so many ways. Days without eating adequately, weeks without sleeping adequately. But all of it was better than risking their union being torn apart by outsiders. "We need to make our way through here," Logan said. "See what we can salvage." "And you don't think it's too risky?" Candace asked. Logan looked at her again and saw that usual trepidation. She didn't trust him. She never had. She knew who he was. Logan the Butcher, they called him. Murdered a family. Murdered a kid. Except that wasn't how it went down. He'd gone to avenge his family's death, sure. But it was the man he'd gone to kill, David Hasten, who had killed his wife and her daughter. It wasn't Logan. It wasn't him. He wasn't a monster. But people believed what they wanted to believe, and it was very hard to shake that mud once you were doused in it. "We pass through here. We gather whatever we can. Any leftover supplies. Anything that looks like it'll come in handy. Then we keep moving." He went to walk. "And then?" Logan turned. It was Emma who spoke this time. He looked into that little girl's eyes. She had trusted him since day one. She'd believed in him when no one else had, and he had sworn to protect her and keep her safe no matter what. But she was the one standing up to him now, and it wasn't the first time. "Emma, we've talked about this." "We've been walking for weeks." She was skinnier now, paler. Her voice was shaky. "And we've had chances to find new people, to join new groups who could help us, but you won't let it happen." "I won't let it happen because I know it's not safe." "You've not even given them a chance," Emma said. Logan sighed. She was a good kid, kind-hearted. She saw the good in people. She was hopeful, optimistic, intelligent and articulate beyond her 13 years. But she wasn't realistic. Logan knew what people were really like. "We keep moving," Logan said, "through the town, and you know what I've always said. If we find a suitable group, we—" "Will we ever find one?" she asked. Logan wanted to respond, but he couldn't. Because as he stood there, Candace and Jean both looking on, he knew the truth deep down. "We'll do our best to—" He stopped because he heard something. a shuffling up ahead. When he spun around, he saw movement. The hairs on his arms stood on end. There were 2 people standing there. 2 blokes, both peering over the backs of stationary cars, knives in hand. Logan tightened his grip around his knife, his protective instinct kicking in. "Logan," Emma said, but it was too late. Logan raced down the street. He threw himself towards those people. He'd seen the way they looked at Emma and the others. He knew they were a threat, and threats needed to be dealt with. He raced further down the road, right over to the car, and when he was just inches away from it, he heard Emma behind him. "Don't!" she called. He looked around. The men were gone. He went to turn back when he felt something, a smack right against his side. He looked down and saw one of the men, bald, skinny, yellow teeth, had punched him, the knife in his other hand, ready to plow it between his ribs. Logan looked at him through narrowed eyes, hate burning through, and then he rammed his knife into this guy's throat. He pulled it out, felt his blood splatter down his wrist, and then he turned to face the other man. He stood there, knife in hand, horror in his eyes. He went to run away. "Logan!" But Logan couldn't let him get away. He couldn't let anyone slip away. He raced after him. When he caught up with him, he wrestled him to the road. "Please," the man begged. "Please." Logan didn't hesitate. He slammed the knife into his chest. He kneeled over the bleeding man. He knew he'd done what he'd had to. Emma, Candace, and Jean approached. He went to stand. Then he noticed something. In the man's hand, beside the knife, there was a little locket. On that locket, a photograph of a little girl. He looked up into his dying eyes as he bled out, then saw the rucksack on his shoulder, saw the things in it, the coloring books, the crayons. He saw it all, and he felt guilt creep right through his system. The memory flashed in his eyes. The memory he pushed back. The memory he suppressed. He looked around and saw Emma's horrified eyes staring right at him. They saw what he was, just how ruthless he was, his true self, Logan the Butcher. He looked away from the body, convinced himself he'd done what he had to do. He'd done the right thing. "Come on," he said. "Let's get out of here." Chapter 5. Logan didn't say much the rest of that day. The night approached quickly. They'd spent a full day on the road. Their visit to the small town hadn't been as lucrative as Logan was hoping. They found a few tins of beans and some cheap tabs of paracetamol, things like that, which would of course come in handy. But the events that had gone down were more significant. The way he'd seen those people, knives in hand. The way he'd attacked them, not giving them a chance to explain themselves or to get away. And the way he'd found the locket of that little girl in the palm of one of the guy's hands. Logan looked over his shoulder. Candace, Jean, and Emma were all walking together. They glanced away as soon as he made eye contact with them, which told him all he needed to know. They'd been talking about him, judging him for his actions. And could he blame them, really? He was who he was. He'd sworn to protect Emma, to keep her safe. He'd go to any length to keep that promise. They were walking down a country lane when Logan noticed the group behind had come to a halt. He stopped, looked around, saw them all staring at him. "We've made a decision," Candace said. Logan's stomach sank. He knew that whatever decision they had made was going to be one he didn't want to hear. "Enlighten me," he said. Candace looked around at Emma and then at Jean. She stuttered, tried to get her words out. It was Emma who stepped in. "We have to find another way, Logan. We have to do things differently." "Differently? What's that supposed to mean?" Emma looked at the road. It means you're going to have to change, or we're going to have to leave you." Logan felt a void open up the moment he heard Emma's words. He'd done so much for these people, put so much on the line for these people, and now they were turning their backs on him. He cleared his throat. "And what are you planning on doing when I'm not around?" Candace went to speak again, but Emma cut in once more. "We'll find a way." "A way? What's that supposed to mean?" "We'll find someone else," she said. "Another group. People who can trust us. People who we can trust. 'Cause we can't keep going on like this, Logan. I'm thankful for everything you've done, but we can't keep going on like this, attacking people we're not sure about, killing people." "They had knives." "They were running away." Logan opened his mouth to protest, but he realized it was falling on deaf ears. It was a 13-year-old girl who was holding up the moral high ground. And the hardest part? Logan knew she was right. He rubbed his fingers against his forehead. "The things we've encountered on the road, the depths people are willing to sink to, the violence, the ruthlessness. We can't forget that. I'm trying to do the right thing. For you, for all of you." "Then try harder," Emma said. This last month on the road, the things they'd done to survive, the things they'd seen, they'd hardened her. "Or lose us. Your choice." Logan felt like giving it all up right then. He wanted nothing more than to keep Emma safe, but now she was threatening severing ties with him. Was this his chance to walk away and pursue that independent life he desired all along? But on the other hand, glimpses of a future without her and the others flashed before his eyes. A month had passed now. The power was still out. It didn't look like it was coming back any time soon, if ever. Did he really want to face a life alone? Or was he willing to at least try for these people? He took a deep breath and he nodded. "I'll try my best." "Please do," Emma said. "For all of us, please." They walked a little further down the road. The rest of the group held back, apart from Jean, who stepped forward, walked towards him. She didn't say a lot, not at first, and Logan wasn't one to spark conversation either. But eventually, she broke her silence. "That kid cares a hell of a lot about you," she said. "She's lost her mom and dad. No idea where they are, and not much of a chance of finding them. She's a long way from home. She just wants you to be the best version of yourself. Even if you are a bit of a dick, just try being less of one, huh? For her?" Logan looked at Jean. He smiled. "I'll do what I can." Jean stopped. She was looking at something in the distance. When Logan turned, he saw it too. The others reached him. All of them stopped. They didn't say anything in the dim light of the setting sun. They just stared. It was Emma who broke the silence. "It's perfect," she said. Logan looked around at her, a bitter taste in his mouth, as the rest of these people all looked ahead. Because in the distance, across the fields, there was a farm. Chapter 6. Jack walked off into the fields with Bella and Villain by his side. 2 of the cows had gone missing overnight. He'd had his count last night and swore they were all there, and even though the gate was still in place at the barn, it wasn't hanging open when he got there this morning. But they were 2 cows down. The fact that the gates were back in place meant that someone had closed them. Someone had been here. Someone had taken 2 cows, closed the gates behind themselves. Jack thought about the guy he'd killed, the way he'd been sniffing around the barns. Maybe he was with other people who had finished the job for him, and if he was, didn't it mean killing him was all in vain after all? A wasted life. But now he was out here with Bella in search of a trace of the cow's captors. They'd followed some footprints through the grass, but they didn't seem to lead anywhere in particular. Conversation wasn't exactly flowing either. Bella was a quiet girl, didn't say an awful lot. And to be honest, Jack wasn't really sure where things were between her and his son. They claimed they were just friends, but Jack could tell with the way she looked at him that she wanted something more. But Wayne had someone else out there, someone called Candace, who he didn't want to give up on. It was going to be a long process. So many people suddenly cast into wholly different lives, many apart from one another. It wasn't an easy thing to adjust to. "So do you think it could be to do with the guy the other night?" Bella asked. Jack shrugged. "Whatever the case, whoever's involved, 2 cows are missing. We'll find them." "And what then?" "Huh?" "You find these cows. Let's say you find the people who took them. What then?" Jack cleared his throat, kept on walking. "I deal with them in the necessary way." "You kill them?" "I didn't say that." "You meant it, though, didn't you?" Jack looked right at Bella. "What exactly is the point you're trying to make here?" Bella sighed. How much longer can you keep on acting this ruthlessly?" "As long as it keeps the people I care about safe." "And what about when it puts the people you care about in danger? What about when you piss someone off stronger than us? What happens when you lose someone you care about all because you couldn't open up, because you couldn't trust?" The hairs on Jack's arm stood on end when Bella said those words. He pictured a horrifying future, losing Hazel, losing Villain, losing Wayne. He shook his head, pushed those thoughts away. "We have what it takes to defend the farm from whatever might threaten us, and that's exactly what we'll do." Bella sighed as they walked over the fields towards some trees. "I hope you're right." They didn't say much else. Jack found some trails from cows and followed them. It wasn't the first time he'd been out in these woods with Bella. All of them had been out here at some stage. He'd been teaching them to shoot, training them how to hunt, setting traps and following trails. It was tough business, but they were learning. Certainly wasn't as exciting as the stories made out. Most of it was trial and error until eventually you accidentally stumbled on success. But it was a tough group he had here, a group who were willing to learn. That would go a long way. Out of nowhere, Bella broke the silence. "Wayne," she said, "he doesn't hate you, you know." Jack swallowed a lump in his throat. "That's reassuring to hear." "I'm serious. He doesn't hate you. He hates what happened in your past, sure, but he doesn't hate you. He's just mixed up. Think about it. He spends all of his teenage life wondering why his dad abandoned him, why he walked away. And then when shit hits the fan, he finds himself back in his company. He finds him looking out for him, wanting to be there for him. That's not something so easy to swallow. See it from his perspective." Jack nodded. "I'm trying my best," he said. "I realize it's not easy for him, and I know the mistakes I've made. I'm not shy to them. I just wish I knew what to say, the right things to say to him. I just wish I knew how to make everything okay." Bella half smiled at Jack. It was probably the kindest look she'd given him in the month they'd known each other. "There's no way of rushing these things," she said. "You need to give things time. That's the only way. And maybe things will get better with time. Maybe they won't. But patience is the only thing that's going to get you anywhere." Jack nodded. He didn't want to hang around and wait for Wayne to accept him, but he knew Bella was right. "Thanks, Bella," he said. Bella frowned. "What for?" Jack half smiled. "For giving me a chance to explain myself." She smiled back at him once more, patted him on the shoulder. "Trust me, nobody knows better than me the importance of being given a second chance in life." Jack wanted to ask her about it. So much of her past was a mystery to him. But then he saw her looking at something up ahead. He stopped, and he saw it too. He lifted his rifle immediately. "Shit," Bella said. There was a man. He was lying on the ground in front of them, right by the trees, just on the edge of their land. He was dead. Chapter 7. So what do you think? Logan heard Candace's voice and felt dread creep through his body. He sat there in the darkness and stared at the farm. There were a few little lights in there, looked like candlelight. He could hear things over there, too. Livestock. And before the sun had set, he'd seen tractors, fields filled with crops. One thing was for sure. This place was occupied. It had everything a person would ever need for a self-sufficient lifestyle, and Logan wasn't sure what to think about that. Not usually the optimistic type, Jean said, but I'd say it looks pretty damn perfect. Perfect location, crops, livestock, the whole shebang. But it looks occupied, Logan said. Then so be it, Jean said. We're all good workers. We could lend a hand. And what if they don't want a hand? Then we'll find a way to show our worth to them. Logan shook his head. I'm not sure about. Then you do what you want. Logan looked back. It was Emma who stood against him again. She looked at him, those big bags under her eyes contrasting her pale skin. It looks good. It looks safe. All we have to do is go there, approach them. We just need to see if they want help. If they don't, then we can try something else. What's wrong with that? It's a risk, Logan said. No, Emma said. It isn't. You're just worried you might have to work with someone else, trust someone else. Logan shook his head. That's not true. It is true, Emma said. I didn't used to want to let new people in. Then I saw it got me nowhere. It made me unhappy, got me in trouble. Then I trusted you. You, of all people. So what's so wrong about giving these people a chance? What's the worst that can happen? They say no? They kill us before we even get a chance to ask them, Logan said. Emma looked at Logan, sadness in her eyes. That's just a risk we have to take now. Logan rubbed his forehead. He knew he was outnumbered. He could see the logic of approaching this place and asking if they needed any help. And Emma and Jean were right. It looked perfect. The kind of place they needed to settle at. The kind of place they'd been looking for all along. But something was stopping him. There was that sense deep within that this was a mistake. A big mistake. But he had a decision to make. A choice to make. He could make his own way. Abandon those he cared about. Abandon Emma. No, that wasn't an option. So he had one other choice. He could approach this place. He could see whether it was the kind of place that would welcome them. And if it wasn't... I can't let you approach this place. Jean frowned. You can't stop us doing... But, Logan interrupted, I can approach it myself. Check it out for myself. See what the deal is here. And then we can make our choice. Silence followed. It was Jean who broke it. No chance, she said. Logan frowned. The others did too. What? You've made your position pretty damn clear, man, Jean said. And I'm not sure I trust you to go walking down to that place on your own, not after everything that's gone down. But we go together. Besides, what looks more threatening, a creepy bastard walking towards a place on his own, or a bloke, 2 women, and a little girl heading towards them? Logan shook his head, ignoring the diss. It's too risky. And it's like Emma said, Jean said. We're in this together, all 4 of us, whether you like to think we are or not. So just accept it, man. Accept that we've got your back here. You're not on your own. We're gonna smash this one way or another, together. Logan wanted to push back. He wanted to resist. Every instinct in his body told him this was a bad idea. But all he could do was look at Emma's desperate, hungry face and sigh. Okay, he said. Emma frowned. What? I said okay, Logan said. Sorry, Jean said. A little louder? Okay, Logan said. I'm in. Candace smiled. So too did Emma. Jean just shook her head in disbelief. "But on one condition," Logan said. "Anything," Candace said. "We scout this place properly first. We watch for a while, figure out how many people there are, and then we wait." There was a pause, silence, and then Candace nodded. "Okay." Logan smiled back at her, not confidently, not totally happy about this, but accepting of the position he was in and what he had to do. "You've made the right call," Jean said. "We're right by your side. We all want the same thing, and we're gonna be okay. Don't forget that." He turned around, looked over at the farm as it sat there. He took a deep breath and tensed his shaking fists. He hoped Jean was right. Chapter 8. Jack and Bella stared silently at the body as Villain sniffed around it. It might still be morning, but it felt later. The sky had grown overcast. It felt like a storm was on the horizon. Which was fitting. The body at the edge of their land, the dead man, lying there, staring up, fear in his eyes. Jack walked over to the body, rifle in hand. He could see flies buzzing around it. It hadn't started smelling yet, which meant it had to be pretty fresh, within 24 hours. He couldn't immediately see how this guy had died, but the closer he got, nudging a curious villain away, it became abundantly clear. The man's throat was cut. Jack crouched down beside that man. A sense of unease built inside him, not only because of this discovery in its own right, but also because of what it meant. Someone was dead on his land. That meant there was trouble inbound, right on his doorstep. "What do you think?" Jack turned around and saw Bella standing there. Her eyes were wide, and she was covering her body with her arms, protecting herself from what they'd discovered. Jack wished he knew what was going on here, but there was no knowing who this guy was. There was no knowing what he'd done, and whether he'd deserved what happened to him. He just feared there was conflict on the horizon, brewing like the storm. And he didn't like it. It made him want to get back to the farm, fast. "We should head back," Jack said. A few specks of rain began to fall. Bella stayed put. She was looking at something. When Jack turned, he saw what it was. There were footprints leading away from the body. Bloody footprints. They stood there together. The rain fell freely now, enough to be filling the steel tanks. Jack knew he should go back, get away from here. But this trail leading away from the body. An opportunity to find whoever had caused this, and to see if they had anything to do with the missing cows. "Should we follow?" Bella asked. Jack shrugged. "I thought you'd be dead against following." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, you're all against trouble and things like that." "I'm against trouble," Bella said, "but that doesn't mean when there's a potentially dangerous situation staring us in the face, I just ignore it." Jack rubbed his arms. "I'm worried about the farm." "Me too," Bella said. "But we should check this out, right?" Jack hesitated before nodding. He clutched his rifle. Then he walked. He followed that trail of blood for a good mile. All the time he felt the trees around him getting thicker as he strayed from the land he was comfortable in. He could hear birds in the trees around him, see crows staring down, watching him. Every now and then he got the sense that there were other eyes on him too, eyes he couldn't yet see. He felt like he was walking right into the jaws of a trap. "At least if we can take one thing from this, it's brought us together a little closer," Bella whispered. "Got to count for something, right?" Jack shrugged. He kept his focus on his surroundings. "Not really." "Huh?" "I still don't know a thing about you, really." Bella smirked. "The less you know about me, the better." "That's not exactly a reassuring answer." "It wasn't meant to be," Bella said. "Just the truth." They walked a little further when Jack saw something. "Wait," he said. "Have you—" "Just wait." They stopped, because Jack had seen something. Movement. In the trees. He crept closer, rifle raised, ready to fire if he needed to. He was totally focused, totally prepared. Then he heard more movement to his right. His body froze. He turned around, rifle in hand. One of his cows stepped out, sniffed at the rifle, licked it a little. It was tied around the neck to a tree. Jack sighed a breath of relief. He lowered his rifle, wiped his fingers through his hair, shook his head. "Come on, girl," he said. Let's get you back." "Jack?" Jack turned around. Bella was standing there pointing at something. He frowned, approached it, and that's when he saw it. There was a camp. Tents. A little makeshift barbecue. People staying here. He saw the supplies, and he didn't want to risk upsetting anyone. But at the same time, he saw the value in what they had. He saw the opportunity. He went to take a step towards this camp, making sure it was totally clear. "Do you think this is a good idea?" Bella asked. Jack gathered the supplies, the bedding, the clothes, the lighters and the tooth floss, which could be used for tying things, not just flossing. "You got any other ideas?" "Not stealing from the people who stole our cows and left a dead body on the edge of our farm, perhaps?" Jack picked more of the supplies up, gathered them in a rucksack he always carried over his shoulder in case of discoveries like this. "Don't be daft. Take it as a settlement for stealing from us." He stuffed more into the bags, and then he stood there, this little camp left bare of anything useful. He looked around and he smiled. Bella shook her head. "You're made for this world." "Thank you." It wasn't a compliment. They headed back towards the farm. The closer they got, the more Jack caught a scent of something. Burning somewhere in the distance. He didn't think much of it, not at first. But the closer they got back to the farm, the stronger that burning smell got, and the more cautious he began to grow. He reached the middle of the woods, Villain nipping at the heels of the cows to keep moving, and he heard something. Something that sent shivers up his arms. Jack heard a shout, and it came from the direction of the farm. Chapter 9. Jack heard the shout, and he froze. He stood there in the middle of the woods. He couldn't see the farm yet, but he knew where that shout came from. He couldn't figure out who it was, male or female, but he needed to. The shout came from the direction of the farm, and that filled him with fear. He looked around at Bella, Villain by her side, almost seeking some kind of solace in her eyes, some kind of reassurance that he was exaggerating in his response, or even imagining things to some degree. That shout could be from anywhere. It didn't have to be from the farm just because it seemed like it had come from that direction. There were other people out there. They saw them most days. It could be anyone. Right? But she looked back at him with fear in her wide eyes too, and that told Jack everything he needed to know. He felt caught in two minds as he stood there sweating. On the one hand, he knew he needed to get back to the farm immediately. He'd seen how quickly everything stable could fall apart in this world. But a smaller, quieter voice in the back of his mind was whispering at him to be careful, to watch himself, because he had to be cautious if he was planning on running right into the jaws of danger. He looked at Bella, and before she had a chance to get a word in, he ran. He raced his way through the trees. He gripped his rifle tightly in hand. He carried it with him whenever he went out, not just for the off chance he got an opportunity to hunt, but to defend this place from any form of threat. And after that shout, he felt more certain that he was approaching a threat. He would defend his livelihood and those he cared about at all costs. He kept on racing through the trees, but something hit him as he got closer. He hadn't heard any more shouts. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. But there was something else. The burning smell. There was something ominous about it. It reminded him of what had happened to his home in the woods. What had happened to Bill. He remembered standing there, holding that rifle, bracing himself to do something awful, put a man out of his misery. A good man, an innocent man. He pictured Hazel being the one he had to take out, or Wayne. The thought made him nauseous. He rushed further through the trees, losing all track of time altogether, when he saw it. The farm was intact. It wasn't burning. It wasn't engulfed in flames as he'd imagined. It was just there. He squinted, looked around for Wayne or Hazel. Villain appeared at his side. Bella was with him. They all stood there together, silent, watching. Villain panted, whimpering a little, like he sensed something was wrong. "What is it, boy?" Jack muttered. "What is—" Then he saw it. The smoke was in the distance. It wasn't coming from the farm, but from further ahead. Over the long grass of the fields, specks of ash climbed upwards like black snow in reverse. But it wasn't the farm on fire. That was the relief. But then the shout. Jack walked down the hill and towards the farm. That shout was too close to be from where the flames were. It had to be from the farm. And the fact he hadn't seen Wayne or Hazel yet worried him. "Jack?" Jack turned around. Bella stared at him, fear in her eyes. "We need to be careful," she said. Jack swallowed a lump in his throat. "We need to go home." "But we need to be careful," Bella said. Everyone is someone else's villain. Remember that." Jack didn't hear what she was saying at first. He thought she meant his dog. And then when he realized she didn't, it still didn't totally resonate with him. He didn't have time to think. He ran further. All three of them ran further. The cows were in the woods again, too slow to keep up. He'd go back for them, retrieve them in time. That was the least of his concerns right now. He got closer to the farm. When he turned around again, over towards the right, he saw something. There was a group of people. They were walking towards his home from the direction of that fire. "Jack?" Bella said. The hairs on the back of Jack's neck stood on end. He lifted his rifle instinctively. He'd seen the smoke, and he'd been in the body of the woods. He knew what this was. It was some kind of distraction, some kind of attempt to drag people apart in order to launch an attack on the farm. It wasn't happening. He held his rifle and pointed it at the group. He saw a tall, dark-haired man, 2 women close behind, and a little girl. But it was the man's hand he couldn't stop looking at. It looked like he was carrying something. A weapon. Too far to tell for certain, but he couldn't take any chances. Footsteps raced down the steps of the farm. Wayne and Hazel rushed out. "Jack?" Hazel said. A momentary relief that they were okay, but only just breaking his focus. "Stay back." "But we don't know they—" "Was it you?" Jack said. Hazel frowned. "What?" "The shout, was it—" "No," Wayne said. "We heard it too. Wasn't us. Don't know who it was. Don't know where it came from." The hairs on Jack's arms stood on end. It had to be them. Some kind of trap. "Stay back," Jack said, not only to his family, but to these people too, hoping they heard him, praying they were listening. He saw the man look him right in the eyes from this distance, and he felt something. He couldn't explain it. But even though he hadn't even met this man yet, he could sense his defiance. He could sense there was something about him. Something threatening. Trouble. Smoke rose from the flames behind him. The body in the woods. The stolen cows. It had to be this group. It had to... Jack felt a hand on his arm. He looked and saw Bella by his side. "Jack, be careful. Remember what I said. Remember." Then it all happened in a blur. The smell of the burning intensified. The man in the distance started to reach up, towards his pocket. All of it came together. All of it echoed and spun around his mind. He couldn't let them come closer. He couldn't let them take his home. He couldn't let them harm his family. He held that rifle in his shaky hand as the group got closer. He aimed right at that man, watched as he went to raise a hand, saw his home burning in his memory, saw what happened when he trusted people too much in the past, when he let them too close, saw all his worst nightmares unfolding all over again. "Jack," Hazel said. "Candace?" Wayne said. Is that—" But he didn't hear Hazel. He didn't hear Wayne. He didn't hear anyone. Not anymore. He took a deep breath, steadied his focus, and then he pulled the trigger. Chapter 10. Logan approached the farm, but he had a bad feeling about all of this. First, there were the flames behind them, the smoke rising into the air. He didn't know where they'd come from. Something made him wonder whether the group at the farm were responsible somehow, whether they'd caused this. His levels of mistrust had reached a new high. And then there was the shout that had come from somewhere nearby. He didn't know what it was or who it was, just that there were people who couldn't be trusted out there. Movement in the night. Whenever you thought you were alone, there was always someone there, always someone watching. But here he was, doing the exact thing he didn't want to do, walking towards this farm. Emma, Candace, and Jean right behind him. He wanted to go alone. He wanted to scout this place out better than they had already. Sure, he had an idea about the people here. He had a sense of how many there were, of who they were, but people were still untrustworthy. People were still unpredictable, and he didn't like this one bit. He walked further across the field towards this farm. He thought about the guy with the rifle he'd seen, and he knew he was going to be difficult to deal with. But the guy hadn't seen him yet. He didn't know where he was. But he had to be prepared for anything. He held his knife tightly in his hand, just in case, and he heard it. First, another cry, somewhere over their shoulders. Then he saw the woman and the lad come to the window, look outside. Logan froze. He saw them looking over in their direction. But as they waded through this grass, he knew how this looked. He knew the uncertainty this would add to the whole situation. He didn't like it at all. "We can turn back," Jean said. Logan turned to her. "What?" If now's not the right time, we can try again, some other time. We can turn back." Logan felt torn. He wanted to go alone. He didn't want to put his people at risk. But now the moment was here. He knew they had to seize it. He knew they had to keep on moving. "We keep going," Logan said. "We're almost there. We're almost—" He saw them then. The man with the dog. The woman by his side. He saw the way they raced over towards the farm. And more than anything, he saw the way that man looked at him. Even from this distance, he could see it. Fear. Something took over Logan then, a defensiveness that he knew fear brought. He looked into this man's eyes, and he knew he was the same, in a way. He knew he felt the same way as him, and that was dangerous. "We need to be careful," Logan said. "Just wave the white flag," Jean said. "I don't have a white flag." "Just raise your hands. Show them we aren't a threat. Show them we want to talk. What's the worst that can happen if you raise your damned hands, man?" He looked at Jean, and part of him wanted to agree with her. Part of him wanted to respect her wishes. But then there was that defensiveness still there, still strong, still deep-rooted. "Logan?" Candace said. Logan looked at Candace, and then at Emma. He looked at them both as they stood there in this quiet, tense open. A moment that felt like it could fall apart in an instant. He looked back around and saw the man's rifle was already raised. "Just trust him," Jean said. Just trust he won't shoot first. Logan? Just trust he won't shoot first." He looked at Jean, then at Emma. He saw that look in her eyes, the look of a girl who wanted to believe in him again. And then he turned around and saw how that man had his rifle raised, and he reached his hand up. He didn't even register what happened until it actually happened. First, a crack, then a puff of smoke, and then a thud right by his side and a gasp. He turned around and he saw her. Jean was on the ground. She was clutching her chest, eyes wide, blood spurting from her lips, gasping for air. The hairs on Logan's arms and neck stood on end. He rushed over to her, right to her side. He could hear Candace shouting things, saw her grabbing Emma, pointing back in the direction they'd come from. He could see it all unfolding, all going down, and all he could do was crouch there on the ground by Jean's side as she struggled for life. "It's okay," he said, but he didn't even believe his own words. "It's going to be okay." He saw the blood pooling out of her chest, and he knew he needed to act fast. He lifted Jean up and turned around. He looked back at that farm, at that man standing there, rifle still raised. He looked into his eyes, saw the way he stared back at him, and he felt hate building, growing, anger bubbling through his body. He wanted to stand his ground. He wanted to fight, but he knew now wasn't the time. He held Jean closer and raced as quickly as he could away from this farm. He raced through the field, towards the trees. He heard Jean gasping, spluttering, felt the warmth of her blood dripping between his fingers. He followed Emma and Candace, and he couldn't help thinking of the words she'd said, how they should have fallen back, how they should have retreated. "Stay with me," he said. "Please, Jean, stay with me." He ran further through the field, knees weak, entire body shaking. He looked back, over at that farm, over towards that man, the echo of the gunfire still rattling in his skull. He heard a wheeze and looked around. Jean was struggling. More blood out of the corners of her mouth, eyes drifting. He put her down, wiped her forehead. "Jean, you're okay. Hang in there. Please, just hang in there." She looked into his eyes through drooping eyelids, Candace and Emma standing there close by, staring on. Just stay with us, please." He felt the emotion cracking through. Emotion he didn't even know he had locked inside. He felt it all building up, and he felt his eyes welling up. She looked at him through glazed eyes, and then she cracked a bloodied smile. You know what to do," she spluttered. "You know what to... She didn't say another word. Her mouth went still. Her struggling stopped. Her eyes faded. Jean was gone. Chapter 11. The evening arrived fast, but Jack knew he wouldn't be getting any sleep. It was growing dark. It was a warm, still night, the air thick with humidity. He was sweaty. He wanted nothing more than to douse himself in a hot shower right now, to disappear under the falling water, to be alone with his thoughts. Because he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. He couldn't stop thinking about what he'd done. He sat in the lounge. Wayne, Hazel, and Bella were all sitting opposite him. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles were at the other side of the room, too. Every time Villain showed an interest in her, Mrs. Fuzzles' claws tightened, and she raised a paw, subduing Villain in an instant. Jack felt like he would be in much the same position if he tried to defend today's actions. "I saw her," Wayne said. Jack frowned. "Wayne, you need to let it go." "I saw Candace," Wayne said. His son was wide-eyed, entranced. He seemed a different lad to the one he'd tried getting to know these last few weeks. Ever since they'd had their standoff with those people, Wayne seemed troubled and lost. All because he swore he'd seen his girlfriend Candace with that group. "We've talked about this," Jack said. "She was too far away." "I know what she looks like." "You don't." "I know what I saw," Wayne said. He was standing now, anger and pain in his eyes, sweat on his forehead. "You couldn't just let them get a little closer, could you?" Wayne asked. Jack shook his head. He was reaching for his pocket, for a weapon. "And you could tell that, could you?" "Yes, you could tell that, but I couldn't tell the girl I loved was with them?" "Just cut it out, okay?" "No!" Wayne shouted. "Who the hell are you to tell me to cut it out?" "I'm your dad." "You're not my friggin' dad." Jack felt the words hit him sharply. "You made your choice to walk away," Wayne said. "You made your choice to leave. You gave up on me, and you gave up on being my dad that day. You had chances to be different, chances to come back, chances to say sorry, but you just couldn't, could you?" Jack's mouth was dry. He couldn't say a word. "And now we're here talking about you firing a shot at what? A group of people heading our way?" "We found a body in the woods." "And who says they did it?" "What about the cows?" "Could have been taken by anyone. There's plenty of people in the world." "That fire," Jack said, still trying to convince himself more than anyone that he'd made the right choice. "Some kind of diversion." "You've no idea what it was. None of us do. There's no way of ever knowing for sure." Jack was quiet. Wayne was too. Bella and Hazel sat there. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles looked on. "One thing's for sure," Jack said, eventually breaking the silence. The rest of the room looked at him. It was like they weren't sure about what he was planning on saying, but willing to hear him out anyway in spite of it all. "This place," he said. What happened out there?" "You mean you shooting someone?" Wayne asked. "What happened out there?" Jack said, ignoring him as well as he could, suffocating his guilt over what he knew damn well he'd done. It's going to cause problems for us." Wayne slow-clapped. "And now you see it for yourself. Now you see the kind of place you've created, the kind of people you've turned us into. You've tried to keep us safe, and in doing so, you've put us all in danger. Nice one, Dad. Nice one as always." He looked at this room of people losing faith in him, and he took a deep breath. "Whatever happened," Jack said, "we're in the position we're in now, which leaves us with no other choice." "No other choice but what?" Hazel asked. Jack looked out the window into the night. "We're going to have to step up our guard of this place. We're going to have to watch carefully. We're going to have to be vigilant. Super vigilant." He looked around at the rest of his people. "We're going to defend this place. For Stan and for us. Because this is our home now, and we're not going to let anyone take it from us." His people looked on, silent. He remembered the look in the man's eyes, the look on his face, the look of a man who wasn't going to let things go. No matter how it started, and whether we like it or not, we're in conflict now. We're at war now. Chapter 12. Logan, Candace, and Emma stood in the woods over the hole in the ground as rain began to fall from the dark, humid sky. The day had passed by quickly and quietly. Not many words had been spoken since the incident at the farm. It felt like life had stood still ever since that moment, a moment that changed everything. But now he looked down into that hole in the ground, at the dirt laid on top of it, at the cross above it. He felt the emotion building up, the reality hitting home, well and truly. Jean was gone. They'd lost one of their own. And why? He looked around and saw Emma lying by a tree, curled up. It hurt him seeing her so upset. He knew how good a kid she was, how much she wanted things to work out for the best, how much she wanted to believe that people could come together, how people could be better. But this was proof that couldn't always be the case. This was all the proof he needed that the world Emma wanted wasn't possible. Not when someone was so caught up in their own dramas. Not now people defended their homes in ruthless ways. And he'd tried. He'd tried listening to Emma. He'd tried doing things her way. He'd tried doing things the way this group insisted he did things. And now one of them was dead. Where do we go from here? Logan looked around. Candace was standing there. She looked totally drained of all her energy. Jean's death had hit her hard, and this was only going to be the beginning of the grief. Logan looked at that dirt patch on the ground. He thought about the look in the man's eyes, the way he'd lifted that rifle, the way he'd fired. And he was conflicted. On the one hand, he wanted to maintain the moral high ground. He wanted to believe that they could remain the better people, or that they could just walk away from all of this. But then there was the other side. The other voice telling Logan that what happened was unjust. He liked Jean. She was a good person, someone who had seen the good in him, someone who had trusted him, and who he had trusted. And this man had taken her from their group. That couldn't just be ignored. It couldn't just be forgotten. Logan saw himself walking into that basement office and facing up to David Hasten all those years ago. He saw the memory. Only it was fragmented now. Fragmented between what he'd told himself happened and what actually happened. So fragmented that he couldn't even know himself what was real anymore. He lowered the shovel and threw it to the ground. "There's no time for peace," he said. "There's no time to clear up a misunderstanding. There's no time for any of that." He looked through the trees, right in the direction of the farm. "We're going to avenge Jean. We're going to make this right. We're going to take that farm for ourselves." Chapter 13. Jack wasn't in a mood for waiting around the following morning. He got up early, right at sunrise, which was around 6 at this time of year, or so he imagined anyway. Time was very much an abstract thing now. He was even losing track of what the date was. Dates didn't matter. None of the old structures mattered anymore. Just day-to-day survival. And today, responding to what happened yesterday, and fast. Jack walked across the fields, rifle in hand, Villain beside him. He headed towards the woods. He wanted to get up extra early so he had a head start on the other group. Because as much as he knew his hurry to fire had got them in this mess in the first place, this was his mess to clear up, and that's exactly what he was going to do. There was another reason he was out at this time, though. The memory of what he'd done yesterday. He'd aimed at the man. He was convinced he was in his line of fire. But then he'd pulled the trigger and he'd seen the woman beside him fall. For a moment, he'd felt everything go still. He'd felt the silence. And as he'd watched those people run away, the body of their friend in hands, he couldn't deny the guilt he'd felt, and he couldn't deny just how dangerous the desire for revenge could be. He'd made a decision to go hunt this group down, or more specifically, the leader of the group. He knew he'd made contact with one of the girls, rather, unintentionally. He hadn't been aiming at her, but he'd hit her. And he just knew from the look in that man's eyes that he wasn't going to let it go. He was a problem before he'd shot at him. He was definitely going to be a problem now. So he had to stamp that problem down before it grew too strong. He traipsed through the trees, in the direction of the tents he'd found yesterday. There was no sign of the cows that he'd been leading back home before the distraction. The tents he'd found, though, that had to be this group's camp. He was going to go in there and put a bullet in the head of the bloke before he could do anything else. He knew what the others would say. He was exacerbating a situation that was already bad. That's exactly why he'd come alone. The trees were suffocating, imposing. Everywhere he looked, Jack saw movement. Birds, animals, so many opportunities to hunt. but no thoughts about hunting anyone but that man right now. Villain clearly had the same idea, too. He kept racing ahead, to which Jack had to call him back. He didn't want to risk anything. Not now. He took a step further through the trees when he heard a rustling over his shoulder. He stopped dead, turned around, slowly, fully expecting to come face to face with that man. But he didn't. There was someone there, but not who he expected. Villain ran over to him. "Wayne?" Wayne walked towards Jack. He didn't smile at him, didn't nod at him. He was holding a shotgun from inside the farm. "What are you doing out here?" Jack asked. Wayne walked past him, patted Villain. "The same reason as you. I came out here alone for a reason, which is exactly why I came with you." Jack sighed. "The girl?" Wayne turned around and faced him. "I know you don't believe me, but I know what I saw, who I saw." Jack's mouth was dry. He didn't want to doubt his son so audibly again. Not now he was at least engaging in some kind of conversation with him. "Maybe you did. And that's why I'm here," Wayne said. "Because I know for a fact if you find that group, I know what you'll do to them, all of them, to make sure they can't get to us, to make sure they can't hurt us." Jack was stunned to hear Wayne's accusations. But was it because he was disgusted at the monster he thought he was, or because he was right? He shook his head. "That's not true." "Really? Well, if not, I guess you won't mind me joining, will you?" Jack sighed and took a few steps. "Come on, we'd better get looking." He walked further into the woods, holding that rifle tightly. Wayne didn't say much. He looked focused on every step. Every now and then, Jack turned around and looked at Wayne, saw him staring at him. He wondered if Wayne could do it as he held that shotgun in hand, if he could lift it and shoot him if they had a disagreement. And suddenly he felt vulnerable, like he didn't know his son at all, and that he was capable of anything. "Reminds me of that day in the woods," Wayne said. Jack's heart fluttered. He turned around. "What?" Wayne stared into space as he walked. "That day in the woods when I was a kid. We went out for a walk, got caught in the rain, ended up sheltering under a tree. I remember we were soaked, but I just wanted to stay outside for ages." "We had cold sausages," Jack said, smiling. "Your mom had cooked them the night before." Wayne smiled back at him. "I remember." They stared at one another for a few seconds, and Jack felt himself transported right back to when Wayne was just a kid, when everything was good between them. That smile they exchanged, the way they looked into each other's eyes, it felt like a lifetime ago since the last time they'd been so close. And then Wayne's smile dropped, and he looked away. Jack did too. They walked further into the woods, and Jack found himself wanting to say so many things to Wayne, so many things that Wayne hadn't given him the opportunity to say yet. He felt like this was as good a chance as ever. "What happened?" Jack said. "With your Don't," Wayne said. "Wayne, just don't. Please." Jack looked around at him. Wayne's lips were shaking, horror in his eyes. That same look he'd had when he got home that day of the accident. Bruised face, a deadness to him. India wasn't the only one who had died that day all those years ago. Something inside all of them had died, and what happened in the years that followed was the rot setting in and taking control. Jack opened his mouth, prepared to say something else, prepared to apologize once more. And then he saw something. On the ground right before them, there was something there. Villain was sniffing at it. He reached down, touched it, moved it between his fingers. "What is it?" Wayne asked. Jack looked up, heart racing, stomach churning. "It's blood," he said. Wayne's eyes narrowed. "And is that?" Jack stepped away from the dirt mound and the cross and nodded. He saw the girl standing there in the distance. He saw himself pulling the trigger all over again, and he saw the girl falling. "It's a grave," he said. Wayne looked at him and then back at this grave before them. "We're close," Jack said. Chapter 14. Jack stared at the blood on the grave and knew they were close. The morning light was mostly smothered by the thick gray clouds. The air was thick and humid, as it had been for the last few weeks. Seemed like it had been like this for a hell of a long time, in all truth. The trees around felt like they were hiding secrets. The area they were in was silent. And as certain as Jack was that they weren't near the tents from yesterday anymore, he knew they were close to people. He knew they were close to the group. He could just feel it. He looked at Wayne, and Wayne looked back at him. "Come on," Jack said. "We need to—" He stopped talking because he heard footsteps. And then, behind Wayne, behind Villain, he saw them. First, the man whose eyes he'd stared into, the man who he knew was going to be problematic, the man he'd come for. But there was someone behind him, too, waiting in the trees. That little girl. She looked right at Jack and half smiled, like she didn't want any of this trouble, this conflict. And Jack felt for her, because he didn't want any kids to get dragged into this mess either. The man looked right into his eyes. Although there was uncertainty over whether he was armed when he was approaching the farm, there was no mistaking the hunting rifle in his hands now. And the man's eyes. Jack felt like he was looking into a mirror, like the man was looking at him exactly like he was looking at the man, like they both had the same idea in mind. Jack lifted his rifle. The man lifted his rifle. They stood there, together, head to head. "You killed one of our people," the man said. Damn it. Confirmation of what he'd feared all along. "I'm sorry, that was an accident, but you were heading towards my farm. And that's a crime. I know what you want. I know what you already tried to take from me. You don't know a thing." Jack tightened his grip around the trigger. The man did too. "Logan," a voice said. It was the little girl. She stepped forward. Then someone else stepped in and pulled her back. Someone he couldn't properly make out for the leaves. Wayne stood by Jack's side, shotgun half raised too. On Jack's side for what felt like the first time. "We were heading towards your farm because we were searching for shelter," the man, Logan, said. "We've been on the road for a while. We didn't want any trouble. Nobody ever wants any trouble, but when somebody wants what somebody else has got, there's trouble. You didn't have to shoot the girl," Logan said. "And you didn't have to—" "Jack?" Jack turned, saw the way Wayne was staring at this guy. "What's up?" "This guy," Wayne said, hands shaking around his shotgun a little. "Logan Butcher. Logan the Butcher. He's—" Wayne didn't have to say any more. Jack looked into the hollow eyes of this bearded man, and he knew right away exactly who it was. "I remember the stories," Jack said. "The stories about what you did, about who you are, that family, what you did to them. You're a long way from where you should be, aren't you?" Logan held Jack's gaze. "Stories aren't always true. I'll choose to believe what I want to believe. You do that, but we're dancing around what we're really here to talk about, aren't we?" Jack held his rifle. "There's nothing more to say. You stay away from my farm. You stay away from my land. Everything will be good." Logan shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not how it works out." Jack tightened the trigger. So too did Logan. "Wait," Wayne said. "I need to ask you something. Something about someone I saw with you." Logan ignored him, kept his focus on Jack. You shot one of my people, Jean. She died in my arms. She was a good young woman, strong. She didn't deserve it. I'm sorry for your loss. No, you aren't. And that's the problem we have here. You aren't sorry. And given a chance, you'd do the same to me and the rest of my people all over again. So I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'll tell you how this is going to go. He took a step closer, looked right into Jack's eyes. We're going to get our revenge. We're going to make things right. And there isn't a thing you can do that will stop us. Jack felt it then, the adrenaline taking over, possessing him. The only option making itself clear. He had to put this guy down. He had to finish this right now. It was the only way. Logan, the girl said again. She stepped forward, right as Jack tightened his finger around the trigger a little more. She looked at him, reached for his arm. Don't, please, don't. But Logan didn't look like he was hearing what this girl was saying. He didn't look like he was shaken by any of it. But Jack still had his chance. Emma, come back here, now! He saw someone appear in the corner of his eye, grab Emma's hand. He saw her blonde hair, her bright blue eyes. He saw her, and then he saw her looking right past him, right at the person beside him. Candace? Wayne said. Jack's stomach sank. He saw Candace's eyes widen. He saw the recognition, and then he felt the weight of realization. Realization that Wayne was telling the truth about Candace all along. He saw Logan lower his rifle a little. He saw him frown, like he wasn't sure what was happening. He saw it, and he sensed his opportunity. Jack took a deep breath, and he pulled the trigger. No! The rifle cracked. But before he pulled the trigger, imminently before, he felt it fly up and into the trees. He didn't realize what had happened, not at first, not until he saw Wayne holding on to Jack's rifle, staring into the trees. No, Wayne said. Candace! Candace! Jack looked at Logan as he stood there, a man who should be dead. He looked at Candace. He looked at this girl called Emma. And just as Wayne went to throw himself forward, Logan's hunting rifle pointed at him now. He grabbed his son and dragged him to the ground as gunfire cracked towards them. Wayne kicked out. He tried to break free. Let me go! Let me get her! Let go of me! But Jack kept on holding him down, gritted his teeth. The gunfire still cracking and whooshing past them. When it stopped, when Jack was sure there was no noise around, he lifted his head. Wayne punched himself free and jogged towards the trees. Candace! But it was too late. They were gone. All of them were gone. Chapter 15. When they got back to the farm, Jack couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed, forever. It was late morning. The clouds had thickened even more since he'd woken. The entire living area of the farmhouse felt dark. Everyone was up now. Bella and Hazel were sitting on the sofa. They'd been skinning animals to cook while Jack had been out. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles were by their feet. And Jack and Wayne were standing in the middle of the room. Wayne was inconsolable. Ever since he'd seen Candace, everything had changed. He was already starting to lose his grip a little when he thought he'd seen her yesterday. But this was different. They'd exchanged eye contact. They'd heard one another speak. But they were on other sides of a battle that Jack knew he couldn't prevent. Candace isn't a bad person, Wayne said, pacing around the room. Jack sighed. Wayne, she's a good person. She's my girlfriend. I know she's a good person. Then why the hell's she standing with Logan the Butcher? Because, I don't know. His energy was waning. He seemed like he wanted to argue, but was struggling now. But whatever reason she's with him, there has to be a point to it. Maybe he's captured her, Hazel said. Jack shook his head. It didn't look that way. Things aren't always as they look, Wayne said. More and more I'm starting to learn that in this world, they mostly are. Wayne stopped again. He looked at Jack like he was desperate. I spent days searching for her, following her, Bella and me. We tried to find her together, but we couldn't. We just couldn't. I got so close, and then I found this place. I gave up. I never gave up hope, but I gave up because I knew the chances I was just going to bump into her again were pretty much non-existent. But now I've seen her. Now we've got a chance. We can't just give up that chance. And you don't think Logan's going to be hearing the same things too? Wayne frowned. What? Jack took a few breaths. Think about it. He hates us. He wants revenge, but more than anything, he wants this place. And then there's Candace, who will be saying all kinds of things about you, about how you're a good guy, about how the pair of you can make this work. You don't think he's going to use this to his advantage? You don't think he'll use Candace as bait to get us right where he needs us to be? Think about it, Wayne. Just think about it before you go running headfirst into things. He's right. Jack looked around. He wasn't expecting any backup. He'd kind of grown used to being on his own in any arguments. It was Bella. Wayne frowned. Bella? I don't always see eye to eye with Jack, she said, and I don't approve of this whole lack of trust thing, but he's right about this. We need to be careful. We don't know what we're dealing with here. If he's really as dangerous as the news said he is, then we need to be very, very careful. Jack nodded, appreciative for Bella's backup. Jack looked to Hazel then, as did Wayne. What do you think, Mum? Hazel took a deep breath. She went to say something, then stopped. Then she opened her mouth again, looked right into Wayne's eyes. How much does Candace mean to you? Wayne frowned. I love her. And you'd put everything on the line for her? Wayne nodded. Yes. Where are you going with this? Hazel shook her head. I just think, I don't know. But one thing's for sure. We don't know any facts here. All we know is that Candace is with a very dangerous man, a man who wants to kill us and take what we have, which means, as difficult as it is, I can only see one outcome here, one way of going about this. Jack nodded. Go on. Hazel cleared her throat. We need to make sure we deal with Logan however we can, but at the same time, we need to make sure Candace doesn't get caught up in the crossfire. And that girl, too, the young kid, Emma, was it? She's obviously in danger, too, so we need to play this carefully. We need to play this just right. Jack looked around the room and saw everyone nodding. He knew this was the route they were going down. He knew there was no more room for negotiation. How do you suggest we do it? Jack asked. Hazel tilted her head to one side. We need to set a trap. A trap? There's only one place that'll be a good enough trap to lure them in. Jack knew what she was talking about right away. No. It's the only option, Hazel said. We can't use the farm as bait. Think about it, Hazel said. We lure them in, we wait for them to arrive, and then, when the time's right, we attack. Jack shook his head. It's too risky. It's all we've got. He opened his mouth, but he didn't have any counter-argument. What's the alternative? Hazel asked. Logan attacks us in our sleep? More people die? Because the way I see it, we're stuck in this mess. We don't have a choice. There's no clean way out. Not anymore. Not after. He knew what she was going to say. Not after you shot and killed Jean. He knew she was right. But they were in this now, and they had to deal with it the best way they could. And really, was there a better way? Was there any other way at all? Jack looked around the room. He looked at Mrs. Fuzzles, at Villain, at Bella, and at Hazel, and then at Wayne. He looked at them all and he took a deep breath. "We use the farm as bait," he muttered. "We set the trap. We wait for them to arrive, and then we attack." "But we save Candace," Wayne said. "Nothing happens to her. Nothing. Understand?" Jack tensed his fists. Understood. He wished he believed in his own words. Chapter 16. Logan sat around the campfire and tried to stop his mind spinning. It was late. They hadn't had much to eat. In truth, they hadn't spent enough of today focused on their own survival. The water supplies were limited too. And really, Logan knew it was their own fault. They'd spent too much time focusing on Jack and the farm. But not only that, there were other problems that had emerged. Problems that threatened to jeopardize their mission altogether. "It was him," Candace said. I thought there was something familiar about the older guy. That's when I realized it. He's Wayne's dad. And Wayne was there." Logan looked across the fire at her. She was wide-eyed. The flames flickered in her eyes. She seemed possessed, a shadow of the woman he thought he knew. He knew it wasn't just the presence of her ex-boyfriend that had complicated matters. Jean's death was taking its toll on their group. It had strained them, caused conflict amongst them. Things were complicated now. Things weren't as straightforward anymore. But now they'd come in possession of a hunting rifle left untouched in a farmer's shed. Logan knew the odds were a little more even. "We need to get some sleep," Logan said. "We need to rest up. And then we need to press on." Candace frowned. "Press on?" Logan kept his composure. "What happened earlier doesn't change the plan." "It changes everything about the plan." "No," Logan said. "We need that farm. Your ex-boyfriend being there doesn't change a thing." "He's not a bad guy." "He's on their side," Logan snapped. "The side who killed Jean, and his dad. You told me he abandoned him. You told me there was no bond between them, and now suddenly he's with them?" Candace shook her head. There has to be a reason." "I think you need to face up to the truth," Logan said. "How much do you really know this Wayne after all?" "I know him enough," Candace said. "Enough to know he's a good guy at heart. The guy he was with, the one who shot Jean, his dad. At least I think it's him. That's not someone Wayne would stand by." "Is this relationship of yours going to become problematic?" Candace frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means what it sounds like. We have conflicting interests. This Wayne, he isn't going to be a problem, is he?" Candace took a few moments to really think. Then she looked right into Logan's eyes. "I don't want to see him hurt. I care about him. I love him, but him and we went our separate ways. I just hope he's okay." Logan nodded. "I'll take that as he isn't going to be a problem." Candace was silent at that point. There were no sounds but the calls of animals in the night, the crackling of the fire before them. Every moment felt dangerous, like Jack and his people were out there, watching, waiting. Maybe there can still be a way. It wasn't Candace who spoke this time. It was Emma. Logan looked at her and sighed. "Emma, we've been through this." She held Logan's gaze. "I know what they did to Jean. I know it's not right. But maybe they were just scared. We know there's someone else out there. The body we saw and the fire, maybe they've had trouble with them. Maybe they thought we were them. Maybe that's why they were so scared." Logan knew Emma had a point, but at the same time, he knew it wouldn't change anything, not where Jack was concerned. He knew it because he knew they were the same. They'd do anything to protect what they believed was theirs. "Maybe so," Logan said, "but that doesn't change a thing." "It gives us a chance to talk to them, to try and reach out to them, right?" Logan felt so sorry for this girl. She was caught up in a world that was far beyond her years, far beyond her understanding. She was so bright, so intelligent, but still so hopeful, still so naive. And that would be her downfall. This isn't easy, for any of us, not least for you, Candace, excepting your boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever. Accepting he's a part of the other side isn't easy to take, but you have to see with some perspective, take all the emotion out of it, and think of how this will bolster Jack's cause. He knows Wayne and you care about one another. He knows that might soften us, it might weaken us, but we can't let that happen. It has to strengthen us. We can't concede any ground. Candace stared at Logan with watery eyes and shook her head. You're suggesting we kill him? We kill Wayne? I'm not suggesting anything. If we can keep bloodshed out of this, perfect. But that farm, it's ours. I'm taking it, whether he... You weren't bothered about it before, Emma said. Logan frowned. What? Before. Before what happened to Jean. You weren't bothered. You were happy to keep walking. That's not true. I said right away the farm looked perfect. It's about revenge, isn't it? That's all this is about. Logan didn't say anything in turn. He didn't want to speak the truth. So he just inhaled deeply and half smiled. I'm going to make this work. We're going to be okay. We're not the ones in the wrong here. We're just looking for a home. But to them, they're not in the wrong either, Emma said. They were just defending their home. They just see things differently to us, right? Logan heard what Emma was saying. He wanted to work towards a more peaceful solution. He wanted things to work out right. But equally, he knew what monsters this world made of people. And he knew the chances of a peaceful resolution were slim to none. So they had to show the initiative. They had to act fast. I don't want peace, Logan said. Not with the people who killed Jean. Candace and Emma looked right at him. We're going to attack that place. We'll limit whatever bloodshed we can, force them out of their home. But this is how it happens. And it happens tomorrow. Chapter 17. Jack woke with the sunrise and prepared himself for the day to come. It was a much nicer day today, sunnier but cooler. He didn't believe in the weather foreshadowing events, but he did find himself hoping it was a sign of things to come, which said a lot about where he was at, really. He looked across his fields, looked at the tractors, looked at the trees in the distance. Then he looked to his side, over at the barns, where the animals went about their business, happy enough, oblivious to what was going to come. He wished he didn't have to leave it at all. He didn't want to give up this place, even if fleeing it was just a part of the overall plan. He just had an awful feeling things weren't going to work out exactly as he hoped. He heard something by his side. When he looked down, he saw Mrs. Fuzzles. Mrs. Fuzzles stared up at him like that bloody cat off Pet Sematary. Creepy little thing. He'd never liked cats, always more of a dog person. But it seemed like this weird cat meant something to Wayne, because it meant something to Candace. Mrs. Fuzzles stared up at him like she was just as doubtful about the next step as he was. Then Jack heard footsteps. Hazel walked outside. She reached his side, stood there silently. "You okay?" she asked. Jack nodded. "Will be. Sleep okay?" "Not really." "Me neither." Jack sighed. "I'll sleep better when this is done, when the problem is dealt with." Hazel scratched her head. "About that problem." Jack's stomach turned. He knew where this was going. "We've talked about everything we need to talk about already, Hazel." "Candace, we need to be careful with her. Really, Jack. Really." Jack shook his head. "I wish there was a way for this to work out easy, but we've just got to do the best we can." "And it better be the best we can," Hazel said, because in spite of everything, in spite of all that happened in the past, in spite of all that, I think you're starting to grow on him. I think he's finally starting to forgive. I think the wounds are beginning to heal, just a little. Don't let that slip away all because you're determined to keep this place closed off from the rest of the world. Don't let those efforts go to waste, because you won't get a second chance. You just won't. Jack felt bitterness building inside. Sadness, but also pride. I don't deserve my son's forgiveness. Maybe not, Hazel said, but you can't decide that. That's his decision to make. Jack stood there and stared out at the fields. He could see birds over the trees in the distance, but there was something else in his mind, a memory of that smoke and that shout. We still don't know who caused the fire, Jack said. We don't know where the shout came from. So you're starting to entertain the idea that all of this might not have to do with Logan's group after all? I'm starting to entertain the idea that there's more than one threat out there, so we have to be careful, especially if we're leaving this place. We have to watch our backs at all times. Sounds like the same thing we've been doing for weeks already. Hazel looked back at the farm then. I'll miss this place. Jack frowned. It's not forever. It might not be, but we have to be prepared for anything. We have to accept the possibility that this might be the last time. Always. Jack didn't want to agree with Hazel, but in the end, he could only nod. We're going to be okay. This is going to work. And if it doesn't? His mouth dried in an instant. He cleared his throat. It's going to work. She did something unexpected then. Something she hadn't done since they'd reunited. She reached over to Jack, and she hugged him. I can't forgive you for the past, she said, but I can thank you for the present, and I can hope you're making the right decisions for the future. I have to believe it. He put his hands on her back, reluctantly, held her close, felt the warmth of past memories spinning around his head. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think it could work out. We're doing the right thing. It's going to work out, okay? Hazel looked into his eyes. Then she kissed his cheek. I hope you're right. She walked back into the farm. Jack stood there, looked at this farmhouse, the time they'd spent here, the hope that they weren't saying goodbye forever, and the hope that as soon as they dealt with Logan, things could be good again. He took a deep breath, and then he looked back at the fields. It was time to get started. Chapter 18. Jack lay flat at the top of the hill, rifle in hand. The morning was growing nicer. It was a bright day, a clear day, which meant visibility was strong for a long distance. That worked in his favor. But hopefully it didn't work against him, too. Hopefully it didn't expose him and his people. Any small problem could spell disaster. Everything was silent apart from the birds singing jovially around him. His people were sheltered by the long grass, which they were supposed to be tending to before all this mess started. He felt the hard ground digging into his chest, which was bonier now than it used to be. He could smell the freshness of the grass and taste it. Tension cut through the air. It felt like the whole world was waiting, bracing itself for that decisive moment. A moment that could be imminent. But on Jack waited. He looked to his side. Hazel was there, Wayne was there, Bella was there, Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles were there. None of them looked totally convinced, totally certain that this was the right course of action. Not even he was fully confident. But they'd followed him out of that farm. They'd accepted it was their only real choice, and that there was nothing else they could really do. Jack had got them into this mess. There was only one way of getting out of it. They waited on, but the longer they waited, the more the fatigue and irritability set in. The more the tension grew, the more concentration waned, and the more the doubts about being away from home built. "What if they don't come?" Wayne asked. It was something Jack had thought about, and it left him with mixed emotions, because on the one hand, if Logan's group stayed away, that was good news. But on the other hand, there would always be that silent threat out there, that knowledge that a man who wanted not only his home, but revenge, was lurking in the shadows. And then there was the problem of Wayne and Candace. Their separation would bring problems of its own, because Jack wasn't sure Wayne would be willing to let her go, not now they were so close to reunion. No, a quick resolution would be best, as messy and as violent as it might be. "They'll come," Jack said. "And if they don't?" Hazel interjected. Jack looked at her, saw her studying him, waiting for his response. "They will," he said. He turned again, faced the farm. Thirst kicked in, hunger kicked in. The sun moved over their heads in slow motion. He knew this was risky. There was a good chance Logan wouldn't be here today, which was why he'd made sure to bring enough supplies to last a couple of days. The wait wasn't going to be easy. It wasn't going to be comfortable. It was going to be testing. But they were going to do this. They were going to win this. It was all going to be worth it. "If Candace turns up, maybe I can get to her," Wayne said. Jack gritted his teeth. "We have a plan." "And you're sure? You're sure we can do this without harming her?" "I told you, that's the plan." "But what if Logan turns on her? What if he uses her as leverage?" Jack shook his head. "Now's not the time to start questioning the plan. We've had our chance to question things. Now's not it." "I thought now would be exactly the time to question it." "Wayne," it was Bella who spoke. She looked right at him, reached for his hand. "Your dad made a promise. We're going to do what we can to get Candace back without harming her. We're going to do whatever we can. We have to believe that, okay? We have to believe this is going to work. We just have to be patient. We just have to wait." Wayne's mouth opened. He looked braced to counter Jack once more. Then he just closed his mouth and shook his head. "Things better work out," he said, "because if they don't, there's going to be problems." Jack didn't like the way Wayne looked at him when he said those words. He was fast realizing just how little Wayne was going to be willing to settle, all because of Candace. In a sinister kind of way, Jack wondered if it would be better if Candace were the one who fell in the crossfire after all. It was an awful thought that he shoved away almost immediately. He didn't really believe that. He was guilty enough about Jean. But it was a reminder that there really was no good or bad. Everyone is someone else's villain. They turned their attentions back to the farm, ate a little, drank a little. The afternoon segued into evening. The sky reddened, night approaching. Jack's eyes started drooping. Patience wore thin as he shuffled from side to side, sighs and yawns picking up. And then he heard the voice. "There." It was Bella who spoke. She was pointing off into the distance, over to the right of the farm. Jack frowned. He looked through his binoculars, his hands shaky, not totally prepared. "I don't see anyone." "There, see?" He squinted through the binoculars. Adrenaline kicked in, and his heart started racing. He half expected to see someone else, another group. But then he saw them. He saw them, and the feelings hit him like a tidal wave. There were 3 of them. They were walking towards the farmhouse. Logan leading the way, taking a few steps, rifle in hand. He signaled to the girls behind him to progress. Jack lowered the binoculars calmly, methodically. He turned to Wayne, to Hazel, to Bella. "They're here," he said. He picked up his rifle, turned back towards the farm, watched those figures edge closer, and he waited. Chapter 19. Logan walked towards the farm, rifle in hand, and braced himself for whatever was ahead. The evening sun was intense. The air was still. He could smell manure and heard the cows and sheep making noises. Everywhere seemed so quiet, so still. Too quiet, too still. He'd been watching the farm for a while now, ever since this afternoon. Weirdly, he hadn't seen any activity. He could only assume it was because they were plodding away, planning their next step. He just had to hope he was one step ahead of them, that he was the one who was acting first. He looked over his shoulder, saw Candace and Emma behind him. Every now and then he gave them a nod, a signal for them to keep moving. But he didn't like this. He didn't trust it. Something just didn't feel right. He held his rifle and thought about what he'd do if he saw Jack. As much as he convinced Candace that he was going to hold back, he couldn't make any promises. Because he knew what kind of a guy Jack was. He'd seen how trigger-happy he had been. Logan had to be the one who took the initiative. He was the one who had to make the push. Something doesn't feel right. They were Candace's words. Logan didn't want to acknowledge them, didn't want to hear them. But he thought the exact same thing himself. He was worried. Not only because of how off everything felt, but because they hadn't seen a trace of anyone since they'd got here this afternoon. He had to hope he wasn't walking right into a trap. He scanned his surroundings, looked at the fields, looked at the trees. All so quiet, all so still. "We keep moving," he said, tightening his grip on his hunting rifle. "Remember my signal." "What if they're waiting for us?" Logan's mouth dried out. "They will be. One way or another, they will be. We just have to hope we've got the advantage on them. The grass should be long enough to keep us under cover." The further Logan walked, the more uncertain about this whole venture he got. He felt in the open. He felt exposed. But they were too far in now to turn back. He knew what he had to be prepared to do. They got closer to the farmhouse. He couldn't believe how close they were now. They were within touching distance, and still he couldn't see anyone. Still he couldn't see anything. What was happening? Where were they? He turned around again to Candace and Emma, nodded, saw them moving closer towards him. His heart raced. Every footstep felt like a step closer to the goal. He pictured the future unfolding, opening those farm doors and turning the rifle on whoever stood there. The man, Jack. The girl, Bella. The woman, or the boy, Wayne. No. He shook his head, tried to shift any thoughts of violence from his mind. As much as violence would get things done much quicker, much cleaner. He turned back to the farmhouse, and he saw something. The front door. It was ajar. He hadn't noticed that before, and he wasn't sure what to make of it. It made him wonder whether there was someone in there, just going about their day, or whether they were trying to make it look like someone was in there. And if that was the case, what did it mean, really? Why would they be pretending at all? He moved around the side of the farm, keeping low. He approached the first of the windows, which he figured was the lounge. He crouched beside it, held his breath, his muscles tense. And then he lifted himself up and saw it. There was nobody in the farm. Nothing there. The lounge was empty. Logan stepped away and frowned. "Anything?" Candace asked. Logan shook his head. "Nothing." "What does it mean?" Emma asked. "It means..." Logan looked around at his surroundings. He felt the breeze drifting from over by the trees. The hairs on his arms stood on end. His tension built as the foreboding grew. He looked around, scanned the area, and he saw something. Over by the trees, right at the top of a hill, which was deceptively large, there was someone there. His body froze. The man with the gun. Jack. "We need to get..." He didn't manage another word. Gunshots fired towards them. Chapter 20. The second Jack saw Logan reaching the farm, he didn't hesitate. He pulled the trigger and opened fire. Bullets cracked across the fields and towards the grounds of the farm. He had to be careful not to cause too much damage to the farm, which was why he'd timed this perfectly. Logan turned around immediately. He held out a hand, gestured for his companions to duck. But Candace was still standing. Jack felt caught in the moment. On the one hand, he wanted to eliminate the threat in front of him. On the other, he knew Wayne would never forgive him if Candace got hurt. Besides, the smallest one, Emma, she was just a kid. She'd just got caught up in this. He didn't know how, but he couldn't exactly hold her responsible for Logan's crimes. No, he needed to hold off. He needed to be careful. He couldn't get carried away. He couldn't slide into unnecessary violence. He waited for Candace to disappear from view. All of them were ducked down. "Now," Jack said. He ran down the hill, through the grass. He knew he had to be careful. Logan had a rifle. He couldn't afford him the time to shoot back at him or his people. He hoped they'd fall into the trap. If they entered the farm, Jack knew that place better than anyone. He could go in there and end this before they even knew what hit them. He kept on going when he saw something ahead. Logan stood. He lifted his rifle and pointed it right at him. And then he pulled the trigger. Jack dropped to his stomach instinctively. "Down!" The bullets continued to fire over him, whizzing through the air. He crouched there, heart racing. This hadn't gone to plan. He still had the upper ground, but he was running out of time. All of this time, all of this waiting, and it looked like it was all going to be for nothing. Logan hadn't bit the bait. He was still outside the farm. "We move down there slowly," Jack said. "We don't let this deter us." "You're putting us in danger," Hazel said. "Hazel, you have to trust—" "You're putting our son in danger, your dog in danger." Jack stopped then. The bullets from Logan had eased momentarily, but he knew they would come again. As long as they were in the grass, shielded, he knew he was going to be okay. They could use that to their advantage. "We move to the right," Jack said. "Loop around them. Chances are that's the way they'll be going. We close in on them, cut them off before they have a chance to leave, and then we—" He looked at Wayne, who he knew was still struggling with Candace's involvement. And then he cleared his throat. "We do what we have to do." He waited for a moment, waited in silence, and then he stood. He half expected a bullet to hit him right away, but there was nothing, only silence. "Come on," he said. "Quick." He moved through the grass, looping his way around the right side of the farm. He picked up his pace as he moved. He didn't want to let this moment pass, didn't want to give up this opportunity. He kept on going until he saw something. Just up ahead, there was movement. He froze, held up a hand to stop those behind him. Right in front, exactly as he'd predicted, he saw someone moving through the grass, fleeing in the direction he'd thought they would. He crouched again, as slowly as he could, lifted that rifle gradually, pointed it towards that movement. The shuffling edged closer. His finger tightened on the trigger. He thought of Logan appearing and readied himself to put him down. Then he saw her. She stopped right in front of them, staring wide-eyed at Jack. "Candace?" Wayne said. Candace stood there like she was caught in two minds. Some of her focus was on Wayne, but mostly it was on Jack, on the rifle in his hand. Just behind Candace, Jack saw the little girl, Emma. They stood there then. The silence stretched on. The tension grew. "Candace?" Wayne said, his shaky voice the only thing cutting through the deadlock. "It's me. It's Wayne." She looked into his eyes, and her bottom lip shook just a little. The hardness of her face dropped. Her resolve slipped away. "Wayne," she said, and then her face hardened. She turned to Jack, looked right into his eyes. "You shot one of my friends," Candace said. She was looking right at Jack, and he felt bad for his son, because whatever opinion he had of Candace, no matter how highly he thought of her, it was clear she had chosen her side in this conflict, as torn as she may be. "You were coming towards our camp." "What happened," Wayne said, "between our people? It doesn't have to change anything. Candace, I've missed you. You can come with us." Jack saw Candace's gaze turn to Wayne. He saw the tears building in her eyes, and he felt the emotion in the air. "Logan," Jack said, trying to stay as detached as possible. "Where is he?" Candace looked at him with narrowed eyes. "We came to take your home. You weren't there. I can't say I know where they are now, but you've got us wrong. Really, you've got us—" "I don't care how you say we've got you," Jack said. "You're with Logan the Butcher." "He's not what you think he is." "He's a killer." "You're a killer," Candace said. The air was still. The silence was strong. The tension grew. "I can't promise he'll let this go," Candace said. "But we need to try. For all of us. We need to—" She stopped. Her eyes widened. It took Jack a few seconds to realize why, until he heard the cry. He spun around and he saw it happening quicker than he realized. 1 second, Bella was there. The next, out of the long, tall grass, someone appeared and grabbed her, dragging her away. Jack's instinct was to go after her, to chase her, to track her down and get her back. But as Wayne disappeared into the grass, shouting for her, running after her, Jack turned to Candace. Emma had disappeared in the chaos. He looked at Candace. "You don't move a muscle," he said. "You're with us now." Chapter 21. Logan stood between the trees and tried to gather his thoughts. It was late. They'd taken a little time to regroup, to eat, to drink, but now it felt like they were caught in stasis, in limbo. He thought back to the attempt to take the farm. He should have known things weren't completely as they seemed. The place looked too empty, and he should have been the first to recognize the warning signs. It was only when the bullets actually started flying towards him that he realized exactly what was going on. He had been careless, all because he wanted that farm, all because he wanted to take Jack out. He thought back to the moment they'd crouched there in the grass, hiding from the bullets. He'd advanced, opened fire at Jack and his people, desperate to just put them down, to get them out of the way, because he was so close to that farm, so close to taking it over, and so close to avenging Jean's death. But as he stood there firing that rifle, he soon realized that he was going to have to take a different approach. He'd turned, told Candace to take Emma to the left, to flee, because he had another idea. He ducked down and headed over to the right, looping around the back of where he knew Jack and his people were, as slowly and silently as possible, preparing his ambush. He'd made his way in that direction. He didn't hear anything, not for a while, but eventually he had heard something. Talking. Candace, in conversation with the enemy. He heard that voice and he sensed his opportunity. He felt like things were playing out exactly as he'd intended, as he'd planned. He reached the back of the group, and he saw them. The first thing that struck him was the way Candace and Wayne were looking at one another. The love in their eyes, the connection, and the problems that was going to bring. And then there was something else. The way Jack stood there, pointing that rifle at Candace, Emma by her side. He knew any sudden movement could be catastrophic. He knew just how fragile ground he was walking on right now. He knew he could lose everyone if he weren't careful. So he'd had to try something else. He shuffled back into the tall grass, and then he made his way slowly around the side, towards Bella. He waited, totally still. He listened to them talking, heard Candace saying things, bargaining, trying to make Jack see sense. But Logan knew those days were far gone. He knew there was no chance Jack would see common ground. Not unless... An idea sparked to mind as he stood there, rifle in hand. He could try shooting right now, but it was too risky, too precarious. But his other plan... He waited for the perfect moment, waited for the one they called Bella to drift closer towards him. And then he reached out of the grass and dragged Bella to one side. He ran as quickly as he could through the grass. He heard the shouting, heard the commotion, but eventually it eased. Eventually it died down. And then Logan found himself back in the trees. He didn't know what had happened, not at first. Tension grew. Maybe something had happened to Candace and Emma. He hadn't heard gunshots, so he just had to hope that wasn't the case. He went to turn away, Bella still in his arms, mouth covered by his hand, when he saw movement up ahead. He stopped dead. Then he saw who it was. Emma stood before him, tears and fear in her eyes. "They took her," she said. They took Candace." Logan let Bella go, walked towards Emma and wrapped his arms around her. "It's okay," he said. "Everything's going to be okay." He looked back at Bella as she lay on the ground, staring up towards him, shaking. And as much as he didn't want war, he knew she was going to be a very important part of the next phase of the plan. "Let's get out of here," Logan said. "We've got a lot of planning to do." Chapter 22. Evening arrived, and tensions felt higher than ever. Jack looked out over the fields into the darkness, rifle in hand. He kept on checking his surroundings, kept an eye on them at all times. He knew Logan could strike at any moment. But at the same time, he felt like he had the upper ground now. He felt perfectly capable of defending this place from just one guy and a little girl. And just to add to the stakes, they had Candace. Usually, Jack would have been happy to just leave it at that. They'd captured Candace, reunited her with Wayne. That was Wayne's primary goal, the thing that had driven him for so long. They could wait here until Logan returned and take him out of the picture as soon as he surfaced. But there was a problem, and that was Bella. Jack didn't know how exactly it had happened, what had gone down. All he knew was that Bella was with them 1 second, and then she was gone. Logan had his prisoner, and Jack had his. Wayne had pushed back at the idea of Candace being a prisoner. He'd resisted. Jack hadn't even given them a chance to talk to one another. Not yet. But as difficult as it was, she wasn't one of their people. Bella was. He couldn't forget that. "I know it's not easy," Jack said, as he stood in the lounge. "But we need to really think about what's important here." Wayne held his head in his hands. "What's important is that Candace is our prisoner. The girl I love is our prisoner, and you're talking about trading her?" "It might be the only way," Hazel said. Wayne turned to his mom, the disappointment clear to see in his eyes. "Mom? Bella's one of our people, like your dad said. Candace isn't." "She is." "As long as we have her, we have an opportunity, a chance for peace. We can meet Logan. We can make some kind of proposal, or if it doesn't work," Wayne said. "If he doesn't agree, make an exchange. That's what you're really suggesting here, isn't it?" "It's not my first choice," Hazel said. "But it's a choice," Wayne said. "That's what you're saying, isn't it? Just say it." "Yes," Jack said. Wayne turned to face him, the disappointment in his eyes obvious. "At least you're honest, even if I despise what you're suggesting." Jack took a few deep breaths. "This is war now, whether you like it or not. Whether you think you know Candace or not, she's our prisoner. That's how we have to look at it. Take the emotions out of the picture and we've got a very clear situation. Bella is Logan's prisoner. Candace is ours. Besides, you really want to just let Bella go? You really want to risk losing her?" Wayne looked away. Tears welled in his eyes. He looked lost, confused, torn between two awful situations. "Logan isn't ever going to give it up," Jack said, "and if I have to be honest, I'm not entirely convinced us having Candace prisoner will change anything. Not if he's the man we think he is. But we have to hope he isn't that man. We have to use this situation to our advantage. We have to make the most of the chaos, and if we can get a chance to strike, we take that chance." Wayne frowned, as too did Hazel. "What are you suggesting?" Hazel asked. Jack scanned the room. "I'm suggesting we make it look like we're going to do an exchange, but when the time is right, we strike. We get Bella back, we take out Logan." Wayne shook his head. "It's too risky." "There's no way this resolves without risk. Not anymore. Bella could die. Candace could die. That's war." Wayne's eyes went red. "When did you get so cold?" Hearing those words didn't sit right with Jack, because as far as he knew, Wayne had always thought him cold. He'd always thought him evil. So for him to only be asking this question now, after all those years, after everything that had happened. "I want this to work out," Jack said. "Believe me, I want nothing more. But I have to think about Bella, and then I have to think about Logan and how dangerous he is. I have to think about all these things. But I guess I can only start in one place." He turned to the farmhouse door. "You want to speak to her?" Wayne asked. Jack nodded. "Someone has to." "It should be me." "No." Wayne stood. "She's my—" "Which is exactly why it shouldn't be you," Jack shouted. Wayne went still. "There's too much history, too much emotion. This situation, it needs a cold touch. It needs someone who is less attached, someone who will get the facts." Wayne shook his head. He looked like he'd been stabbed. She's a good person. And I'll give her a chance to prove so. But we need to learn as much as we can about Logan. We need to know what we're dealing with, exactly what we're dealing with. Only then can we make a decision, a proper decision." Wayne stood there shaking. He looked like he was going to argue. But then he just sighed and turned away. Just remember I love her. Remember how much I care about her. Remember how much I fought for her. Please." Jack looked into his son's eyes, and he nodded. "I won't forget." He wanted to go over to Wayne and put a hand on his shoulder. He wanted to tell him things were going to be okay, that they were going to resolve this. But he couldn't make promises he wasn't sure he could keep. He turned away and walked toward the barns, towards where they were keeping Candace. He looked at the office area beside the barns. He stood by the door, unlocked it. Then he took a deep breath. He turned the key, pushed the door open. She was sitting against the wall, the smell of manure surrounding her, face covered in sweat. "Hello, Candace," Jack said, as he stood there in the dim light of the setting sun. "We need to talk." Chapter 23. Jack stepped into the little office area beside the barns and closed the heavy metal door behind him. He stood there in the darkness. The manure smelled so rancid and strong it stung his eyes. He could hear shuffling right in front of him. As much as it sounded just like the cattle before slaughter, he couldn't think that way, because the movement came from Candace. He walked towards her. Every step felt labored. It wasn't helped by the rifle he was holding. He felt bad for holding it. He'd grabbed it on his way out. He couldn't tell Wayne he was grabbing it because he wouldn't let him anywhere near Candace with a gun. But these were complicated times. Jack just couldn't shake that awful, looming feeling that he was the villain. He was the enemy. He was darkness itself. He stopped right in front of Candace. It was dark, but he could just about make out her silhouette. He crouched opposite her and struck a match. Her sweaty, dirty face glowed, as did her tearful eyes.
"So you must be the famous dad he's told me all about," she said. "Wish I could say it's a pleasure, but it really isn't."
Jack looked away. "I'm not here to discuss the past. I don't know what you've said to him. I don't know how you've poisoned him. But Wayne's a good guy. He'll see the truth eventually. He'll see through you, see you for what you are." Jack looked back at Candace. "And what am I?" Her eyes darted around his face. "You abandoned your son. You made him believe he was responsible for the death of his own sister. That's not what. You disappeared from his life when he needed you most. You turned him into a wreck who puts across an illusion of control and confidence, but a wreck who is broken deep down, who is weak. I was the only one who could get him to be himself, who allowed him to feel comfortable in his own flesh, and he even turned his back on me. That's how poisonous you are, how evil you are." Jack didn't know what to say. Was this the monster he'd become? Was this the monster he'd always been? "He's here now," Jack said, "and so are you. He cares about you a lot. That's a problem." Candace laughed. "And that's funny, isn't it? He won't let you hurt me because he loves me. But things are complicated now. My people, they need me too. I need to get back to them, as hard as it is. I need to get back to them with Wayne." "Your people? Logan the butcher? Seems like a nice guy."
"He's flawed, but he was just searching for a home."
"Sounds likely."
"We've been on the road for weeks. Logan has, well, he has trust issues, let's say. But we talked him into approaching your farm, convinced him that if we walked together, we could convince you to let us stay. Because we wanted to offer our services. We wanted to help. And then you shot Jean. You killed her, without even asking questions, without even giving us a chance to explain ourselves."
Jack looked away. "That wasn't supposed to happen."
"But it did. And Logan isn't going to give it up now. He wants this place, and he wants revenge."
She smiled at Jack.
"So I'd say it looks like you're screwed. Or at least, as long as I'm locked away in here, you're in trouble. If I can speak with him, maybe I can still stop him, before it's too late. He's not the guy you think he is, but he's not someone you want to make enemies with either."
Jack felt uneasy. He cleared his throat. "Logan," he said. "He has one of our people, Bella. I need to know what you'd advise."
"What I'd advise?"
"Is he going to hurt her?" Candace tilted her head to either side.
"He's not a monster. I think he'd be willing to talk. But then again, maybe that's exactly what he's waiting for. A trade, a moment, an opportunity to strike. I guess there's only one way of finding out, isn't there?"
Jack's heart raced. This wasn't going anywhere. He needed more from Candace, fast. He did something he hated himself for. Even though he had no intention of doing anything bad, he turned the rifle to her and pointed it at her. "What makes you think I won't do the same?" Candace didn't look fazed. She just smiled.
"You're wrong there," she said. "I think you'd do exactly the same. Because you and Logan, you're not so different. Not really. Not when you chip away at all that exterior, and that should scare you to death. Because it's how you'd react when your backs are right up against the wall that really defines you. Who are you, really? The man who puts aside his trust issues and decides to approach a farm? Or the man who shoots a girl in plain sight because he can't bear the thought that his perfect game of happy families might come crashing to an end?" Jack's head spun. A bitter taste filled his mouth. "That's not true." "You did this, Jack. Now all of us have to suffer." He looked into her eyes, and he wanted to tell her she was wrong, that he wasn't the monster she thought he was.
But what was a monster, really? Was it someone with evil, nefarious intentions? Or was it someone who wanted the same thing as everyone else? Happiness. Only they were willing to go through everything and everyone in order to secure it. And could people even survive without monstrous traits in this world? Where did that leave him? Where did that leave those he cared about? He remembered what Bella said. Everyone is someone else's villain. "What do you want?" Jack asked. Candace was quiet for a few moments. "What do I want? I'd say it doesn't look like I have much of a choice in my fate right now. I mean with Wayne, with Logan, with all of this. What do you want?" She looked up into Jack's eyes, and for the first time in this exchange, her steely resolve faded, just for a second. "I just want everything to be okay," she said. He pulled the rifle away, stood up, blew out the match. "I'll have some water delivered to you," Jack said. "Some food, too. Try to get some rest. We're going to talk again tomorrow." "You can't win every battle," Candace said. "Not now. With me tied up like a prisoner, you've already lost." Jack turned around and stared into the darkness. "We'll see." He opened the door and stopped. Wayne was standing there, staring past Jack. He tried to push past him. "I need to see her." Jack lifted a hand. "No." "I need to." "No." And then Jack realized something. The most awful thing of all. His rifle was raised. Wayne saw it. And judging by the way Candace puffed her lips, she saw it too. Wayne shook his head. He stumbled back. "This is what you are," he said. This is what you really are." Jack lowered the rifle. "No, Wayne." "Piss off," he said. Just piss off." He walked off across the farm, over towards the barns. Jack heard a sigh from over his shoulder. He looked around, saw Candace staring at him, illuminated by the dying light. "Still convinced you're the good guy?" she said. He looked away, closed the door, locked it shut. But he'd never get what just happened out of his head, even if he hadn't intended it. Holding that rifle, pointing it at his own son. The look of fear in his son's eyes. Everyone is someone else's villain. Chapter 24. Logan made sure Emma was well out of sight when he finally got round to speaking to the woman called Bella. It was late. He'd been trying to shake off Emma all day, as cautious as he was about letting her get too far out of his sight. They'd walked a long way through the woods and reached a small village just north. It was abandoned. Upon entering, Logan heard the dogs barking. Some of them chased one another through the streets. Pets were feral now. They'd broken the chains of their masters, and they were going about life in their own way. It'd be much better if they could avoid those animals. The street was chilling to look at. It was a ghost town. It looked like everything was waiting for people to just return. A milk bottle by the side of a door, a post van perched on a pavement, a bag of letters leaning by its side, a lawnmower partway through a garden, long grass growing all around it. It was like life itself had been put on pause. In a way, Logan figured it had. He looked over his shoulder, saw Emma standing there. He wanted to make sure she was close by. If there were any signs of people, he wanted her to signal him immediately. But he wanted to speak with Bella. He lifted the blindfold from her eyes and looked right at her. She squinted, looked around, tried to figure out where she was. Her breathing was shaky. He could tell she was afraid. He thought of what Emma said about going easy on her, but then her people had shot Jean dead, and now they had Candace. She was a prisoner. He had to detach himself from any sentimentality. He handed some cooked squirrel towards her. "Eat." She looked at it, turned her nose up. "I'm not messing around," Logan said. You're bound to be hungry. Eat." She took a few seconds to look at Logan, to figure out what his game was, and then she chewed at the squirrel. She was obviously hungry because she ravaged it. The juices ran down her chin. When she was done, Logan made sure she got a sip of water, a sip which turned into a few gulps, something he had to stop right away. And then the niceties were over. Just like that, it was time to get to business. Logan knew it, and surely Bella knew it too. "Your people," Logan said. "They have one of ours. I have good reason to believe she's in danger."
Bella shook her head. Jack won't hurt her. Wayne won't let him."
Logan nodded. He suspected as much, especially knowing Candace and Wayne's history. "Your friend killed one of ours."
Bella nodded. "He did, but it was an accident."
"He shot her. We were walking towards your farm, and he gunned her down in cold blood. I don't care whether you say it's an accident. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had time to think."
"He's just afraid," Bella said.
Logan was surprised how matter-of-fact this girl seemed. "Afraid?"
"He has everything he cares about there, even if they don't care for him like he cares for them. He's scared that now he has them back, he's going to lose them. He's going to lose it all."
Logan tilted his head. He looked around at Emma, checked she was okay. She looked back at him worriedly.
"I know what happened was awful," Bella said, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Really. But we can't go on like this. What happened to your friend was a horrible mistake. But Jack isn't a bad person. He can see the truth. There can be a peaceful end to this. It doesn't have to end in bloodshed. No more bloodshed, please."
Logan thought about Bella's words. He thought about her promise that Jack could change, her claims that there didn't have to be any more death or bloodshed. And he agreed with her. He didn't want any more death, any more bloodshed. Who would? Maybe they could strike a deal. Maybe they could work through this, figure it out. But then he couldn't shake that image of Jean lying there, blood trickling from her lips. "I agree with you," Logan said, not looking at Bella, more through her. "I don't want bloodshed. Nobody would." He saw her eyes light up. "But I want the man who killed Jean to pay for what he did."
"Logan," Bella said, "please."
"You're going home, don't worry. One way or another, you're going home. I just can't make any promises you'll be going back to Jack."
"Please,"
she said. He stood up, threw the blindfold back over her eyes, tightened the gag over her mouth. And then he dragged her through the street, back towards Emma, who stared at him disapprovingly. "Come on," he said. "We'd better get some rest. We've got a long few days ahead." Chapter 25. Emma stared at Logan as they sat in the darkness and wondered how the man she'd grown to trust had slipped down such a dark path so quickly. It was cool, made a refreshing change from the day. Most days were warm now, and the nights weren't much better. She usually went to bed hungry and woke up thirsty. Whenever she woke up, she usually forgot about the new world she was living in. For just a few nice moments before she came to her senses, she could convince herself she was just waking up on a camping holiday, waking up in a normal world, a world where she didn't have to be afraid. But it was strange. The things she was growing afraid of were different now. She thought of Mum and Dad a lot. Sometimes she cried about them, but less so the more time passed. It was like they were in an old life, another life she'd lived a long time ago. Maybe she'd see them again one day, but maybe she wouldn't. She had to be okay with both. She climbed out of her makeshift bed of leaves and moss and walked over to Logan. He was sitting upright, staring over through the trees towards the farm. Bella was near him, tied to a tree, blindfolded,
gagged. "Mind if I join you?" Emma asked. Logan glanced at her.
"Do I have a choice?"
She sat by his side, stared into the darkness with him. "What you looking at?"
"Not all that much," Logan said.
"Thinking about things?"
"Always."
"What kind of things?" He raised his eyebrows.
"You got me there."
He looked away. For a moment, Emma thought he wasn't going to say anything. Then he sighed.
"I don't want to cause any more pain than I have to," Logan said. That's not who I am. I've only once wanted to cause pain. I've only once wanted to truly carry it out, and that was on David Hasten."
Emma felt her skin crawl. She knew this was the man whose family Logan was accused of killing.
"I've tried to tell myself things didn't work out the way people said they did. I've tried living in denial for so long, but the truth is, there's more to the past than what you think."
Emma scratched her arms and shook her head. "You're not a monster. You've told me that. You've shown me that." Logan's eyes clouded.
"But what if I am?"
She didn't like how he said those words. She didn't like the way he looked at her when he said them. She felt like something was coming. Something she didn't want to hear. "You've done so much to look out for me. You told me you didn't kill David's family. It didn't happen like the news said it did, like the people think it did, like—"
"What if I lied?" Logan said.
Emma froze. She didn't know what to say just for a moment. Her words were caught in her throat. "What?" She saw something then, something she didn't think she'd seen before. Logan was crying. "Logan?" she said.
"What if I've not been entirely honest with you? What if I've not been entirely honest with myself? What if I've been fighting the truth for so long? What does that make me?"
Emma felt shivers on the back of her neck. "Logan, what are you talking about?" He looked her right in the eyes, lips quivering, and he said it.
"I killed them."
Those 3 words, so much weight, so much power, and so much confusion from Emma. "What?"
"I told you I went in there to get revenge against David Hasten for what he did to my family," Logan said, his voice shaky and cracking. "I told you I found him with his wife and her daughter, holding a gun. I told you I didn't do a thing to them. I didn't touch them. But what if I did?"
A chill engulfed her. She shook her head. "You didn't."
"I've tried to tell myself I didn't," Logan said. "I've tried to tell myself I wasn't capable of it, but—"
No, you told me."
"I told myself the same thing. So many times. Tried to convince myself I was good. Tried to convince myself that revenge couldn't turn me into that monster, that it wasn't stronger than me. But it was. It was. And something like that, it doesn't just go away. It doesn't ever go away."
Emma couldn't believe what she was hearing. She wanted this to be a nightmare. She wanted to believe that Logan had been wrongly convicted, that he was the good guy who'd been caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. She wanted to believe he wasn't capable of the things people said he was. But he was. He was.
"I've tried to fight it," Logan said. "I've tried to deny it. I've tried to reinvent myself, to be someone else, to be someone better. But I'm not sure I can be that person. I'm not sure I can. But there's something else, too. Something I can promise you. And that's that I'll keep you safe. I'll look out for you. Because you believed in me. You saw me for what I was trying so badly to be, and you accepted me. You gave me a second chance. I didn't deserve it, but you gave it anyway. He leaned over, put a hand on her arm. She didn't feel comforted anymore. She felt her skin crawl. She moved it away. Sickness built inside as he perched there and stared at her, tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry I can't be the hero you want me to be," Logan said. "But I can promise you one thing, the same thing I've always promised you." Emma's jaw twitched. She wanted to throw up. Because he was the monster people said he was. He was capable of the things people said he was. "I'm going to protect you," he said. "I'm going to win us that farm and put a roof over our head, no matter what it takes. And I'm going to get Candace back, no matter what it takes." He smiled at her. She forced a smile back. It was all she could do as she sat there, a tied-up and gagged Bella just meters away. Emma's whole world was crashing around her once again. Her whole sense of what she thought she knew tumbling down right before her eyes. "Now get some sleep," Logan said. She walked away, lay under her mossy blanket, tightened her eyes shut, but sleep wouldn't come. Not now she knew the truth, and not now she knew what she'd stood by all this time. Chapter 26. Emma woke a number of times in the night, but it was the 8th time she woke, the sky still dark, that she knew exactly what she had to do, the only way to break the deadlock, all of it on her shoulders. She thought about what Logan had told her, the truth about his revenge against David Hasten and his family, the way he had been responsible for those awful crimes after all. And as much as she hadn't wanted to believe him, as much as she wanted to deny what was quite clearly true now Logan had admitted it, she had to accept the truth, even if it made her wonder just how far Logan would go for those he cared about. He swore he would protect her no matter what. She'd given him a chance, made him feel like a normal person, so he wanted to look out for her for that. She thought back to the time she'd met him. She knew who he was right from the start, and she accepted him in spite of his crimes, before he lied to her, before he told her he was different to the person she'd believed he was. So she was back to square one. She'd let him be that new person, even though she thought he'd done those awful things. So who was to say he didn't deserve a second chance? Who was to say he couldn't be good? Maybe they could move forward eventually. She knew the truth. She knew that even if Logan was capable of horrible crimes, he was trying to be better. That had to count for something, right? He cared about those closest to him. Or was she just kidding herself? Was she just trying to convince herself when the reality of his cruelty was right in front of her? She just didn't know anymore. She looked at him as he lay there, breathing steadily, and she knew it was time for someone else to start making the important decisions right now. The decisions that might save lives. She stood up slowly, made her way back towards Bella. She tried not to think too much about what she was doing, tried not to think about what could happen or the problems it might cause. She thought only of the fact that right now it was the only way she could see any resolution, because Logan was dead set on this farm. But perhaps there was another way. Perhaps there was a chance to do things differently. She crept over to Bella's side, crouched right opposite her. She could hear her breathing heavily through her snotty nose as she sat upright against a tree. Her mouth was gagged, and she was blindfolded. She clearly wasn't sleeping, at least not well. Emma reached over and put a hand on her shoulder. Bella flinched. "Shh," Emma whispered. She looked over her shoulder. Logan was still asleep. She looked back at Bella. "It's me. It's Emma. I want you to be quiet. Don't say a word, okay? Nod. Nod if that's okay." Bella didn't react right away. Emma wondered if she had woken her from sleep after all, and she was just disoriented. But she kept that hand on her shoulder, and in time, Bella nodded.
Good, Emma said. I'm going to get these ties from your wrists. I'm going to get this blindfold and gag off, okay? Bella nodded again. Butterflies fluttered around Emma's tummy. She looked over her shoulder again, over at Logan. No movement. Nothing but the wind brushing against the trees. Okay, she said. Let's get you out of this. She took the blindfold off first, tighter than she expected. Then she grabbed the duct tape gag on her mouth. She tried to pull at it, but it was welded to her skin, and whenever Emma went to pull it, Bella let out a little cry. It's okay, Emma said. I'm going to get this over with, okay? You're going to be okay. She tried to pull it again, just a little. But again, it was too tightly stuck to her skin, like when Emma got superglue on her fingers and had to go to the doctor's. She knew she was going to have to try another way. She didn't want to tell Bella what her plan was. She had to surprise her. It's okay. I'm going to remove this. Just count down from 10 and I'll do it, okay? Bella shook her head. Just down from 10, okay? 10, 9, 8. She pulled the tape away in one swift movement. Bella let out a little cough of pain, and then she took a few breaths, blood trickling down her chin. It's okay, Emma said. Now just to get you untied from this tree. She crept to the back of the tree and looked at the ties. They were too tight for her to do a thing with. She knew she needed something sharp, something to cut through them. She reached for her knife, and her stomach sank. Her knife. It was over by where she'd slept. Over by Logan. She gulped. I need to go over there for a second. Just wait here, please. Where am I going to go? Bella asked, her voice raspy. Fair point. She took a few deep breaths, and then she made her way over towards her knife, over towards Logan. She walked slowly when she reached him. She didn't want to risk waking him. Not that she was afraid of him. She knew he'd understand what she was trying to do. She just wanted to do this without him, to get it done with before he had a chance to even question her. She reached his side, saw her knife right beside where he was sleeping. Her heart pounded. She climbed over him and crouched down and picked up the knife. She went to turn around, went to climb over him again. She heard a shuffling. She froze. Her stomach plummeted. She felt like the world was opening up underneath her. She looked over her shoulder, prepared herself for the inevitable, braced herself for the worst. Logan was still sleeping. He had turned over. She moved again, over to Bella, skin buzzing with fear and excitement. She reached Bella's side, cut the ties away from her, being careful not to catch her with the knife. And then when she was free, Bella stood, as too did Emma. So, what now? Bella asked. Emma looked back at Logan. He was still. She hoped he'd understand. She hoped he'd forgive her. And then she looked around at the woods ahead of her and Bella. We're going to end all this, she said. Chapter 27. Jack woke with a sudden jolt, and not for the first time that night. It was dark. He had no idea how long he'd been sleeping. He felt tired and groggy, like he hadn't got any rest at all. He knew why. Logan could be out there. He couldn't allow himself to rest for too long, not with that lurking threat. He turned around and looked outside. It was the first thing he did, always so instinctive. There was always a paranoia that he was going to wake up and find his home burning or under some kind of attack. Those worries hadn't eased these last few days, not with the new threat on the horizon. But there was no movement outside. There was nothing. He closed his eyes again, rubbed his fingers against them. His heart pounded, and his muscles twitched through lack of sleep. He wondered if he was the only one struggling like this, or if the others were all the same. He wanted nothing more than to stay up and talk with them. That was the worst thing about these sleep struggles,
just how lonely they made him feel as he lay there in the early hours. The only thing he could do was lie back and try his best to let his mind drift, let it carry him off into that world of darkness. Then he heard it. First he thought it was a trick of the mind, something and nothing. But that couldn't be the case, because he heard it again. It was a knock on the door. He stood up immediately, walked across the bedroom, grabbed his rifle. He was beginning to regret not doing guard shifts. He knew Villain would bark if anyone were approaching, but Villain didn't seem all that concerned as he stood beside him right now. He walked over to the window, tried to see what was outside, whether he could see anyone. There was nobody in sight. He turned away from the window and made his way to the hallway when he heard the knock again. Fear flooded his body. As much as he wanted to believe that it could be anyone, just a passerby, just someone seeking help, he feared exactly who it was deep down. There was only one thing for it. He walked out of his bedroom, across the hallway, towards the front door. He thought about waking the others up, but at the same time he could see the downsides of that, too. It would mean more conflict, more debate. That wasn't what they needed right now. What they needed were bold, hard choices. He was the one who could make those choices. He didn't need any objecting voices making decisions more difficult than they had to be. Better to just get this done, swiftly and cleanly. He looked at the lounge, saw Mrs. Fuzzles sitting on the back of the sofa, staring at him as creepily as ever. Damned cat. She knew how to make him feel uncomfortable, that was for sure. He moved slowly towards the front door. He had to be ready for anything. He had to brace himself for the worst. He had to... Another knock on the door. He stopped, right by the door, rifle raised. He looked through the peephole. When he saw who was standing there, he froze. It was Bella. She looked alone. Jack stepped away. On the one hand, he wanted to go right out there and save her, but on the other, there was something wrong about this. It felt like a trap. How could she be here? How had she escaped? It didn't add up. It didn't feel right. He had to be careful. But when he leaned back towards the door, he noticed something else. Someone else. Bella wasn't alone. She was with that young girl, Emma. "What are you doing here?" Jack asked. "Open the door," Emma said, her voice shaky. "Please." "I'm not opening the door." "We need to talk," Emma said. About Candace. About everything. Logan doesn't know I'm here. I don't want him to wake up and find out we're gone before I have a chance to explain this to him. But please, just open the door." Jack hesitated. On the one hand, he wanted to come to some kind of resolution, and if this were legit, resolution was possible. On the other hand, there was a dark, dissenting voice in his head telling him he had an opportunity. Another of Logan's people. The final one, as far as he knew. A chance to leave him all alone, nullify the threat completely, draw him towards them, then do what he had to do to finish him off. He shook his head. He had to give them a chance. He opened the door. Emma and Bella both stood there. Bella's lips were chapped and bloody, and her hair was greasy. She looked like she'd been through a rough time. "Bella." "She's telling the truth," Bella said. Jack paused. "What?" "About Logan. About her doing this of her own accord. She just wants to find a resolution to this, Jack. To try and find a way to end it all." "And what does she propose?" "An exchange," Emma said. Jack frowned. "An exchange?" "Bella for Candace," Emma said. "Then we go our own way. I think that's the only thing Logan will consider." Jack shook his head, brushed his hands through his hair. "I wish it was that simple." "It could be," Emma said. "Candace, she's important to my son. He isn't just going to let her go without a fight." Emma took a few seconds. Unlike most kids he'd ever known, she really took time to consider her words.
I don't know what happened with Jean. I don't know why you did it, and I can't promise Logan will just give up. I know what kind of a man he is. But if we can make a trade, if we can show some kind of progress, this can work.
Jack gritted his teeth. I still don't see how this changes anything.
You let Candace come back with me right now. I leave Bella with you. It ends right here.
Jack shook his head. If we give up Candace, we give up our power. Emma's face turned.
There's more to this than power.
There is, Jack said. But Logan, he's a threat. If I let Candace go, my own son will never forgive me either. He'll never give up on her. Logan will be the one with the power. I can't let that happen. She has to stay here. Emma's face dropped. She looked at the ground.
Then there's no other way.
She looked back up at Jack.
Logan won't stop. Not unless we sort this.
Jack went to reach for Bella's hand, but something happened then. Bella took a step back. Jack frowned. Bella? She stared at him, tears glistening in her moonlit eyes.
This exchange, Bella said. I want to come home. Really, I do. But it has to happen. It has to happen, Jack.
You can come home right now. She shook her head.
I can't. Not if we want to end this. Not if we want to put a stop to the conflict. If I come home right now, I fear what Logan will do to Emma, how he'll lash out.
Then Emma can join too. Emma shook her head. Jack frowned. Emma? He's a dangerous man.
He's made mistakes, she said, but he doesn't deserve to be betrayed, not like this. We need to do an exchange, and maybe then he'll think about letting Candace and Bella stay. Maybe if he knows Bella came back with me because she wanted to solve this too, maybe he'll see what he has to do. But not if we do it like this.
Jack stood there then. Villain whined by his side. Mrs. Fuzzles just stared outside at Emma and Bella. And as Jack stood there, watching Bella, he thought of Candace, and he thought of Wayne. Wayne was the problem here. Wayne was the one who was going to stand in the way of getting Candace back to Logan and ending this. But as much as he wanted to make some kind of move behind Wayne's back, as much as he wanted to resolve things right now, he couldn't do that to him. But he could at least do something. We'll do an exchange, Jack said. Emma's eyes lit up. But, Jack said, we set the terms. It happens in 2 days. Or tomorrow, technically, seeing as we're in the early hours right now. Midday, when the sun reaches its highest point. We meet in neutral territory, the fields just beyond my farm. All of our people are present, all cards on the table. You bring Bella. We bring Candace. No weapons. Emma's face soured. She shook her head.
But Logan...
Those are my terms, he said. If you want a chance of getting Candace back, I need to speak with Wayne about everything. I need time to make him see what we're doing here. If you want this to end, those are my terms. He stared at Emma, this brave little girl, and she stared back at him. His heart pounded. The night powered on. It felt like nobody was going to speak again. And then Emma nodded.
Okay,
she said. 2 days. Midday?
2 days. Midday.
Good, Jack said. He looked into Bella's eyes, and he opened his mouth to say something, to apologize. But in the end, he could only nod. Be there, Jack said, and we end this, together. He watched Emma nod back at him. Then she turned away with Bella by her side and walked into the night. And mind your way, Jack said. There's bad people out there. Emma looked back at him, smiled, and in the moment he supposed he saw the irony. To her, He was the bad people. He watched her disappear into the darkness, and he headed back to his bedroom. He lay back on his bed, eyes wide open. 2 days. Midday. He had to talk to Wayne. As much as this exchange offered promise, he knew exactly what he had to do. Emma was a good kid. Logan was the only one who needed to be taken out of the equation. So that was exactly what he was going to do. That was exactly how it had to end. Chapter 28. The second Logan woke, he knew something was wrong. He had a sense that he'd heard something amidst his dreams. He felt like he'd seen movement, and he'd tried to fight himself awake, tried to discover the source of that movement. But he'd only drifted further into the world of sleep, unable to shake himself from his nocturnal paralysis. But he was awake now. He was on his back, staring up at the stars, and the sense he was alone was still strong. He turned over, and the first thing that struck him was that Emma was nowhere to be seen. He jolted upright. Emma? He looked around, scanned his immediate surroundings for her, his worst fears coming true. She might have just gone to the toilet. She could have just gone for a walk in the night. He tried to convince himself that everything was okay, that all was under control. And then he looked over at where Bella was tied up, and he realized right away something else was happening here. Bella was gone. She had been cut free of her ties. She was nowhere to be seen. Logan's first response was anger, because he knew what this looked like. He knew what this was. Emma. She'd let this happen. Because the fact they were both gone told him all he needed to know. She'd helped Bella escape. She'd set her free. But then he looked at the other possibilities. What if Jack had been here? What if he'd taken Bella and Emma too? Or what if those other people out there had finally struck? The people who had started the fire in the woods. The people who the shout had come from when they'd been approaching the farm for the first time. No, there was something about this that felt different. He needed to find Emma and Bella, and he needed to bring them back here. He rushed off into the trees towards the farm, held his hunting rifle. That was another reason he knew this had to be Emma. If it were Jack who had done this, he'd have killed him, put him down on sight. The fact he was still alive and that he still had his weapon told him everything he needed to know. Every step he took, he pictured finding Emma out here, wounded, hurt. He thought about what he'd told her, the confession about his past he'd made to her, the truth he'd been hiding for so many years, even from himself. His guilt, the way revenge had taken control of him, and what he'd done in its service. Was this what had done it? Had he misjudged Emma? Had he told her too much? He shrugged aside those thoughts. He'd been honest with her, that was the main thing. And he'd started to be honest with himself. That had to be the beginning of something. It had to be the start of a new life. And it didn't change anything. The need to get Emma back, the need to find Bella, the need to make sure they were... He slammed into someone, knocked them to the ground. He fumbled for his rifle, pointed it ahead. It could be Jack. It could be... He saw her lying there, saw the person standing next to her, and lowered his rifle. Emma? Emma was on the ground, Bella by her side. What the hell are you doing out here? Emma stood up, brushed the mud off her clothes. I let Bella go. We went to Jack's farm. Logan could barely believe what he was hearing. What the hell did you do that for? And why are you here now? It's a long story, Emma said, but we spoke with them. You have no idea how dangerous those people are. You're stupid for going out there. You shouldn't have done it. I offered an exchange, Bella for Candace. You did what? I offered an exchange. Jack accepted. Well, sort of. Logan looked at Bella. He wanted to explode with anger at this whole situation, but he still had questions that needed answering. The fact that she's still here, that she's with you, I'm guessing... How did it go? Jack didn't want to give Candace up because of his son.
He needs to speak with him. They need to come to an agreement.
Then we're back to square one.
No, Emma said. Jack made a proposal.
The hairs on Logan's arms stood on end when he heard those words. A proposal?
He said he'd do an exchange, that he needed time to speak with Wayne to convince him it's the right thing, but it has to be the day after tomorrow, or, well, tomorrow, seeing as it's the early hours. Midday, on neutral grounds, he said, the fields between the farm and us, and we all have to be there, unarmed.
Logan swallowed a thick lump in his throat. Emma, this can't work. Think about it.
I spoke with him, she said. I told him what I want, what we want, and Bella, she could have walked back to him. But she came here with us. She came here because she wants this to work, and she wants it to work properly. So why can't we just try?
Because I don't trust him, Logan said.
And he doesn't trust you. Let's face it, nothing's going to change that. But we can still fix this. We can still make it right.
Logan looked away. He was lost for words. He killed Jean.
Jean was in the wrong place at the wrong time. We all were.
So you trust him?
I think he wants the end of this just as much as we do. We have to be careful, but it's time we accepted something.
Go on.
The farm, Emma said. It's not going to work out there. As good as it is, as nice as it is, it's Jack's, and we aren't going to get it. We need to move on.
Logan tasted bitterness when he heard those words. He didn't want to accept them, didn't want to believe them, but he could feel their truth. We can't just give up.
We have to, Emma said. We can still end this without anyone else getting hurt. We have a chance. It's good, but there'll be other places like this, places where the people are more welcoming. So maybe we try those. Maybe we move on.
And what about Candace? Logan asked.
What about her?
What does she want? What if she turns around and says she wants to stay with her boyfriend? What about then?
Emma tilted her head to one side and took a deep breath. Then she does, she said. She's not our prisoner. She can make her own choices, right? But we'll be okay. One way or another, we'll be okay. Like we always have, right?
Logan thought about all of this. The fact Emma was still by his side in spite of all she knew about him. Her desperation to be good, to do the right thing, no matter the cost. Her desperation for him to be good. He saw her wanting to believe in him, and it made him feel sad. Because he'd wanted to believe in himself too. He'd wanted to believe in himself for so long. He'd been lying to himself for so many years that facing the truth of what he'd done and what that made him wasn't an easy thing to do. Logan looked into Emma's eyes. He wanted to tell her this was an awful idea, that it was a recipe for disaster. But in the end, he saw her hope. He saw how much it meant to her, and he nodded his head. Okay, he said. Emma smiled. You'll do it? I'll agree to the exchange, he said, looking right into Bella's eyes. But I want Candace back. We don't lose her too. I get that. Jack sounded like he was going to try to get his son to see that too. But don't you think maybe things would be better if we just let Candace do what she wanted? If we listened to her? Logan felt his leverage slipping away. He was willing to talk, willing to compromise, willing to try to be better all over again. But there was a point where he had to be strong. And Candace, in a strange way, he felt like she was good for Emma. She was good for both of them. It's part of the deal. It's the only solution. She's one of us. She stays one of us. If the boy wants to come chasing after her, that's his decision. We can deal with him however we see fit, okay? He saw Emma's face had turned now, saw she looked conflicted, like this wasn't exactly what she wanted. But in the end, she nodded, accepting it was the best she was going to get. Okay. Okay, Logan said. He looked right at Bella. 2 days, midday, that's when it happens. Now get some rest. We've got a long day of waiting ahead. He looked around and headed back into the woods, back towards their camp. He'd agree to this exchange. But one thing was for sure. This wasn't over. As much as he told himself he could be better, that they could move on, he knew this conflict was only just beginning. Chapter 29. There was only so long Jack could keep the exchange quiet. The following morning was sunny and warm. There was a sickening humidity to the air, the sun bright and blazing. He sat at the breakfast table, the rest of his people present. He'd called a meeting first thing, before they ate or did anything else. He'd toyed with keeping things quiet as long as he could, but he knew honesty was the best policy. He'd seen the trouble trying to stifle the truth could cause. He looked at the animals, who were naturally by their feet, then at Hazel and at Wayne. He knew Wayne was going to be the difficult one, the problematic one. He really didn't know how things were going to go. But the sooner he got everything onto the table, the sooner they could figure out a resolution. "I had a visit last night," Jack said, "from Emma." A moment's hesitation from Wayne and Hazel. Then realization. "And Bella," he said. Wayne stood. "Bella was here?" Wayne, "If she was here, then there's a chance we—" "Wayne, sit down, please." Wayne looked at his dad, then at his mum, reluctantly. And then he sat with a sigh. Jack cleared his throat, leaned across the table. Emma proposed something, a way of ending the deadlock, a way of ending the conflict. Both of them listened, transfixed. An exchange. Immediately, Wayne shook his head. "We can't let Candace go back to Logan. It's not happening." "I thought you'd say that, but there's more you should know. Emma proposed exchanging Bella and Candace right there and then. I thought about it, but then I realized I needed to talk to you, to both of you, to run this by you." "Very thoughtful of you," Wayne said, somewhat sarcastically. "We came to a new agreement. All of us meet in neutral territory. Tomorrow, midday. That's when the exchange happens." Wayne tightened his grip on the table. "Wait, what? This is bullshit. You didn't exchange her last night because you wanted to tell me you were going to exchange her tomorrow anyway and let me have no say in the matter? You're seriously going ahead with this exchange plan?" "It's not ideal," Jack said, "but it's our only way of—" "But it's not, though, is it? Because you know I can't just let Candace go. You know I can't just let her walk away with him. And he'll know that, too. Don't you see it?" "I think it's about time we started actually thinking about what Candace might want rather than what her ex-boyfriend wants." It was a cheap shot, Jack knew. It wasn't going to win him much in the way of favor from his son. But screw it. He was way beyond that point anyway. Wayne shook his head. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You split up," Jack said, ignoring the shaking of Hazel's head. "She finished things with you. She chose her own path. And for whatever reason, she chose Logan's path. She wants the best for you. She wants the best for everyone. But, well, that might not mean her staying here. She might be one of the only people who can keep him in check. Her and that kid, Emma. It's time we thought about her, isn't it, rather than what we want?" Wayne shook his head, but Jack could tell from the look on his face that he felt he was fighting a losing battle. The way Hazel was looking, too, like she knew this was the only way, like she knew this was right. But there's other possibilities. Emma, she thinks if we at least look willing to make this exchange, he might let Candace stay with us anyway. "Sure," Wayne said. "She would say that, wouldn't she? She's a kid. She sees the world through rose-tinted spectacles. Face it, it's not happening." Jack nodded. He suspected as much. "And there's something else." "Something else?" "Maybe we don't have to make this exchange anyway," Jack said. Wayne looked at him then. Hazel narrowed her eyes too. "What?" Maybe we only have to make it look like we're making an exchange. Maybe we can make it seem like we're handing Candace over, like we're ending all of this, ending the conflict. And maybe when the dust settles, we go after Logan and get Candace back. And this girl, Emma, she's a good kid. Maybe we can bring her on board, too."
"So you're talking about double-crossing him,"
Hazel said. "Do you have a problem with that?"
"It's a dangerous game. And what makes you so sure he isn't planning the same?"
"That's exactly why we need to act, why we need to stay one step ahead. Logan is who he is, and he isn't going to just give up. But if we don't go ahead with this exchange, we risk upsetting things even more. Bella might end up dead. That's not a risk I'm willing to take, so we try something else. The only thing we can do. The peaceful resolution, for now." Wayne just sat there, shaking his head. "I can't just let her go." Jack went to say something when he saw Hazel reach a hand and place it on her son's. She looked him right in the eye.
"I'm sorry, lad," she said. "I'm sorry it has to be this way, but your dad is right."
"No."
"We have to let Candace go," she said. "I don't agree with the second part of the plan. I don't agree with hunting Logan down after the exchange, but we have to let her go. We have to let her choose her own path. It might be the only way. Every way is a risk. There's no easy option here."
Wayne sat there, so angry, so red and frustrated, his whole world breaking apart around him. And then he looked at Jack with such fury in his eyes. "Every time you come into my life, you destroy it," he said. "You break things. That's what you do. This is your fault. It's on you, all of it." He stood up and he walked out of the room. Jack sat there, opposite Hazel. He felt empty, cold. She looked back at him, such a distance between them.
"I wish I could say he doesn't mean it," she said. "I'm sorry, Jack."
She stood up, walked off in Wayne's direction. But on the way, she put a hand on Jack's shoulder.
"This is the right thing to do. The exchange. It's the right thing to do. I know it's not an easy decision to make, but it's all about compromise. You need to know something, though. He'll never forgive you for this. Just know that. He'll never forgive you. The sooner you come to terms with that, the better."
She squeezed his shoulder. Then she walked off in pursuit of Wayne. Jack sat alone at the table, only Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles for company. He thought about all the things they'd said, and there was only one thing he was more certain than ever about. He was going to make this exchange. But then he was going to destroy Logan. He was going to get Candace back. He wasn't losing his son forever. He stood up and looked over at the rifle at the other side of the room, then outside at the sun, climbing towards its highest point. 24 hours to go. Chapter 30. That night, Wayne didn't sleep a wink because there was something he had to be awake for. He waited until he was absolutely sure everyone was asleep before acting. Unfortunately, Jack was awake for a long time, which meant it was well into the early hours now. Not ideal, but still time. He'd thought his plan through for a long time, the majority of a long and torturous day. He'd kept his head down and weighed up the pros and cons. And in the end, he'd decided there was only one option. Only one way of settling this, as risky as it was. He stood up, walked across his bedroom, out onto the hallway. He stopped when he reached Bella's room. He wished she was still in there, wished he could tell her what he was doing, and why he was doing it. He wished he could apologize in advance for everything he was going to do, but he hoped, deep down, she'd understand. He walked further down the hallway and past his mum's bedroom. His heart skipped a beat when he thought of his mum sleeping in there. He'd been separated from her, and then they'd ended up together again. She always cared about him, always had his best interests at heart. She'd brought him up. She'd always wanted the best for him, always tried to do right by him. She didn't deserve any more heartbreak, didn't deserve any more loss. Raising him had been difficult enough. Pete had helped. Wayne didn't mind Pete, They didn't have a particularly close bond, but he'd been there for his mum, and that was what mattered more than anything. But now he was gone too. The other side of the country. No chance of finding him. Another person she loved, gone. He wished things didn't have to be this way. He wanted to go in there and say sorry to her, say goodbye to her, but it was too much of a risk. And then he walked past Jack's room, and he felt the hairs on his arms stand on end. The hardest thing of all, he couldn't hate him. No matter how hard he tried to detest him, as he knew he should, he just couldn't. He'd torn his life apart when he was a kid, the way Wayne loved him so much when he was younger. He'd idolized him. He was everything to him. They went camping together, just the two of them, went on long walks to places Wayne didn't even believe existed, hidden in the woods. And then the accident happened, and everything changed. Jack had distanced himself from Wayne. He distanced himself from everyone. The arguments between him and Mum started, the long nights listening to them scream at one another. And then he'd walked into Wayne's room one night, when he'd already been sleeping in a hotel for much of the week, put his hand on his shoulder, held him close, and made him promise that he'd always look after his family, that he'd always look after the ones he loved, that he'd do everything for them. Wayne was too involved in his video game at the time to properly understand, but he'd agreed. He'd nodded. He'd looked around and seen his dad standing at his bedroom door, glassiness to his eyes. "I love you, son," he'd said. And then he'd walked out and never seen him again. He'd come back into his life feigning the savior role, but things were different now. Too much had transpired. Too much had changed. He wanted to put things right with him, but he knew there was only one thing he could do. It was selfish, but it was time to start thinking about himself. He walked away from the door to his dad's room, fists tightened, and he went to leave the house. Mrs. Fuzzles was standing right by the door. He crouched down opposite her. He expected her to growl or hiss at him, but in the end, she did neither. She moved towards him, nudged her head against his arm, and purred. He stroked her, petted her. He wanted to take her with him. She was a part of his journey to find Candace, after all. He wanted to show her just how much he cared about her, just how much she mattered. But then he found himself lifting Mrs. Fuzzles up. "Come on, pet." He took her through to Bella's room, rested her on her bed. "This is your home now," he whispered. "This is where you belong, okay? You're going to wait here for Bella. She'll be here, I promise, and she'll look after you, okay? She'll look after you." Mrs. Fuzzles looked back at him confused, like she didn't understand, which, of course, she didn't. But Wayne just hoped she didn't feel like he was abandoning her, and he hoped he could keep his promise about Bella coming back here. He hoped, one way or another, things would work out for her. But now he could only do his part. He walked away from Bella's bed and heard a thud by his feet. He looked down. Mrs. Fuzzles was by his side once more. He reached down and she nudged him with her head again. This was more painful than he'd expected. He'd never felt a particular bond to any pet before, but this was different, and he knew it. He picked her up, cuddled her, held her close, listened to her purr like she was actually enjoying it. "It's been good knowing you, Mrs. Fuzzles," he said, bringing himself to say her actual name, something that usually discomforted him. You're a good cat." She put her nails to his face, pawed him, just slightly. And then before he had a chance to cry any more, she turned around and walked toward Bella's bedroom door. He walked across the farmhouse, grabbed the key for the little office by the barns from the side, opened the door, looked back at the home he was leaving behind. And then he looked at Jack's bedroom door again. He felt guilt. He knew his dad left for legitimate reasons, but he just wasn't the right person to be making the decisions anymore. He was putting people in danger, and it wasn't going to get better anytime soon. He opened the door before he could change his mind, and then he walked. He walked across the farmyard, walked towards the barns, as the cool night breeze brushed against him. He walked over to the little office area right beside the barns, and he stopped. He stared at the door, lifted the key. He asked himself if this was what he really wanted to do, whether it was the right thing. And as much as he told himself it could be risky, that it could put people in danger, the alternative seemed far worse. It was time to follow his gut. It was time to do what he felt was right. He opened the door to the little office area, pushed it open. Candace sat there, wide awake. Wayne felt a cascade of emotions: sadness, elation, urgency, cautiousness. But above everything, ahead of everything else, he felt something undeniable, and that something was love. "Candace," he said. He walked over to Candace, perched opposite her, the smell strong in this room. And as he cut her free of her ties, he could only keep apologizing. "I'm sorry he did this. I'm sorry he did this." When she was free, she looked at him a few seconds, silent, not saying a word, just searching his eyes. And then she finally spoke. "I told you not to follow me." Then she collapsed into his arms. He held her tight. He wanted this moment to last forever. But at the same time, he knew the urgency. He leaned back, put his hands on Candace's shoulders. What are you doing?" He took her hands in his, leaned in close. "We're getting out of here," he said. We're going to find our own way. We're going to start again." Chapter 31. Jack knew what day it was the second he woke. The sun shone in brightly through his partly open curtains. There were no sounds from the rest of the farmhouse, no movement. He figured everyone else was probably lying there, like he was, just waiting. The most important day of the last few weeks, maybe of their lives, was about to unfold. There were just hours to go before the exchange. He closed his eyes, wishing he could drift off a little longer. He'd only got a couple of hours. He'd gone to bed late, stayed up drinking one of Farmer Stan's old whiskeys, and wishing he could doze off on the sofa before finally going to bed. But there was no use in lying around and mulling over the day's events. He climbed out of bed, walked across his bedroom, and out into the hallway. He was surprised he hadn't heard any protestations from Wayne yet. He knew Wayne wasn't happy about the exchange proposal. He'd kept a low profile yesterday, not really saying much, just going about the day in his own way. Perhaps Jack's promise that eventually they'd get Candace back was enough to put him at ease for now, even if Jack was beginning to doubt that as a viable option at all. He heard what Hazel said, the advice she'd given him about Candace. She'd told him they had to let her go, that they had to do whatever they could to stop conflict from unfolding. And this could be the resolution, the line in the sand. And Emma's hopes, too. Maybe Logan would see sense. Maybe he'd let Candace join them after all. He shook his head. There was no point imagining how things might unfold. He figured he'd only find out as the day went on. He went to walk down the hallway when he noticed something. Villain was scratching at Bella's door. "Villain," Jack said, walking towards him. "Don't be daft. There's nobody in there. That's when he noticed something. There was a sound behind the door, a small scratching sound, but a sound nonetheless. Hesitantly, Jack opened that door. Mrs. Fuzzles came running out. Villain raced off after her across the farmhouse. Jack frowned. That was odd. Mrs. Fuzzles must have got herself trapped in there somehow. Seemed strange, though. It wasn't something that had happened before. He walked further down the hallway, past Wayne's room, and saw Hazel's door was ajar. Hazel was sitting in the living room, sipping some water. "Hey," Jack said. Hazel glanced around at him. "Oh, hi." "You okay?" "Yeah," Hazel said, still a little shaky. Mornings were always awkward between them. Too many memories of the past life they used to lead together. Now they were as distant and detached as possible. "You?" Jack sat down across the table from her. "I will be, once today's done with, once we get some kind of resolution." Hazel nodded, staring into space. He could tell she wasn't convinced that today was going to have a happy resolution. He wasn't convinced himself. But they could only try. It was the best option they had. "No sign of Wayne?" Jack asked. Hazel shook her head. "Not a wink." Jack nodded and sipped some water himself. "Only so long he can lie in bed." "Go easy on him. Today's going to be difficult." "I know," Jack said. "It's just, promises are promises. We said we'd have everyone there to witness it. No secrets. All cards on the table." "So you've changed your tune about getting Candace back eventually? About crushing Logan?" Jack looked past Hazel, out of the window. "I'm not sure yet. Let's just get today done first, though, Hazel shrugged. The longer they sat there, the closer Jack knew they were getting to the moment he'd have to brief Candace, fill her in on exactly what was happening. And as time ticked on, he knew there was no time like the present. He stood, grabbed his rifle, then walked out of the farmhouse, out towards the barns. He didn't think much about the fact his keys weren't on the side, where he'd left them. He looked across the fields at the vast expanse around them. He felt exposed, like he was being watched. He didn't usually feel this way, even though he knew there were always people passing by, and other farmers keeping themselves to themselves aside from the occasional trade, something Jack didn't mind. So he picked up his pace, walked a little quicker. He didn't notice the little office door was open until he was a few feet from it, keys dangling from its handle. He stopped dead, stood still, rifle in hand. "Shit," he said. He threw himself towards that door, opened it. That's when he saw it for himself. There was no sign of Candace. She was gone. Jack froze. He didn't know what to think. Multiple scenarios spiraled around his mind. Endless options battled within for supremacy. But in the end, he could only keep settling on one undeniable truth. He rushed away from the storeroom, back to the farmhouse. "Wayne!" He ran across the farm grounds, pushed the farmhouse doors open. Hazel looked at him with curiosity. "Jack?" "Wayne," he said, heart racing, body covered in sweat. "Where's Wayne?" "He's in his room," Hazel said. "Is something wrong?" Jack reached Wayne's room, and he prayed his fears weren't confirmed. He prayed he wouldn't find what he feared he'd find. He opened the door to Wayne's bedroom, and his stomach sank. Wayne was gone. Wayne was nowhere to be seen. Jack knew exactly what had happened right away. Hazel emerged by Jack's side. "What?" "He's gone," Jack said. "He's gone and he's taken her. He's frigging taken her." He looked at Hazel and saw her eyes widening as she got to grips with what was happening. "My boy," she said. "My Wayne." Jack felt betrayed, because he knew this had to be an escape. It was the reason Wayne hadn't mentioned much of it yesterday, why he seemed to be so okay with it. And there was only one choice now. He pushed past Hazel, rifle in hand. "Jack?" "I need to find them. But if I don't find them, there's no exchange. If I don't find them, there's no knowing what'll happen. To us and to Bella, okay?" Hazel stood there, Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles by her side, staring on. "I need to find them. I need to find them, and I need to bring them back here, no matter what it takes." He pushed open the door to the farmhouse before Hazel could say another word, and then he walked across the fields, off in pursuit of Wayne and Candace. The sun crept towards its highest point. Time was running out. Chapter 32. "So what's the plan? We just walk off into the sunset and pretend none of this happened?" Wayne heard Candace's voice, and no matter what she said, he couldn't help feeling grateful. Grateful that he was alone with her again. Grateful that they'd found one another, despite all the odds being against them. Grateful that they were away from everyone else and making their own way. It was a nice day. Still. There was a slight cool breeze to the air. Wayne had walked off into the woods with Candace just before sunrise. They'd been walking for some time now. His plan was simple. They were going to make their way as far from this farm as possible, find somewhere else like it. Whether they were on their own or with other people didn't really matter. Wayne was sure he'd learned enough from his time with Jack to run a place like the farm if he had to. The most important thing was that he and Candace were together, and they were out of the grips of conflict. "We find somewhere else," Wayne said. "Somewhere we don't have to be held down by the past."
"And your mum, your dad, they're really okay with this?"
Wayne thought about Mum and Jack, and his skin crawled with guilt. "Not exactly," Wayne said, "but they're okay there. I don't like Jack, but he knows what he's doing. He'll look after my mum. She's clever. She'll keep him in line."
"And Bella?"
Wayne turned to Candace. "What about Bella?" Candace looked exhausted. There were big black bags under her eyes, and her hair actually looked a little thinner than he remembered.
"Last I heard, she was still with Logan. You really going to just walk away from her? Let her go? Risk losing her?"
Wayne felt an instant hit of guilt about how he'd handled the Bella situation. She was a nice girl, a good person. He liked her. But there wasn't much he could do for her, not now. "You think Logan will be okay with her?" Candace tilted her head.
"I've spent some time with Logan. If I've learned one thing about him, it's that he's not the monster people say he is. He's made mistakes, sure. He has a temper, sure. But if you're asking if I think he'll harm Bella, no. No, I don't think he will, especially not with Emma by his side. But—"
Wayne didn't like the sound of that but. "But what?"
"I can't endorse this, Wayne. It's a recipe for disaster. That exchange proposal you told me about. You should just let it happen. It might be the only way to resolve all this. If it doesn't, what happens when your mum and dad get to the exchange point with nothing to exchange? How does Logan act then?"
"You tell me," Wayne said.
"I wouldn't like to say. I just feel like this is risky, Wayne. Really risky. Maybe we should—"
Wayne shook his head right away. "I'm not letting you go."
"And have you ever stopped to think what I might want for a second?"
Wayne tasted bitterness in his mouth. "You're going to tell me you want to be with Logan's group?" She looked at him with uncertainty in her eyes.
"It's not as simple as that," she said. I'm glad to see you again. I'm glad you're safe. I'm happy you're okay. But Logan and Emma, I've traveled with them. Jean, too. The girl your dad shot. I traveled with her. We're a group. We work together. And Logan, there's a lot you don't know about him. Sometimes he just needs a moral compass, someone to point him in the right direction. I hope to God Emma's strong enough to do that on her own."
Emma, the little girl Logan was with. "She his kid or something?"
"Not exactly," Candace said. "More his moral compass, like I say. She gave him a purpose, a reason to live, a reason to try and be better. She's good for him. She'll keep him in check. But God forbid he ever loses her." "I know a lot has happened in the last month," Candace said. But we can't just pretend like nothing happened between us. We need to talk, Wayne."
Wayne felt a knot in his stomach. He'd been hoping to avoid this conversation, hoping to just pick up where they left off before all the fallout between them.
"Candace, you did what you did. I get you have your own shit going on, but we don't just go back to normal. We don't just pick up where we left off. These things take time to heal, especially with everything else that's happened."
It wasn't what Wayne wanted to hear, but he had to take it. It wasn't as savage as maybe he'd expected. "I can't change what happened," Wayne said, "but I just want you to know I never stopped searching for you."
"Wayne,
I got a train, got caught up in an accident. I found—" He rustled around his pocket, pulled out Candace's locket he'd found in the train and the ring he'd found in the woods. "See? I found these. I knew I couldn't stop. I knew I couldn't give up." She looked at the items Wayne handed her, eyes wide and tearful.
"The ring. It's not mine, but the locket. She looked back up at him, smiled. Thank you for finding this, Wayne, truly, but that doesn't mean...
I'm not begging you to forgive me. I'm not even going to try winning you back or whatever, because in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter. What matters is I love you. Nothing will change that, and I'm here for you, and I'll look out for you, because I care so much about you, whether you like it or not, okay?
Candace looked like there were so many things she wanted to say, but in the end, she just half smiled at Wayne and nodded. Thank you, she said. It wasn't quite the I love you Wayne expected or hoped for. It wasn't the fireworks he'd pictured in his mind time and time again. But it was something. It was something.
Now come on, Wayne said. We've got a new home to find.
She shook her head. It doesn't change a thing, she said. This is still the wrong thing to do. We need to go back. You need to be willing to let me go. Wayne felt a void opening within.
I can't do that.
You have to be, or this could cause...
Maybe I'll join you.
Candace frowned. What?
You say Logan and Emma are your people. Then maybe I can join you. There's nothing for me at the farm. I can't live under Jack's rule. Maybe I can join you.
Candace shook her head, a slight smile to her face. You're wrong when you say there's nothing for you at the farm. What about your mum? Wayne took a deep breath. It would be painful, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make for the good of everyone.
I can't forgive Jack, but they'll be okay. They'll find a way. I have to believe that. Besides, Mrs. Fuzzles, best frigging guard cat I've ever met.
Candace's eyes widened. Wait, what?
Yeah, Mrs. Bloody Fuzzles. I went to your aunt's to find you, and
He trailed off then, realizing Candace didn't even know about Aunt Jean. So many things he had to fill her in on, so much they had to catch up on.
Candace, he said, I'm sorry, but your aunt, she didn't make it.
Candace lowered her head. She wiped her eyes, sniffed. Then she looked up at Wayne. Thank you for checking on her anyway, and thank you for looking after her cat. I know I wouldn't have. Wayne smiled. He put a hand on her shoulder, saw the way she looked into his eyes. The connection between them building, strengthening, all over again. A moment Wayne wanted to last, a moment he didn't want to end. And then he heard footsteps behind Candace, and he saw someone appear. His first thought was Logan, but this wasn't Logan. There were more of them. 5 of them total, all stepping out from the trees, all looking at them, surrounding them, some of them holding sharpened spears, and a couple of them holding guns.
Well, well,
a bald, pale man holding a spear said,
What do we have here?
Chapter 33. Jack headed off into the trees and knew full well finding Wayne was an impossible task. The heat from the sun was stifling. The air was dry, his eyes stinging. He tried to scan every inch of ground he walked over, tried to find a trace that Wayne had been here, that Candace had been here. But there was nothing. He was just going on blind hope right now. He walked further into the mass of trees. Villain was by his side. He didn't remember calling him to come with him. He'd just joined him, tagged along. He was sniffing at the ground. Maybe he'd find a trace of Wayne, some kind of trail. But Jack wasn't exactly holding out much hope. He descended further into the woods and lamented Wayne's choice to escape with Candace. He should have seen the signs. The way Wayne had backed down and gone quiet without protestation seemed like something he'd never do. Now he thought of it, he swore he heard something in the night. Movement. He should have got up, should have investigated it. Instead, he'd just left it. And now here they were. The further he headed into the woods, the more uncertain he grew about everything.
But above anything was the concern that this was going to ruin everything. It was going to jeopardize the entire exchange mission. How had Wayne not seen that? Or had he, and decided there had to be a better way after all? That was the scariest thing to consider. Just where had Wayne gone, and whose side was he on now? He went further into the woods when he heard movement behind him. He spun around. Villain growled. He lifted his rifle, pointed it at the trees. "Come out," he said. "Whoever you are, come out. I've got my eye on you." "Give it up, Jack." He frowned, lowered his rifle. And then he saw the person step around the trees. It was Hazel. She was panting, like she'd been running. She was holding Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms, and carrying a rifle from the farm over her shoulder. "You don't half-shift when you want to, do you?" "Hazel," Jack said, "you shouldn't be here. You should be back at the farm, waiting for..." "Waiting for what? To defend it? Me and Mrs. Fuzzles? Fat chance of that. I'm better out here, better searching for Wayne and Candace with you. Besides, I won't sit back while Wayne's out here, not while I can actually help." Jack didn't feel good about this, but he supposed Hazel had a point. She couldn't defend the farm on her own anyway. She might as well be out here searching for Wayne and Candace with him. Besides, there was still time before midday. But they had to work fast. They searched further through the woods. Still no trace of Wayne, no trace of Candace. Villain sniffed at the ground, then lost interest. Mrs. Fuzzles trailed alongside Hazel, occasionally distracted by odd-shaped leaves and fighting with jagged twigs. The urgency grew. Time felt like it was running out. And as much as Hazel wasn't saying anything, Jack felt like there was something on her mind, something other than the obvious. "You okay?" I can't help feeling like this could have been prevented." He knew what Hazel was saying right away. "So it's my fault." "I'm not saying it's your fault, but perhaps we could have done things differently. Perhaps things would have played out better if only..." "I'd learned to trust other people, if I hadn't shot someone, if I hadn't started this whole mess. Yeah, I get it. I see what I've done wrong. What I've always done wrong. I see how I've pushed people away, how I've closed myself off and forced conflict in situations where there should have been none. And I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry." Hazel scanned Jack's eyes. She looked like she was searching for something in them. And then she just shook her head. "You've apologized enough. Now it's time to be different. Now it's time to act, and there's only one more chance." Jack heard Hazel's words loud and clear, and he felt the urgency of the situation building even more. He knew what he had to do. He turned away from Hazel and went to keep walking. That's when he saw it. A trail. He crouched beside the trail. Footprints in the grass, no mistaking it. Villain sniffing at them. See a sign of them? Jack grew uneasy as he scanned these footprints, because there was something else about them. He reached the footprint a few ahead, well ahead of Hazel now, and he froze. There was blood. He swallowed a lump in his throat. The birds had gone silent all around him. The wind had grown still. "Jack?" Hazel called. She was too far behind him. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles were with her, out of sight. "We need to keep a low profile. Keep our heads down. We need to..." And then he stopped again. He saw the movement up ahead. The figures appearing between the trees. And then, as these people appeared, all Jack could think of was that fire a few days ago before the crisis started. The people who had stolen from him. The man who he'd killed. All he could think about was reality catching up with him as these figures surrounded him. "Stay back, Hazel," he muttered, clinging to his rifle. "Stay back." A bald man with a spear stepped forward, smiled. "Been looking forward to meeting you, matey." Jack went to lift his rifle and gun this man down in his tracks, but before he could, he felt a hard smack against his head. His body went weak. Everything went blurry. Chapter 34. The sun was creeping towards its highest point, and there was no sign of Jack or any of his people. Logan stood at the top of the hill. The breeze was light, the air was dry. He couldn't get over the silence of this place. Nothing but the singing of the birds, the leaves from the trees tapping against one another, the occasional call from a cow in those barns. But there was no movement. Everything was silent. And Logan didn't know how to feel about that. He looked at Emma, who stood by his side. She looked on cautiously, too. He knew how he wanted to approach this. He knew how he wanted to go about it. He turned around to Bella, saw her standing there. There were no ties around her wrists anymore. "We've got to be patient," Emma said. He might show. There's still time." Logan sighed when Emma spoke. "Emma, the agreement was midday. You said it yourself, didn't you?" "It's not midday yet, and he seemed serious. He seemed like he wanted this to work." "And what if he changed his mind?" Emma looked away. It was like she didn't want to consider he might be right, like she was in denial about everything. "I'm just saying," Logan said. "Enough time has passed for Jack to figure out a new plan, for him to change his mind. We have to be careful. We have to stay on guard. We can't go taking any chances, not now." Emma looked like she wanted to say something in response. Instead, she just nodded. Logan turned back to the farm, stared at it, waited. He wanted to give Jack the benefit of the doubt. He really, truly wanted to believe this exchange was going to go exactly as Emma had described. Partly because he felt confident he could lull Jack into a false sense of security and move towards taking the farm eventually, sure. But they were just dark thoughts. They were just possibilities. There were a lot of decisions to be made. The decision whether to go ahead with this or to keep on pursuing the farm. He felt torn between what he felt was right morally and what was right for him and Emma. But it didn't matter anyway, all of these options. None of them were valid if Jack didn't show. He thought about Candace, the option Emma had spoken of, giving her up too. Would it be so bad? Just him and Emma then? Candace back with Wayne, Bella back there too. But no, it would be giving too much ground. Perhaps if he could just pretend he was standing firm, maybe if he could just get Jack to give her up, only to hand her over once he'd taken all his power from him, seeing how far he'd kneel for those he cared about. He shook his head. He supposed it didn't matter if they didn't show. He felt that breeze brushing against him. In the air, he thought he heard whispers. Everywhere he looked, he thought he saw eyes looking at him, staring intently. And all those fears made him even more determined to go down to that farm himself before it was too late. "We could take it," Logan said. Emma frowned. "What?" "This farm. We could take it right now. It's sitting right there, right in front of us." Emma shook her head. "It's too dangerous, especially now." "And sitting here in neutral ground right as Jack planned isn't?" I'm not saying it's not risky." "We're right where he wanted us, Emma. Exactly where you said we'd be to him. I can't believe we've walked right into this. We need to make a move. We can't just fall in line." She grabbed his arm then, looked right into his eyes. "I know you're worried," she said. "You're bound to be worried. I am too, but he'll turn up. And if he doesn't, the last thing we need to do is go down to that farm, especially now. It could be a trap. Think about it, Logan. Think about it." Logan knew Emma was right, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that they were passing up an opportunity here. It felt like something had happened. Nobody was home. So why not make the most while they had the chance? He looked around at Bella, who he'd tried to avoid interacting with. "What do you think?" She looked exhausted. Her eyes were glazed, seemed like everything was catching up with her, like she was just as uncertain about all this as he was. "Me?" she asked. "Yeah," Logan said. "You know him better than us. What do you think?" Bella puffed her lips out and shrugged.
If I know one thing about him, it's that he's ruthless. But he cares deeply about those closest to him. He wouldn't do anything that might put them in danger, even if they aren't exactly rosy with him. Logan nodded. But, Bella said. His stomach sank. Wayne's serious about Candace, too. He loves her. Loves her far more than I can begin to explain. He spent the first few days searching endlessly for her. It's how we met. Eventually, he resigned himself to the fact he was never going to see her again, that he was never going to find her. But now he's seen her. Now he has a chance. I don't know, Logan. I just don't know. Only that I can't see him letting Jack give her up. Logan felt tension inside. He appreciated Bella's honesty and knew it couldn't be easy, especially in a situation like the one she was in. He didn't feel any more at ease about any of this. But then he remembered Emma, too, the promise he'd made her, the promise that he was going to try, at the very least. He turned around, looked over at the farm, felt those two opposing forces dragging him either way once again, wanting to go with the plan, wanting to take the upper ground, take the farm. He gulped, and then he sighed. "We wait a little while longer," he said. "If there's no movement, that's when we make our move." Emma frowned. Our move? He looked at Emma, at Bella, then back at the farm, then at the hunting rifle beside him. "We take that place." Chapter 35. Jack woke to a sharp pain splitting through his skull. He opened his eyes, but he couldn't see anything. It was dark. Night? He wasn't sure. Something wasn't right. He couldn't remember falling asleep. He couldn't remember anything of the last day. He couldn't remember a thing. All he knew as he sat there, disoriented, was that his head ached like mad, and he could taste blood in his mouth. He tried to move, but he was stuck. His wrists were tied together, and he was tied around the waist, too. It felt like he was tied to something. Something behind him, perching him upright. Something that felt like a tree. He tried to pull against this thing holding him, heart racing, nerves picking up, trying to figure out what was happening, when it all came crashing back. The exchange. The exchange at midday. He'd gone into the woods to search for Wayne and Candace, who had gone missing. He'd found a trail, Hazel, Villain, and Mrs. Fuzzles alongside him, and then... The taste of vomit filled his mouth. There was a group. A group stepped out of the trees, led by a bald guy. They stepped up to him, and before he'd been able to do a thing, he'd felt a crack against his head. And now here he was. A wave of urgent anxiety swallowed him. He tried to drag himself against those ties around his waist. He knew who these people were. He'd seen all the evidence he needed to see. They were the mystery group, the group who had tried to steal from his farm, who had then gone on to steal a couple of cows. The group who had started the fire, stoking so much paranoia. They had captured him. As far as he knew, they had captured Hazel and Villain too. And now here he was, trapped. That deadline to midday ticking away, if it hadn't already ticked away. He thought about what might happen if he didn't meet his own deadline, the paranoia it would spark. Logan standing there, waiting. And he knew if he was in Logan's shoes what he would do next. He'd wait, make sure it wasn't a trap, make damned sure he was completely clear, and then he would move on the farm. Shit, Jack muttered, realizing fully now that it wasn't dark, it was just a sack over his face. Shit. He tried to pull against whatever he was attached to once more, tried to yank himself free, but it was no use. He leaned back against the tree. His home, everything he'd worked to build after everything he'd lost, the farm he'd promised Stan he'd look after and protect, the place that was supposed to be a sanctuary. It was supposed to be secure. He knew it was slipping out of his fingers. He felt himself cursing Wayne under his breath. If he hadn't run off with Candace, then he wouldn't have come out here and got caught up in this mess. They could have made the exchange. It could be done with.
But at the same time, if he was playing the blame game, he was the one who had fired that rifle. He was the one who had shot the girl called Jean. He was the one who pulled the trigger and sent this sequence of dominoes collapsing. Any wrongdoing since then was all a consequence of what he'd done. This was his mess to clear up. He had to get to work on it. He gritted his teeth and pulled against the sharp ties around his waist once again, but to no avail. He was stuck. There was no getting out of this. But he couldn't just give up. He had to try. He pulled his legs back, tried to contort himself into an impossible position, tried to dig his feet under the ties around his wrists. But it was impossible. He couldn't make that stretch. It was insane even trying. He tried pulling his wrists apart once more. His arms were sore, the ties digging deep into them. The more he pulled, the tighter and more painful they got. He dug his teeth into his bottom lip, and he cursed under his breath. This might be impossible, but it was non-negotiable. He knew what he had to do. He just couldn't do it. He thought about that other group and hoped he'd get a chance to speak with them. Hell, maybe he'd even be able to offer something to them from the farm. Was that how far he'd really come? He tried once more to yank himself free of those ties when he heard footsteps rustling right ahead of him. "You can try all you like," the voice said. "You're not getting out of this." He froze. Then, suddenly, light. He squeezed his eyes shut. The daylight was blinding, and staring at it made his head even more sore. He had no idea whether he'd been out minutes, hours, or days, just that it was daylight. He blinked a few times, squinted, adjusted his vision. The sun was right above, midday creeping ever closer. He saw the bald man standing over him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier, that same wry smile on his face, those narrow, pronounced cheekbones, yellowing teeth, torn clothes. He looked at Jack, 4 other people standing around him, and his smile widened. He was holding a sharpened spear. 2 of his friends were holding rifles. "Good to see you awake," the bald man said. "The name's Yuri, and I'd say we've got a lot of talking to do." Jack was about to ask him where Hazel, Villain, and Mrs. Fuzzles were, as he searched around, vision still blurred. There were no signs of them anywhere. There was no... And then he saw someone by his side. Not who he thought they were. Not at first. They had no sacks over their heads, but they had tape over their mouths. They were tied to trees, just like Jack. And they were beaten and bruised. "Wayne!" Jack said. Wayne and Candace were captured alongside Jack. "So," Yuri said, standing up, "how about we talk business?" Chapter 36. Jack looked over at Wayne, and he felt a mixture of emotions. He still didn't know what time it was exactly, whether it was the same day or later, but he was starting to grow a little hopeful that he hadn't been unconscious for 24 hours. That didn't feel right. The sun was nearing its midpoint, though. It was getting closer to the exchange point, so if this really was the same day, time was definitely running out. "You could have just let us take a few cows for ourselves," Yuri said. "You didn't have to come chasing us. And you didn't have to steal what wasn't yours from our camp either, did you? Now you have the cheek to act like you're the victims here. You're not the victims, not even slightly." Jack looked into Yuri's eyes, and he knew he was going to be difficult. He looked like he'd made his mind up already. There was going to be no negotiating with him. He was going to punish him for what he'd done. So he had to fight his ground. "I had to do what I had to do," Jack said. "I found our cows, found your tents, and took what you had. Consider it compensation." "Bullshit," Yuri said. "You stole because that's what you do. I've seen it. We've all seen it. The bloke who tried to take some cows before we did? Yeah, we saw what you did to him. And the man in the woods the other day. Throat cut. Anyone gets close and you take them out. People try to trade, and you don't even give them a chance. We've seen it, mate. We've seen it, so we've had to do our own thing. Steal from you. We've been trying to have a conversation with you for a while. It's nice we can finally talk like this." Jack saw that smile again, and he knew this was no ordinary conversation. It was an interrogation, and he was going to have to start talking, or this wasn't going to end well. But there was something else bothering him. "The man you saw in the woods, the one with his throat cut, that wasn't you?" Yuri frowned. "It wasn't us. Of course it wasn't us. What?" "And the smoke," Jack said. "The shout." Yuri looked bewildered. Then his eyes lit up just a little. "You've really no idea what kind of people lurk around your farm at night, have you? Be grateful you ran into us and not them, 'cause if you'd run into them, you wouldn't even be alive to argue your case right now." Jack's heart raced. He wasn't sure what to believe anymore. Could it be possible? More groups? More threatening groups than Logan's and Yuri's just waiting out there to strike? "I did whatever I did to protect my people," Jack said. "Whether you like the way I did it or not, whether I like the way I did it or not, I did it, and here we are. Here's where it got us." Yuri stared on. It was at that point Jack realized he had a sharpened spear in his hand. He was pointing it at him. Jack spoke on. "But right now, more important than anything else, we've got a deal to make, a transfer to make. I don't know how long I've been unconscious, but we need to get this girl beside my son back to her people by midday. If we don't, well, I don't even want to think about what it might mean." Yuri's smile widened. "If I told you you've been unconscious a couple of days, what would you say?" Jack's stomach sank. It can't be. I'm just messing with you," he said, laughing. A few of his people laughed too. "Ah, Jack, Wayne here's told me a lot about you. He's told me all about this deal of yours too, this exchange. And you know what? I think we might be interested. I think we can help you." Jack frowned. "What?" "That farm of yours. It's a nice place, a real nice place. I think we could use some of it ourselves." Jack shook his head. "Not a chance. You should hear me out first before you make bold statements like that." Jack held his breath. He was shaking. Yuri leaned closer, spear in hand. "We've spent a lot of time out here living alone, surviving in the wild, trading, doing deals with those willing to talk. But then we ran into your lot, and oh boy, let's just say you've landed on your feet with that home of yours. We might have been willing to do business, might have been willing to talk, but we want something else. Now we've got a chance to talk properly, face to face. You let us join your farm. We'll do our bit, but we want the farmhouse. We'll find somewhere for you to stay. You can keep on working, too. Think of it as a reward. Compensation for the shit that's gone down between us. Might even let you borrow a mattress in the barn between you, if we're feeling generous." A few more laughs from Yuri's people. Jack gritted his teeth. He looked up, saw the sun getting closer to the midpoint. And then he looked at Wayne and he shook his head. "You shouldn't have run," he said. "We could have avoided this. We could have—" And then he stopped. He remembered why they'd even ended up in this mess in the first place. "You shouldn't have run," Jack said. "But I shouldn't have shot Jean either. I'm sorry for that. And I don't blame you for trying something other than what I was proposing. I realize how that was difficult for you to take, for both of you to take." Wayne looked back at him. His eyes were tearful. Out of nowhere, Yuri clapped. "Wow," he said. "Wow, folks. Isn't that sweet? A real father-son bonding moment. A proper reunion, And then he launched his spear right at Wayne's throat. Jack lunged forward instinctively, but was pulled back by the ties around the tree. Yuri held that spear tip to Wayne's throat. He looked right at Jack. "This is what happens when you don't compromise," he said. "This is what happens when you can't come to agreements with other people, when you can't do business." He moved the spear tip further into the skin of Wayne's neck. Blood started to trickle down towards his t-shirt. "Please, you know our terms," Yuri said. "The farm. We want it." He moved that spear further into Wayne's throat, and Jack felt all his defenses dropping. "Okay," Jack said. Yuri halted. The men around him glared at Jack. "What was that?" Jack stared at the ground before him. "I'm sorry. The farm, it's yours. Take it. Take it all. Take everything you need. Just don't hurt my son. Please don't hurt my son." Jack looked up, but his eyes didn't meet the bald man's. They met Wayne's. A tear fell down Wayne's cheek. And for the first time Jack could remember in so many years, Wayne didn't look back at him with hate. "Don't hurt my boy." Yuri sighed. He pulled that spear away. "Shame," he said. "I was looking forward to using this thing." He lifted it, examined it, and then he turned it to Candace. "Still, I guess there's still a chance to test it out." He launched the spear at Candace's neck. Time stood still. Everything went still. The spear hurtled toward Candace's throat. Chapter 37. Jack watched Yuri's spear inch towards Candace's neck, and for a moment, he thought everything was over. Time slowed. He saw the surprise in Candace's eyes. He saw the fear growing on Wayne's face as he screamed out behind the tape. He saw everything unfolding, piece by piece, step by step, and he wanted to jump in and stop it. He wanted to prevent it. He wanted to... A blast from nowhere, and then another. Jack didn't understand what was happening. He didn't know where the shots were coming from, just that they were firing towards Yuri and his people. Yuri stood there for a few seconds, spear wobbling. He looked around as his friends all backed away, as their resolve slipped. And then Jack saw someone appear out of the trees, and he felt a jolt of excitement and pride fill his body. Hazel was standing there, rifle in hand. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles were by her side, like a scene from some kind of far-fetched movie. But shit did it look badass. She stood there a few seconds, looked at Jack, at Candace, at Wayne, but mostly at Wayne. Yuri looked back at her, spear in hand, surprise on his face. The tables had turned. He thought he had control, thought he was in power, and now, suddenly, that had been taken from him. He looked around at Candace, and he went to move his spear towards her once again. "Don't you dare," Hazel said. She pointed that rifle at him, her hands shaking. Then she turned to his companions. "Drop your weapons, all of you, or I'll gun every one of you down, and don't think I won't." The 4 men on the ground, sheltering from the bullets, were all still. 2 of them held their spears. 2 held their rifles, pointed at Hazel. Yuri stared on, spear in hand. "Drop them," Hazel said, laser focus in her eyes. "Now. There doesn't have to be any bloodshed. Please." Yuri looked around at Jack, and Jack knew how risky this was. Yuri could nod his head and order his people to put them all down immediately. But he did something else. He shook his head and sighed. "I would never have hurt her," he said. "We do deals with people, not slaughter people. What good is a dead girl to us? But go on, guys. Prove it. Drop 'em. No need for any bloodshed." His people all dropped their weapons, somewhat reluctantly. They knew their time was up. Jack could tell that Hazel wasn't comfortable with any of this, but at least now she'd see. Sometimes you had to do things you weren't comfortable with to survive in this dangerous world. Sometimes you had to do things you never thought you were capable of, even if they seemed like the worst things imaginable. He wanted her to finish Yuri and his people off, to eliminate the threat. He could see her teetering closer to it. And then he found himself saying something he never expected. "Don't," he said. Hazel looked at him. So too did Yuri. "Don't do it," Jack said. Just let us free. We need to there's still time, to get Logan, to finish this." He could see the look of protestation on Hazel's face. "Haven't we been through enough today already?" "I wish it was as simple as that," Jack said. "But you need to let us free. We can still act. I have a plan, an idea, something different we can try." "You'll never forgive yourself if you put me and my people down," Yuri muttered. There were more people on their knees, weapons on the ground now, awaiting a fate that seemed inevitable. "You'll never sleep at night." "Just cut us free, Hazel," Jack said. "I'll keep my eye on this lot." Hazel moved over to Wayne and cut her son free, removing the tape from his mouth. She hugged him, held him, then moved on to Candace, and then finally to Jack. "Thank you," Jack whispered. "I know that wasn't easy, but thank you." She didn't say anything in return. He wasn't sure what he was expecting. Jack stood then. He grabbed one of the fallen spears from the ground. Wayne was holding one of the fallen rifles now, pointing it between the men. 5 of them, enough to be a problem, enough to be a threat. Jack put the spear to Yuri's neck. He wanted to cut his throat, to eliminate this threat and get on with the exchange with Logan. He knew there was going to be pushback, especially since Wayne and Candace had escaped. He knew there were conversations to be had. But that was a whole other battle in itself. It was irrelevant right now. Yuri perched on his knees. He looked up at Jack, beads of sweat dripping down his face. "We're not bad people," he said. "We're survivors, just like you." "Shut up." But Yuri didn't. "We lost our families, escaped the city, made our way out here. We didn't mean to fall into this life. It just kind of happened. It seemed like the better way, profiting from others rather than doing the work ourselves. We were strong. We were a unit. Now we're just broken. We have to trade. We have to appear strong, 'cause it's all we have left. If you want my sympathies, you're going to have to do better." "I'm not asking for your sympathy," Yuri said. "I'm just asking for your mercy." "Mercy? I think you gave up that right when you tied us up and threatened to kill us. We would never have gone through with that." "Easy for you to say that now." Yuri shook his head. "Like I said, we do deals. We negotiate, find ways to get the best deals for ourselves. Up to now, it's worked. But it looks like our actions have finally caught up with us, Jack scanned these people, kneeling there, lined up. He looked at Candace, Wayne, Hazel, at Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles. And then he looked back at Yuri. "Have you any last words?" Yuri shook his head. "I did what I had to do. I made some mistakes, sure, but I don't regret it. I don't regret a thing. I'd do it again in a heartbeat." Jack nodded, pushed that spear closer to Yuri's throat. "Good." Yuri's eyes widened, just for a moment. And then Jack pulled the spear away and braced himself to do something he really didn't want to do, but something he knew he had to do. "I want to make a deal with you," he said. Yuri frowned. So too did Hazel and Wayne. "What?" "You said you do deals with people. Well, here you go. Let's do a deal." He found his heart pounding as he got closer to offering this deal, his chest tightening. This went against what he did. It went against what he was comfortable with. But he saw an opportunity before him, a chance to make a difference. "What do you want?" Yuri asked. Jack smiled. You said you wanted our farm," he said, struggling with every word. "Well, you can stay in the barns, you can work, and you can have a cut of what we produce." "Jack?" Hazel said. He spoke over her. "But you don't bother us again. You don't try to bite the hand that feeds. We're allies. That's how it happens. An allegiance." Yuri's eyes narrowed. He looked both surprised and suspicious. "What's the catch?" Jack took a deep breath and looked around at the rifles on show. "We have a job for you. A very important job. Are you interested?" Chapter 38. Logan watched the sun creep past its highest point, and he knew the time for waiting was up. It was a gorgeous, suffocating day. The heat was intense, and sweat dripped down his face. He stood in the neutral ground between the place they'd been camping and the farm, and he watched for signs of life. But still there was nothing. No movement whatsoever. An opportunity. He looked at Emma and saw the resignation plastered across her face. He looked around at Bella. She looked much the same. He knew they'd all come to the same conclusion. For whatever reason, the exchange wasn't going ahead, which meant they had to make their move. "Time's up," Logan said. Emma shook her head. "Just a bit longer." "We can't keep saying that. We've waited. We've met your deadline. There's nobody there. Either that or there is somebody there and they're planning something."
I don't think he'd do this. He seemed serious, like he really wanted things to work."
Logan looked at Emma. "Me too. But we have to look at what's in front of us. Jack killed one of our people. He doesn't trust us. He has Candace. He has the upper hand right now. We can't let him keep it. We need to make a move." Emma opened her mouth, like she was on the verge of protesting. Then she just shook her head.
"I don't want to be a part of this."
Logan walked over to her. "It's not ideal, but that farm, once we get it, we can change. We can do things differently."
"It's not ours."
"And it's not Jack's either. You think he lived there before? You think he just walked up there, knocked on the door, and moved in with the farmer? That's not how things work, Emma. He took that place, probably by force, and he'd do the same again. That's what we have to be willing to do if we want to be safe, even if it's not comfortable."
"But it's not about the farm, is it?"
Logan looked away. "Emma."
"It's about Jack. It's about what he took from us. It's about you wanting revenge over him. The farm's just an excuse. The exchange, it was never going to go ahead like he said, was it?"
"Of course it was."
"Don't lie," she said. "You've already lied to me before. You sound the same as you did then."
Logan knew the mask had well and truly slipped now. There was no hiding his true face from Emma anymore. "I've only ever wanted the best for you," he said. "For all of us. I'm sorry you've got caught up in this. I'm sorry for the things you've had to witness. But I'm not sorry for trying to get the best for our people." He looked at Bella. Then he looked at the farm. "It's time to make our move." He walked towards the farm, walked out into the open, rifle in hand. He could hear flies buzzing all around him. The smell of dried manure clung to his nostrils. Every step he took, he scanned his surroundings. He felt like he was being watched. But nothing was happening. There was still no movement. He kept on walking. He heard footsteps behind. When he looked back, he saw Emma and Bella following him. "You should hold back," he said. "Keep your heads down."
"Logan."
"It might not be safe. You should wait until I've searched this place, until I've scanned it for myself. It's not safe out here." But Emma didn't stop walking. Neither did Bella. Logan saw what she was doing, what they were both doing. Emma was putting herself out in the open, putting herself in danger to try and deter Logan. He stopped, turned and stood up to her. "Emma, go back."
"I won't go back."
"It's for your own safety. No playing games. Go back."
"Why can't you just trust them?"
she shouted. Her voice echoed across the field. Logan was silent.
"Why can't you just take them by their word? Why can't you just get over your past?"
"Emma."
You did some bad things, some horrible things, and you'll never be forgiven for them. But you don't have to be that person, Logan. You can be better. You have been better. This world is a fresh start, a second chance. Don't throw it away, please.
Logan felt sadness within. All she knew about him, the truth about him. And still she wanted to give him another chance. Still she wanted him to be better. But then he looked at the farm and he shook his head. Sometimes we have to do bad things, he said. He took a step towards the farm. And then, out of nowhere, he saw them. They appeared from the west. First he saw the woman, the animals, then the boy, Wayne. And then he saw Jack. He was holding Candace's shoulders. He was walking over towards Logan. All of them were walking over towards Logan. And as far as he could see, they weren't armed. No weapons on show. They were here. Right at the death, as the sun crept to the west, they were here. Emma smiled.
I told you, she said, excitement in her voice. I told you they'd come.
Logan couldn't help feeling disappointed. He'd been so close to the farm, so close to taking it, torn between two sides and close to being proactive. But now that chance was gone. He looked down at his rifle. He could take them out, all of them, right here. But then he looked over at Emma. He saw the trust in her eyes, that desire for him to stay on the right track still glaring back at him. He took a deep breath, and he lowered his rifle. Then he walked back over to Bella. Come on, he said. Let's get this over with. Chapter 39. Jack stood in the middle of his field and stared at Logan. Logan stared back at him. The sun beamed down from the sky. It was slightly past midday, but fortunately, Jack and his people had made it here just in time for the exchange. He knew it was a gamble. They were slightly late. The farm had sat vacant for a time. But now they were here, and Logan was here too. He had Bella. That little girl Emma was with him. You're not on neutral ground, Jack said. Logan smirked. You're late. You're armed. You're late, Logan said. Jack figured Logan had a point. He looked at Candace, who had drifted back and was holding Wayne's hand now. He looked at Hazel, clutching Mrs. Fuzzles. Villain stood by her side. Tension cut through the air. There were no sounds, just the brushing of a light breeze against the grass. Every now and then, Jack heard a call from one of his sheep. He wanted to get this done with. He wanted to get it over with. It was a risk, but now he was here. He wanted to believe a solution was within reach. Seems strange, Logan said. The last time we both stood in these fields looking at one another, you shot one of my people. And I'm sorry for that, Jack said. Logan smiled. No, you're not. You'd do it again if you knew it kept trouble off your doorstep. Hazel sighed. Can we just end the dick waving and get this done with, gents? Please? Logan looked at her, then back at Jack. Jack waited for Logan to say something, to make the first move. But he didn't say a word. It was Jack who had to break the deadlock. We can end this, right here. My proposal was an exchange. Candace for Bella, a simple switch. It sounds like you've got another offer to make. Jack took a deep breath, looked at Hazel. She half smiled at him. Ideally, we want Candace to stay with us, and Bella, because both of them are our people. Logan's eyes narrowed. His grip on his rifle grew tighter. That doesn't sound like a deal that benefits me greatly. Jack felt weak without any weapons, especially with Logan pointing one towards him. As painful as it was, Jack forced himself to continue, forced himself to do what was right. I can't pretend I like you, can't pretend I'll ever trust you, but the way I see it, we have a choice here. We resolve this, or we descend further into chaos. You're the only one manipulating the agreement here. Stop bullshitting. What do you want? What's your offer? And I'm talking about a real offer, not this best-case scenario shit you're peddling right now. What can you offer me?"
Jack looked at Hazel. He saw the way her smile widened, just a little, like she was urging him on. And then he stared into Logan's eyes, and he forced himself to say the words that tore him in two. "You can live on the farm." Logan's eyes narrowed. You can work with us, rather than against us. You can help us, all of us. We can live there. We can create something better. Because the conflict we've had, it has to make us stronger. We can't let it tear us apart. We'll have differences. We'll have disagreements. It might not work, but we have to try. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that people have to band together. If they don't, nobody will survive this world. Nobody. We have to learn to work with our enemies. We have to build bridges, not burn them. So that's my offer. Not an exchange, an opportunity." Logan was silent. Everyone was silent. All of them stared on, clearly in disbelief at the olive branch Jack was offering. Logan looked back at Bella, then he looked at Jack. "That's a nice offer." Jack's stomach churned. He sensed a but coming right away. "But I can't trust you." "Logan," Emma said.
"You killed one of my people. We've been in conflict ever since, and I'm supposed to just believe you're going to let me walk into your farm and act like one happy family? What next? We going to light a fire and sing Kumbaya every night?"
"It's not a trick," Jack said.
"It is what it is. If you don't like it—" "What?" Logan said. "If I don't like it, what? You kill Candace? I'd like to see how your boy reacts to that."
"Bella's one of our people," Jack said. "We want her back. Candace and Wayne are close. They don't deserve to be torn apart. Either you join us, or you and Emma go your own way. Just don't let this destroy both of us, please." Logan's eyes twitched. He scanned Jack's face, like he was searching for some kind of crack in his composure.
"It sounds to me like you're begging."
"Maybe I am," Jack said. "I don't want any more death. None of these people deserve it."
"You should have thought about that before you pulled that trigger."
"You're right. I should. But I didn't. I did what I did in the moment. I regret it. I'd take it back if I could, whether you believe that or not. Just don't let this destroy us, Logan. Don't let this be the moment everything falls apart." He saw Logan look at the ground, saw him look at Emma, like he was weighing things up, figuring out the best option. "He's right, Logan," Emma said. "We have a chance. Let's take it." Logan looked at her, then at Bella, then at everyone one by one. Jack could see the battle raging in Logan's mind, because it was raging in his, too. "Let's make this the moment we change things," Jack said. "Let's make this the moment we do things differently. Let's not make this the last fight. Because that's what it'll be, Logan. That's what it'll be if we don't come to an agreement." Logan stood there holding on to that rifle. It was lowered now. His eyes were watery. He looked stunned. "Your offer," he said, his throat choking. "Your speech, it's good. But you don't know me, and you don't know what I'm capable of, what I'll do to keep this girl safe." He lifted his rifle and pointed it at Jack. "And I can't trust you." "Logan!" "Candace," Logan said. "Agree to hand her over." Emma shook her head. "Logan, don't do this." "Agree, Jack. Agree." But Jack couldn't. He just couldn't. What happened next all unfolded so quickly. Jack looked over to the trees, lifted his hand, gave the signal. Then he looked at Bella and Emma. "Get down, now." Logan frowned. "What?" Then out of nowhere, gunfire cracked towards them. Gunfire from Yuri and his people.
Jack dropped to the ground right away, as did the rest of his people. Bullets and gunfire erupted all around them. He heard shouting. He heard deafening cries. He had no idea what was happening and no idea how this was playing out. In a moment of hope, as the bullets fired, as Logan and the others battled through the grass, Jack felt a sense of grief. This was the moment where hope should have won. This was the moment where hope died. Chapter 40. Wayne heard the blast from Yuri and his people's rifles, and he dropped down to the ground, Candace's hand in his. Fear filled his body. He tasted blood in his mouth where his teeth had smacked against the dry earth. He lay there, frozen. But he knew what he had to do. He knew he just had to wait, and soon it would all be over. The plan was simple, on paper. Jack had offered Yuri and his people an opportunity. They watched over the exchange. Any sign of trouble, a signal from Jack, and they attacked. They targeted Logan specifically. Jack made it clear he understood there were risks trusting Yuri, especially after what had happened. But they'd pulled through. Right when it seemed like they were on the cusp of a peaceful resolution, Logan had lifted his rifle, and Jack had been forced to give the nod. Bullets flew over Wayne's head. He knew he had to stand up. Bella. He had to get to her. He had to save her. He was hoping she'd drop down, but he hadn't seen her. He hadn't seen a thing. She didn't deserve to be caught up in this. She was one of their people, and they were getting her back, no matter what it took. He looked around. Candace was holding his hand. "It's okay," Wayne said. "We're okay. It's over." "Where are you going?" He paused for a few seconds. He had everything he cared about right beside him, her hand in his. And yet, no, that wasn't true. He was kidding himself if he told himself Candace was the only thing in the world he cared about. "There's someone I need to find," he said. "Wayne, I can't leave Bella. I can't just leave her out there. She doesn't deserve it. She's one of us, and I've got to look out for people I care about. Or else, what's left?" Candace's face turned. She looked fearful. Wayne leaned towards her. He kissed her, right on the lips, without even thinking about it. "I'll come back," he said. "I'll find you again. I found you before, and I'll find you again. Don't you forget that." She looked into his eyes, tears building as the chaos unfolded, and she smiled. "I love you, Wayne. I always will." She kissed him. Wayne felt an explosion of warmth in his chest. He wanted to savor this moment, to bottle it and bask in it forever. But he knew time was of the essence. He pulled away, stroked Candace's hair. "I'll be back, I promise, and we'll make things better this time. We'll make things right." He stared into Candace's beautiful eyes, and then he turned around and headed towards the woods. The gunfire had stopped. He didn't know where his mum or Jack was, only they had to be back there with Candace. He knew this was dangerous. He knew Jack told him not to make a move until he was absolutely sure Logan was down. But he'd seen Bella standing when the bullets started to fire. He didn't want to leave her, abandon her. He wanted to make sure she was okay. He clambered further through the grass, and he saw someone. Yuri stood there, rifle in hand. "You okay?" he asked. Wayne nodded. "There's someone I need to find." Yuri held out a hand. "We got him. The others, they disappeared into the woods, the lot of them." Wayne shook his head. "I need to see for myself." "I saw them," he said a little more sternly. "Saw that Logan fall with my own eyes. The rest of them, they disappeared too. Now where's your pops? We need to talk business." Wayne pushed Yuri's hand aside and broke past him. He raced into the grass, further to the woods. Everything else faded into irrelevance behind him. He reached the outskirts of the woods. There was no sign of Logan or Bella, no sign of any of them. He kept on moving, kept on going into the trees. He thought he saw movement around him, thought he heard voices, cries. He kept on pushing, feeling vulnerable, exposed. And then he saw her. Bella was lying on the ground. Her hands were covering her body. As Wayne got closer to her, he dreaded what he was about to find. He dreaded looking at her, seeing the wound, the blood. He couldn't face it. But he had to. He had to be strong. He reached her side and he froze. There was no blood. There were no wounds. "Bella?" he said. She stared up at him, fearful. He crouched beside her. "It's okay now. It's safe. We're going to be okay. You can go back to the farm. Logan, he's gone." Bella lay there. She shook her head. She didn't look convinced. Wayne held out a hand to her. "You know, you asked me something when we first met. You asked me if you could trust me. And you could, couldn't you?" She nodded, still shaking. "Then take my hand. We're going back home. Everything's going to be good from now on, okay? Everything's going to be better." Bella didn't move, not at first. Then she reached out a reluctant hand and put it in Wayne's. He smiled. She smiled back at him. "I care about you. You're my friend. I'd never leave you behind. I'd never leave anyone I care about behind. I'm sorry for walking away. I'm sorry for thinking there was nothing more to the world than Candace. Because there is. There's so much more. So come on, let's—" He saw him in his peripheral vision. Saw him emerging in slow motion, as if out of nowhere. He let go of Bella's hand, pushed her back to the ground. "Go," he said. "What?" "Just go." He watched Bella crawl beside him. All he could do was stand there and stare. Logan was opposite him, standing in the trees, rifle in hand. He looked at Wayne with regret and defeat in his pained eyes. There was a wound in his chest, where he had been shot. And as much as Wayne wanted to tell him it was over, as much as he wanted to fight, he knew what was coming. "Don't," he started. He heard the blast. Chapter 41. Jack waited for the guns to stop firing before he finally raised his head. The silence that followed was painful. There were no birds singing anymore. The sound of the breeze was shadowed by the echoing of gunfire in his ears. And Jack couldn't see anyone in the distance, nobody on Logan's side at least. No sign of Bella, no sign of Emma, and no sign of Logan. He took a deep breath and looked ahead at Yuri's people. Yuri walked towards him, rifle in hand. Jack didn't trust him, but he'd come good. He'd delivered. He wished it hadn't had to come to that. He was hoping they'd be able to reach some kind of resolution that didn't involve such massacre. And they'd been close. That was the most painful thing of all. It felt like he'd been on the cusp of an agreement with Logan. But now he had to just put all those abstract hopes and dreams to one side. He wasn't going to get what he wanted. There was no coming back from this. "Good enough for you?" Yuri asked. Jack nodded. "I'm sorry it had to come to that, but you did what I asked." "Your people," Yuri said. "They're all fine. Nobody shot in the crossfire." "And Logan's?" Jack asked. Yuri sighed. "We took him out. His people, we did what we could not to shoot them. I don't think we did, but hey, business is business, right?" Jack looked away, tasted bitterness. Emma was innocent. Bella was innocent. If they'd got caught in the crossfire, it was tragic. And Jack was expecting a weight to lift from his shoulders as soon as the threat of Logan was eliminated. But there was no feeling of weight lifting, only of emptiness. The depths he'd had to sink to didn't sit comfortably with him. He heard footsteps over his shoulder. When he looked around, he saw Hazel and Candace walking towards him. Villain and Mrs. Fuzzles were by their side. Jack walked over to them. He went to hug Hazel. Then he realized something. Someone was missing. "Wayne," he said. "Where's Wayne?" "Yeah," Yuri said, eyes widening. "About that. He went after Bella. Jack looked around. It was Candace who spoke. Candace?
He went after Bella, she said. Jack frowned.
What?
After the gunfire stopped, he rushed into the woods. He said he couldn't leave Bella behind.
Jack's stomach sank. The idea of leaving Bella behind didn't sit right with him either, but the thought that his son had rushed into dangerous territory sat even less comfortably. How long ago?
Candace shook her head. I don't know. A minute? 2 minutes? It's hard to tell with...
A gunshot. Out of nowhere, a gunshot.
Candace stopped speaking. Jack looked around. Bella was running towards them. He stumbled in her direction. She didn't look shot or wounded, at least not from here. But there was something about the look on her face that worried Jack. Something about the way she was running towards him that filled him with fear.
Bella, he said, where's...
Logan, she said.
What?
Logan, Bella said, pointing off into the woods. He's alive. He's in there. He's alive.
Jack froze. He shook his head. He can't be. Yuri shrugged. We hit him. If he got in there and past us, well, I dunno how the hell he did it.
Well, he is in there and he did get past you, Bella said, impatience in her voice. And Wayne...
Wayne? Where is he?
He found me. He told me to run.
Is he okay?
Bella looked at him with those big, wide eyes, and she shook her head. I don't know.
The hairs on Jack's arms raised. He walked past Bella, towards the trees.
You can't go in there,
Bella said. If my son's in there, I can.
But...
I'm not leaving my son in there. I'm not leaving him behind. He grabbed a rifle from one of Yuri's men. They were reluctant to hand it over at first. Then Yuri nodded, let him take it. Jack took it from him. We'll deal with our agreement later. We'd better, Yuri said. There was bitterness in his words now. Business was business once again. Jack barely acknowledged him. He turned and he walked. He could hear people following him. He looked over his shoulder, saw Hazel, Candace, and Bella all trying to keep up, the animals running alongside them. He didn't want them here. He didn't want to put them in danger. He just wanted to find his son. He stepped into the trees. No sign of Emma, of Logan, of anyone. No sounds. Nothing. He kept on walking through the trees, deeper into the woods.
Jack,
Hazel said. Jack didn't even look at her. We have to keep going.
He'll be okay, right? He'll be okay, won't he?
Jack looked at Hazel. He wanted to tell her he would be fine, but he couldn't be sure himself. I hope so, he said. That's when he heard it. A shuffling to his right. He turned, looked towards the source of that shuffling. Movement in the grass. His body froze. His heart raced. He didn't want to go over to that movement in the grass. He dreaded what he might find. But he knew he had to. He walked slowly towards that movement. It could just be an animal. Hell, it could be Logan. It wasn't automatically Wayne. It wasn't automatically his son. He stopped right by the movement. He heard the breathing, heard the pained winces. He looked around at Hazel, Candace, Bella, all of them standing there, all of them waiting to find out the truth themselves. And then he looked back at the movement in the grass, and he took a step forward. When he saw him lying there, his entire world fell apart around him. Wayne was lying in the grass. Blood was trickling from his lips. His eyes were staring up in fear. He was holding onto his chest. Blood pooled out of a gunshot wound. Chapter 42. Jack stood over his son as he lay there in the grass, holding on to his gunshot chest. Everything happened in a blur. Hazel rushing over to him, collapsing by his side. Candace walking sheepishly over to him, holding his hand. And Bella standing there, wide-eyed, traumatized. All Jack could do was stand there and watch. "Do something," Hazel wailed. "Jack, do something. It's our son. It's our boy. Please." He looked down at Wayne. There was nothing dignified about any of this. The paleness to his cheeks, the specks of blood and vomit dripping down his chin, the patch on his trousers where he'd pissed himself, the pitiful attempts to cling on to life. It was pure horror, and Jack felt totally numb. "Don't go, Wayne," Hazel said. "We're here. Your mum's here. Your dad's here. All of us are here." But Wayne didn't respond. He just lay there, spluttering, eyes bloodshot. He kept moving his hand over his chest, pushing it down, as if it might keep some of the blood inside him. But every effort was futile. "You can do something. Someone can do something, right?" Jack heard Hazel's desperation, and it crippled him. It took him back to when they'd lost India. The cries she'd made, the screams in the night when she woke up, the defining moment of his life, tearing them both in two. It was happening again. He walked over to Wayne's side and crouched beside him. Wayne looked up at him, but his eyes were shaky, unfocused. It was like he wasn't really seeing him in a way. "Can you hear me, Wayne?" Wayne's eyes darted around. He spluttered up more blood. "Wayne," Jack said, taking his son's limp, shaky hand. "Can you hear me?" For a moment, Jack thought he was going to look away again. But then something happened. Wayne locked eyes with Jack. His breathing eased. "You," Wayne said. "You." "Shh," Jack said, his voice shaking, tears filling his eyes. "We need to get you looked at. We need to get you seen to." "Will he be okay?" Hazel asked. "I'm going to have to ask you all to stand aside." "Jack," she said, grabbing his shoulders. "Our boy, will he be okay?" Jack looked at her, and as much as he wanted to lie, he couldn't. "I'll do whatever I can for him," he said. He looked back down as Bella pulled Hazel away. The urgency of this situation kicked in. The gunshot wound. It was right near his heart. If he could get the bullet out... No, that wasn't an option. It was too dangerous. He could stitch Wayne up. That's what he had to try. But he looked at the volume of blood leaking out of his son, the amount that had already spurted from his body, and he knew it was too late to do anything there, too. He looked away, cried. He cried about the time he'd turned his back on Wayne. He cried about the time he'd found him again. And he cried because he knew there was no changing what had happened, what was going to happen. He took Wayne's cold hand again. He couldn't look him in the eyes. "I don't expect you to forgive me," Jack said. "I don't expect you to ever forgive me for what I did, but you're my boy, Wayne. You're my son, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you." Hazel looked on, the shock and desperation building in her eyes. "Jack?" "I made a lot of mistakes," Jack said. "I missed you at high school. I missed you at college. I missed you learning to drive, passing your exams, moving to university. I missed it all, and I regret that. I'll always regret that. But I'm so proud of you, son. I'm so proud of you for the life you've lived, and I'm so proud of you for never giving up on those you care about. You're a testament to your mum. You're a testament to everyone. And I love you." Jack sat there and cried. Hazel wailed. Candace was crying too. Bella was standing there, watching, hands covering her face. He felt Wayne's limp hand in his, felt his breathing getting lighter, his muscles twitching less, his struggling easing. "I'll miss you, lad," Jack said. Then he felt something. Wayne tightened his grip on Jack's hand. Jack turned and looked at him. Wayne was looking into his eyes once more. He didn't look sad anymore. He didn't look like he was struggling. He looked at peace. "I forgive you," Wayne said. I forgive you, Dad." Dad. Jack felt the words like a hammer blow to his chest. He squeezed his son's cold hand, shook his head. "No, no. I love you, Dad. I love you. Look after Mum. Look after Candace. After Bella. Look after—" "No!" Jack shouted. He wasn't alone at Wayne's side anymore. Hazel was there too. She was saying things to Wayne, telling him to hold on, squeezing his other hand, crying into his chest. But all this time, Wayne looked up at his dad, a glimpse of happiness on his face. "I love you," he said. His hand tightened once more, and then it went still. Jack tightened his grip. "Wayne?" "What happened?" Hazel asked. Jack searched Wayne's body. He checked for a pulse. Nothing. Checked for breathing. Nothing. He went to push his hands down on his son's chest, but nothing happened. It didn't change a thing. He went to try again, to bring him back, and then he sat back. A void in his life, an emptiness. The realization of what had happened still not quite settling in. He turned around, vacant, adrift, and he looked at the rest of the people standing there. "I'm sorry," he said, barely able to say the words. He's gone. Wayne's gone." He tried to hold himself together as Hazel let out an animalistic wail. He tried to keep his composure, but then it broke. It cracked. He covered his face and he fell to the ground. His boy was gone. Chapter 43. Jack stared into the hole in the ground as rain poured down all around him. It was torrential, the worst weather he'd seen in weeks, possibly the worst since the power went out. It was late afternoon now. The day had been long and had dragged on forever. Jack wanted nothing more than this day to end. He needed to escape. They all needed to escape. But there was still one final, awful thing that had to be done, and that involved the hole in the ground. They were just outside the woods at the top of the hill. It was a nice spot, a place Jack sometimes visited when he needed a quiet moment, a place that overlooked the farm, the woods, everywhere. He used to think if anything happened to him, he'd like to be buried here. He never for one moment envisaged this was the place he'd be burying his son. Every few seconds, he felt knotting in his stomach as the memory stormed to the forefront of his consciousness. Searching the woods, hearing that rustling. Then finding Wayne lying there, gunshot wound in his chest. He remembered the way he'd tried to help his son, the way shock took over as he did all he could in the moment. But the memory that stuck in his mind more than any, the way his son had held his hand, the way he'd looked into his eyes and said the words that broke him, "I forgive you," and the way he'd called him Dad. He looked away from the hole in the ground as the memory replayed once more, because it wasn't just a hole in the ground. It was his son's grave. His son had finally found it in his heart to forgive him for all his sins he was sure he didn't even deserve to be forgiven for. And then he died. There was no melodrama. There were no fireworks. The light of life switching off, just like that. Candace and Bella were by Jack's side. They stared blankly down into the grave, too, tears rolling down their faces. Villain perched by the side of the grave. Mrs. Fuzzles was back with Hazel. By Wayne's body's side. Jack swallowed a lump in his throat. He felt so bad for Hazel. This wasn't easy for him. It wasn't ever going to be easy. But Hazel had raised Wayne. She'd seen him grow, seen him develop into a university student. She was proud of him, and she'd always been there for him. And now he was gone. He tightened his fists, walked slowly over towards Wayne's body's side. He stopped when he reached him. He lay there peacefully. His eyes were closed. His skin was pale, but it looked like he was just sleeping. That's what he had to tell himself. His son was just sleeping. He was at peace now. There were no worries for him anymore. He'd died protecting Bella, died fighting for those he loved. That's what he had to keep telling himself. "Hazel," he said. Hazel didn't respond, not right away. A couple of seconds later, though, she turned from her son, looked right around at Jack. Her eyes were distant, detached. She looked intoxicated. In a way, she was. They all were. He shivered when she looked at him, because it reminded him of the way she'd looked at him when India died. "It's time," Jack said. Hazel shook her head. "Just a few more minutes with him." Jack wanted to give her that, but in the end it was him who had to bury Wayne. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep going like this. "I'm sorry," he said. "It has to be now." Hazel opened her mouth. For a moment she looked like she was about to argue. Then she closed it, shut her eyes, nodded. He walked over to Wayne's body, crouched down, lifted him. Mrs. Fuzzles growled. Jack lifted Wayne regardless. He could tell from the look in Mrs. Fuzzles' eyes that she was grieving too. She wasn't stupid. She knew what was happening. He stood, holding the weight of his son in his arms. He tried to tell himself this wasn't his boy. It was just something heavy, some weights, anything but the reality of what he was having to do. He walked as quickly as he could over to the hole in the ground. Candace and Bella were either side of the grave now. They were holding two sides of a rope that Jack had put together to lower Wayne down into his grave with. He tried to ignore it, pushing onwards before stopping when he reached the side of the grave. The grave stared up at him, this gaping, damp hole. Worms slithering around in the earth, ants waiting for their next meal. And for a moment, he wanted to stand here and hold his son forever, because as devastating as it was to accept, it was the closest he'd been to Wayne ever since he left him. It had taken death to bring them back together. That was the cruelest, most bitter irony of all. He crouched down, lowered Wayne onto the ropes. Then he took the side with Bella. He nodded. Together they lowered him down. When he reached the bottom, Jack felt emptiness inside. His son, his first child, his world, gone. He stepped back and searched hurriedly for a shovel. "Jack?" He stopped. It was Candace. She looked at him with tearful eyes. "We can do this," she said. "If it's too—" "No," Jack said. "I have to do this. It has to be me." "But—" "It has to be me," he said. Candace backed down. She stepped out of the way, and Jack lifted his spade, headed back to the grave. And then he stood beside it and stared down at his son. He wanted him to open his eyes. He prayed for some kind of miracle, but he knew damn well it was in vain. Rain lashed down heavily from above. It blasted against the leaves of the trees, the sound deafening. He stared down at his son's body as the soil turned to mud. "I'm sorry for everything," he said. He dug his shovel into the ground. He lifted the dirt, Villain by his side, Mrs. Fuzzles staring down. And he stood there holding that shovel shakily in his hand. A tear fell down his face. "I'm sorry," he said. Then he dropped the dirt onto his son's body. He wasn't sure how long it took him to bury his son, but it was still raining when he finished. He turned around, walked over to Hazel, Candace, and Bella. When he reached them, emotionally drained, he just wanted to hold Hazel. He just wanted to tell her how sorry he was. But when he got to her, she looked at him differently than she had before. "Hazel, I'm leaving, Jack." Jack frowned. He felt spaced out. "What?" "The farm," she said. "I can't go back there. Not after what happened." Jack shook his head. "It's the only place." "It's not," she said.
It's not safe. And everywhere I look in there, I won't be able to stop thinking about my boy. I can't go back there, Jack. I'm sorry. I can't. She took a step towards him, like she was going to hug him. Then she turned back and walked into the woods. Hazel? Jack said. He rushed after her. Hazel, think about this. Leave me, she said. But, leave me! She looked at him with anger. There was venom to her words, and he knew no matter how much he fought his case, he wasn't going to win her round. I'm leaving too. He looked back. Bella was approaching, Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms. Bella? She wiped her tearful eyes. I'm sorry for what happened, but I can't leave Hazel on her own out here, and she's right about the farm. It's not safe, not anymore, not with... She didn't finish, but she didn't have to. Jack knew what she was implying right away. He was partly responsible for this. And the hardest part of all, he didn't even have the fight left in his body to contest. Jack shook his head. He'd put everything on the line. He'd tried everything, and it had all come to this. He looked around at Candace, but he already knew her decision. She shook her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face stained with tears. I just need to think, she said. I need to think. I'm sorry. He looked at these three women, all torn apart by Wayne's death, and he saw how they looked at him like he was the villain, like he was at fault. And deep down he knew he was. That was the most difficult thing to take of all. We all need to think carefully about this, Jack said, as the rain continued to beat down from above. He was trying to stay as controlled as possible in spite of everything that had happened. We need to sit around a table and talk properly about the next... There is no more talking to be done, Hazel said, her voice strained. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm sorry. He opened his dry mouth, went to speak. Then he saw them all turn and walk away. He watched them move through the trees, watched them disappear from view. Hazel, Candace, Bella, Mrs. Fuzzles. Just him and Villain left. And he wanted to go after them, but all he could do was stand there in the rain and watch. Because all this time, he knew they were right. He had done this. He had sparked this whole mess. He had killed his son. And no matter how much Wayne forgave him, he would never forgive himself. Chapter 44. When Jack reached the farm, his stomach sank. Yuri's group had already settled in. Some of the cows were dead by the barns and had been torn into. He could hear laughter inside. There were two men by the front doors, both holding rifles. He couldn't see Yuri. They lifted those rifles as Jack approached. He raised his. What is this? They didn't drop their rifles. Step back, the man on the left said. Jack stopped, frowned. Your leader, Yuri. We came to an agreement. You heard it yourselves. And we made our own agreement, the man on the left said. This place isn't yours anymore. It's ours. You can walk away, or we can shoot you right here. Your call. Jack's stomach sank. He should have known he couldn't trust these bastards. They'd used him to eliminate one threat, and now they sensed an opportunity for total power. They'd taken it. He'd won this farm once already, but this was different now. They had numbers. They had ammunition in abundance, and they had the determination to hold this place. Determination that Jack had lost. He had no fight left. Not now his son was gone. Not now everyone was gone. Not now he had nobody left to fight for. He thought about shooting them, about trying to gun them down. But then he lowered his rifle, looked into the eyes of that man on the left. Come on, Villain, and tell Yuri he'll regret this. Then he turned around with Villain and he walked away. He didn't look back at the farm. Not once. He half expected them to shoot him right there and then.
Damn, he half wanted them to. He walked towards the woods. He stopped when he reached Wayne's grave. It was still only late afternoon, but the sky was so gray that it felt like it was getting dark already. He crouched beside Wayne's grave and he put a hand on it, and as much as he tried to hold the emotion back, as much as he tried to keep himself together, Jack cried. He knew there was nothing left for him now. There was no point fighting on when there was nobody to fight for. That was something he'd learned only recently. He'd spent so many years convincing himself that he and his dog were the only ones that mattered, and that was how it should be. But he'd had a glimpse at unity. He'd felt a connection, and he'd let it all slip away, all because he couldn't bear losing what he had, all because of the ruthless depths he'd sunk to in an attempt to hold on to everything he cared about. He looked at the rifle, and he thought about ending his life right here, because what was the point otherwise? His son was gone, and just like India, just like the incident with the dodgy brakes in the car that he was sure had killed her, he was responsible. He hadn't pulled the trigger, but he might as well have done. He grabbed the rifle, turned it on himself, closed his eyes, squeezed them shut, reached for the trigger. He held it there, cried, tickled that trigger. And then he tossed it to one side, and he let out a cry. He'd failed at life, and now he couldn't even do death properly. He lay down on Wayne's grave. Rain poured onto him, drenching him even more. He was hungry, but he couldn't eat. Thirsty, but he couldn't drink. Maybe that was how it had to be. Maybe he'd die of starvation or dehydration. Maybe that was what he deserved. He felt a nudge under his arm and looked around. Villain was by his side. He was crying. He tried to tuck his head under Jack's hand, like he wanted a fuss. "Not now, Villain," Jack said, pushing him away. Villain cried again. He nudged Jack's hand once more. Jack felt impatience taking over. "Villain, not now!" Villain stepped back, a look of fear in his eyes, and then Jack saw something that made the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Villain looked at him with fear and uncertainty, but there was something else, something stronger cutting through all of that. Villain looked at Jack with love. "Come here," he said. "I'm sorry, boy. Come here." And Villain did. Right away he did. Jack cuddled him and cried. He petted him and held him close. Because if there was one thing he'd seen in Villain's eyes, and one thing he'd remembered as he felt the warmth against his hand, it was the way Wayne had forgiven him. In spite of everything, he'd forgiven him. And there was something else. The way he'd tightened his grip around Jack's hand, the way he'd looked up into his eyes. "Look after Mum," he'd said. Jack looked up then. He stared through the trees, off in the direction Hazel had headed with the others. And he knew that he was wrong to let them go. Even if Hazel said she wanted to be alone, that she didn't want him near, he couldn't accept that, because it was betraying Wayne's wish, his final wish. He stood up, patted Villain's head, and as the rain started to ease, Jack took a deep breath. He had to fight for what was right. He had to find Hazel, and he had to be there for her. He had to do better, no matter what it took. He looked at Villain and he half smiled. "Come on, lad," he said. "Let's go find our family." He turned around, faced the woods, and despite all the resistance pushing against him, Jack walked. Chapter 45. Hazel wasn't sure how long she'd been walking when the rain finally stopped. She froze. She kept on freezing like this, kept on blacking out. It happened again and again, repeatedly. Every time it happened, she felt a hand on her arm, saw Candace or Bella, both of them looking at her with sympathy and pity, both of them asking her if she was okay. Even Mrs. Fuzzles didn't look sure about her anymore. And she'd ignore them. She'd just walk past them, start moving again. because of course she wasn't okay. She'd just lost her boy. She'd just lost her world. And now she was out here in the middle of nowhere with two strangers with no idea where she was going next. She started walking again. They were still in the trees, deep in the woods now. She thought about what she was planning on doing out here. Finding another community? It was easier said than done. Besides, who was to say they'd just readily accept them? And did she even want to be readily accepted by another community? Did she even want to keep on going when everything she cared about was gone? They were torn on what to do next. Bella seemed to think they should set up camp for the night. Candace was leaning towards going back to the farmhouse. But Hazel just wanted to walk. She just wanted to keep walking and walking and... She felt another hand on her shoulder, saw Bella by her side.
Hazel, I think we should rest.
She looked around, looked at Candace, looked at Mrs. Fuzzles. The trees around them had thinned. The sky was getting darker. She had no idea how long she'd been walking or how long she kept zoning out for. But she knew she was in shock. She knew when that shock lifted, she was going to feel a gut punch of grief unlike anything she'd ever felt before. She knew it because she'd felt it before, and it was impossible. She'd be lying if she said it almost destroyed her, because it had destroyed her. She shook her head. We keep on going.
I'm not sure that's wise,
Candace said. Hazel ignored her, kept moving.
Go back then. Hazel, Go back, all of you. Go back. Find Jack if that's what you want. Go back to the farm. Live your lives. I can't go back there. I can't do this.
She couldn't speak another word. She keeled over and she cried. The girls reached her side. They hugged her, comforted her, told her they were going to be here for her, that they were going to stand by her side and give her all the support she needed. But she needed more than what they could give her. She needed to be alone. She stood up. She saw now that maybe taking a break was a good idea. When the others were sleeping, she could flee, find her own way in the world. They were tough girls, intelligent girls. They'd find their own way.
As much as you hate him, Candace said, as much as I've got your back, I can't forget that final moment they had together.
Don't, Hazel said. But Candace ignored her.
Wayne told Jack he forgave him. Stop it. And he told him to look out for you, to look out for us all. Stop it.
She stared at Candace and she shook. She thought Candace would give up now, thought she'd lay off. But instead, she just stood there calmly.
We've got your back, she said. And I'm telling you right now that I think you're making a mistake. I think we're stronger together, all of us, because Jack's hurting too now. He's lost a son, just like you.
She wanted to say so many things, but she couldn't. She could only stand there and think about the life Jack and she had before India's death, how close they were, how honest they were, how different to other couples they were. And she felt his pain just as strongly as she felt her own. Candace walked closer to her.
We're all hurting, she said. We can't pretend to know what you're going through, but we've all lost someone we care about, someone we love.
She looked away for a second, her cheeks flushing, eyes streaming. She took a sharp breath, pulled herself back together.
But we're better fighting through this together, not alone. If there's anything I've learned from any of this, it's that we're stronger when we pull together, not when we push other people away.
Hazel shook her head. Tears rolled, resistance built. But she could feel it falling away. She could feel all her defenses crashing down.
I don't think I can, Hazel said.
Bella stepped forward now, too. She looked in just as much grief.
Whatever decision we make it together, Bella said. Whatever you decide, we've got your back. We're here for you. We're not falling apart, not again.
Hazel took a step back. She looked from Bella back to Candace, and then she stepped forward into Candace's arms.
"He loved you," Hazel said. "He knew how much you loved him. He'll always know that. Always." They held on to one another. Hazel felt Candace's tears soaking through to her shoulders. Bella stood by their side with Mrs. Fuzzles, a hand on Hazel's back. "Together," Hazel said, nodding. Together." Candace and Bella both looked back at her, and they smiled. And at that moment, Hazel knew exactly what she had to do. She had to get back to Jack. They had to put their differences aside. Their son had died, so there was only one place she could be right now. They had to be together. She saw him in the distance, and her entire body went numb. Logan was standing there. Blood was dripping between his fingers, which were pressed against his chest. He was holding a rifle, and he was pointing it right at them. Chapter 46. Logan pointed the rifle at Hazel, Bella, and Candace, and tried to ignore the pain splitting through his chest. It was getting late. He knew the night would be here soon. He was cold. He wasn't sure if it was cold or if he just felt that way from the gunshot. And he knew he didn't have much chance of survival left. This gunshot was going to kill him eventually. But all that mattered to him now was revenge. One final act of revenge. Because he had lost everything. Every one. All he had left were the people who Jack cared about most, standing right in front of him. He pointed his rifle at them shakily. He knew he'd taken them by surprise. They thought he was dead. But there was a problem, too. Jack. He wasn't here. Which meant something had happened, something that had torn them apart. He thought back to the way he'd seen Emma fall, the way he'd seen her disappear into the grass. The pain he'd felt, a sense of loss unlike anything else he'd ever experienced. And then the next person he'd seen was Wayne, Jack's son. So he'd lifted his rifle, gunshot wound agonizing his chest, and then he'd fired. After that, he'd staggered off. He'd disappeared. He had no chance to search for Emma's body, no opportunity to find the girl he'd tried to do everything for, the girl he'd fought so hard for. All he could think about were the things she'd told him, how he was losing his grip, how he had to be careful, how he couldn't let this conflict or his desire for revenge get the better of him, or he'd lose everything. And as he stood there, feeling deeply bitter and deeply vengeful, he knew Emma was right. He was alone. The only thing he had left was his vengeance. Ultimately, that was what defined his entire life. "Get on your knees," Logan said. The three women stared back at him, eyes wide. So too did the cat. "I won't ask you again," Logan said. "Get the hell on your knees right this second, or—" "You killed my boy." Logan turned to Hazel, saw the way she stared at him with a gaze just as vengeful as his own. "You double-crossed me," Logan said. "All rules were off the table." Hazel didn't back down. She didn't seem intimidated by Logan's rifle. She walked towards him, eyes focused on his, fists tightened. "I don't care about your reasons. I don't give a damn why you think you did it. You killed my boy. You killed him, and you'll pay for it. You'll pay for it." Logan lifted his rifle, tightened his grip on the trigger. "No!" Candace stepped forward. She stood in front of Hazel, between her and the rifle. "If you think I won't shoot every one of you, you're mistaken," Logan said. "I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say. You're not the only one who lost today." Bella held Hazel back, dragged her away. Candace stayed in front of Hazel. "Logan, don't do this. I know you. We've traveled together. We've camped together, hunted together. We had our lives saved together. We've spent so long trying to find the same thing. This conflict, it's gone on too long. We've all lost. We've all suffered. And I'll never forgive you for what you did to Wayne. Nothing will ever change that. But we can't gain a thing from keeping this fight going. Only more loss. Only more death. Logan glanced away, finger twitching on the trigger. He felt guilty about what he'd done to Wayne for Candace's sake. He could see how much damage it had done. All the trust he'd gained, all the unity he'd built, all of that was gone, and there was no getting it back. Maybe fighting is the only way. I don't think you believe that, Candace said. She walked towards Logan. He kept the rifle pointed at her. But she reached it, and still he couldn't bring himself to pull that trigger. I've got to know you, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that you're not the monster people think you are. No matter what you did in the past, no matter how far you sank, you don't have to be that person, Logan. You don't have to sink any deeper. He looked at Candace, right into her eyes. Try telling that to Emma, he said. Candace frowned. Emma? She fell. She fell into the grass. Your guns for hire dealt with her. Candace shook her head. But, face it, there's no good side. There's no right side. And if there is one, you certainly aren't on it. Candace took a breath. Behind her, he could hear the arguing between Hazel and Bella raging on. Then Candace stepped around Logan's rifle and walked right towards him, right up close. We wouldn't shoot Emma, she said. But you did. No, she said. We wouldn't do that, Logan. We just wouldn't. No matter what you think of Jack, no matter how many mistakes he's made, his heart is in the right place. And what about Jean? What happened to Jean was wrong, Candace said. But so too was what happened to Wayne, what happened to the man I loved. Logan looked away. He couldn't look her in the eyes when she spoke about Wayne. You shot him, she said. You killed him. You left Hazel and Jack without a son. You did that, Logan. You didn't have to. You had an opportunity, a chance, and you chose this. Don't forget it. Logan felt guilt pour through his body. So many years battling with his own conscience. So many years telling himself that he wasn't the monster people said he was. At times, he even believed it too. But he could only be judged by his actions. Intentions didn't matter. His actions were those of a monster. He thought of Jean, of Emma, and then he stepped back and turned the rifle on Candace. Jack, he said. What? Jack, he said. Where is he? Candace shook her head. I don't know where. Well, we find him, he said. One way or another, we find him. I don't care how long it takes. We find him. All of us. And then we show him. Then we show him what happens. Candace's eyes glistened with building tears. Don't do this, Logan. You don't have to be this person. Not now you're... She didn't say it, but Logan knew what she was implying. She looked at his wound, her eyes wide. He was going to die. That's what she was going to say. Not now you're dying. The rifle shook wildly in his hands. He was so close to pulling the trigger. What if I have to be that person? Candace shook her head. Behind, Hazel and Bella looked on. Hazel was in hysterics. Bella was doing all she could to hold her together. Don't, Candace said. Don't. He felt something on his cheek. For a moment, he wasn't sure what it was. Not until he realized his eyes were clouded. Tears. If not for me, Candace said. For her. Don't say her name. For Don't say her name. But she's right. The second voice came from nowhere, made the hairs on the back of Logan's neck stand on end. He turned around, and then he saw her standing there on the outskirts of the woods. He blinked, wiped his eyes. He had to be imagining things. This couldn't be real. But the more he blinked, the more his eyes cleared, the more he couldn't deny it. She was here. She was really here. Emma, he said. Chapter 47.
Jack wasn't sure how long he'd been searching when he finally found a trace of Hazel. It was getting late. It wouldn't be long until the sun started setting. He wanted to find her before the sun set. He wanted to put this day behind him. He wanted the sun to rise tomorrow and to be able to start moving forward. To start grieving. He walked through the trees, through the long grass which rose above his knees. It reminded him of walks through the countryside with Hazel and Wayne when Wayne was just a boy. Hazel's parents had lived in a country cottage in the middle of nowhere. One summer, the farmer's field opposite hadn't been cut in months. They'd gone in there with Wayne, watched as he disappeared under that mass of grass. Jack hid with him, jumped out and tickled him, pretending he was a velociraptor from Jurassic Park. He smiled at the memory, but there was pain there now, too. There was always pain associated with any memories of Wayne. There always had been, and now especially there would be. But he had to push past that. He'd have time to grieve, but right now he had to honor Wayne's dying wish. He had to find Hazel. He had to find Candace and Bella. And together, they had to finish this. They had to move forward. Together. The trace of Hazel, though. A footprint. Villain sniffed at it, started panting. "You okay, lad?" He sniffed the air, whined a little, like he sensed something was nearby. Jack hoped it wasn't danger he sensed. They kept on going, following these footsteps. Jack thought about Yuri's people back at the farm. They might have that place for now, but it wasn't going to be permanent. He was going to get it back. He was going to reclaim what was his. Because that was another promise he'd made. A promise to Stan, the farmer who used to run that place. That was another promise he was going to keep. It might take time, but he would honor it. In time. He walked further into the woods when he heard something. Somewhere in the distance, a shout echoed. He froze. He didn't know what to make of it, or who it might be. It could be anyone. There were other survivors out there, after all. But there was that niggling sense that it could be Hazel, Candace, Bella, or even Logan. His stomach turned when he thought of Logan. He shouldn't have survived. He shouldn't have been able to shoot Wayne. He wondered if he was still out here, or if he'd died out here. Bella said he was shot. Yuri said he'd seen him fall. But what if? He'd put a bullet in his head when he found him regardless, dead or alive, just to be sure. He rushed through the trees towards the shouts. He knew he should be careful, but his patience had run thin. There was no more time for waiting around. He raced through the trees, Villain by his side. Images flashed through his mind. The thought of Logan catching up with Hazel and the others. The image of getting there, finding them dead. Logan dead beside them. And Jack's hopes of revenge dead forever. He ran further ahead when he heard more voices close by. He stopped, crouched, worked his way between a few trees. He couldn't place those voices, couldn't figure out how old they were, or even the gender they belonged to. He just worked his way slowly through the trees, edged closer towards them. He kept on moving, heart racing, breathing labored. And then he saw them. There was movement up ahead. He looked at Villain. "You stay here, boy. Don't want you getting in any trouble." Villain tilted his head, let out a little whine. Jack took a breath. Then he stood up, walked towards the movement, towards the voices. When he stepped around the trees, he froze. He couldn't move a muscle. He couldn't say a word. Hazel was here. Candace was here. Bella was here, Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms. And Emma was here. But there was someone else, too. Someone pointing a rifle at them. Jack stepped out. They saw him right away. "Jack?" Hazel said. But Jack couldn't focus on Hazel. He couldn't focus on anyone or anything. The only person he could focus on was just as focused on him now. It was Logan. He was alive. And he was here. Chapter 48. 10 minutes earlier. Logan turned around and saw Emma standing at the edge of the woods. "Emma?" he said. He thought it might be a trick of the light. He thought he might be going delirious with the gunshot wound. But no, there was no denying what he was seeing. Emma was here. She was alive. She was okay. He turned away from Candace, lowered his rifle, and rushed over to her as quickly as his gunshot wound would allow. When he reached her, he wanted to hug her. He wanted to tell her how sorry he was for everything. He wanted to tell her she was going to be okay. He was going to look after her. He was going to protect her no matter what. But he saw the look in her eyes, the way she looked at his chest. He looked down. Blood seeped through his shirt, completely drenching it. "You're shot," she said. He shook his head. "It's okay. You're going to be okay. I'm going to make sure of it." "What happened?" Emma asked. He could see the fear in her eyes, see the way she was looking around at Candace, Hazel, and Bella, and he could still hear Hazel crying. "Emma, What have you done?" she asked. And that was it. The way she looked at him had shifted. Even when he'd told her the truth about what he'd done to get himself arrested, she'd still had hope in her eyes. She'd still wanted to believe he could be a better person. But that was gone now. All hope was gone. "Tell her," Hazel spat. "Tell that girl what you did." Logan looked at the ground. Then he looked back up at Emma. Her big blue eyes looked back into his, begging him not to tell her he'd done something bad, begging him to tell her this was some kind of misunderstanding, some kind of mistake. But he couldn't. "I shot him," Logan said. Emma's eyes narrowed. "What? Who?" "Wayne," Logan said. I shot Wayne. I thought they'd shot you. I thought they'd killed you. If I'd known the truth, I wouldn't have done it. If I'd known you were okay, I wouldn't have." Emma stood there, staring at Logan. It looked like she was trying to get the measure of him, trying to weigh him up. She shook her head. "You had a chance to be better, and you blew it." We can still..." "It's over," she said. "Your chance. It's gone. It's over." Logan felt his world opening up. He'd escaped prison. He'd wanted to just get away, far away, survive alone. And then he'd run into Emma, and since that moment, everything had been for her. "I only wanted the best for..." "Don't say you did it for me," she said. "Don't say you killed people for me. You did it for yourself, because you couldn't give up. You couldn't trust, because it's who you are." Logan shook his head. He knew she was right, but he didn't want to accept his battle was lost. "That's not true." "You killed that family," Emma said, tears flowing down her cheeks. "You tried to be better. You tried to change, but you failed." "No," Logan said. "I have changed." "You haven't," Emma said, "and you won't, because it's who you are. You're Logan the Butcher, and nothing is ever going to..." She trailed off, horror in her eyes. Logan didn't realize why. Not right away. Not until he realized he had lifted the rifle, pointed it at her. She looked from the rifle to his eyes. He lowered it. "Emma." But it was already too late. She walked around him, past him, over towards Candace. Logan wanted to apologize to Emma. He wanted to tell her he shouldn't have raised that rifle, that he wasn't thinking straight, that he hadn't meant it. But he didn't know what was real or what was true anymore. "I don't care what you think of me," Logan said. "I tried to find you a home. I watched Jean fall. I retaliated. I fought. All I've ever done is try to do right by our people. By you." "But you had a chance," Candace said. A chance to lower that rifle. A chance that Jack gave you. You chose not to take it. It was you who did this, Logan. You did all of this. We saw the warning signs. We knew what you were capable of. I'm just sorry I didn't see them sooner." He looked at this group of people, and he saw the way they stared at him. Their second chances had gone. They saw him as Logan the Butcher now, and nothing was going to change that. He thought about what else there was for him now he'd lost these people. Now he'd lost Emma. He thought about the world out there, the journey he'd intended going on all along. And then he thought of the gunshot wound, and he knew his days were numbered. He had tried, and he had failed. This was who he was now, and he'd done this himself. "I hope you find your way, Logan," Emma said. "I hope you—" Her speech trailed off. Logan wasn't sure if she stopped speaking or if he just lost focus on it. Because he saw something, or rather, someone. He was walking through the woods, emerging from the trees, looking right at Logan. Logan lifted his rifle, pointed it. Because there was only one thing he wanted now. There was only one thing he cared about. "Hello, Jack," Logan said. "Fancy seeing you here." Chapter 49. Jack saw Logan up ahead, and hate filled his body. The late afternoon sun peeked over the trees. An orange glow illuminated the clear area of woodlands they were in. There was a sense of finality to this occasion, an ominous feeling that something was going to happen, something that was going to end this conflict once and for all. The only problem? Jack didn't know what that might be. Everyone was here. Hazel, Candace, Bella, Emma, Villain, Mrs. Fuzzles, and Logan. Logan was the one holding a rifle. He was pointing it towards Jack and towards his people. And when Jack got closer, a smile spread across Logan's face. "We've been waiting for you," Logan said. "Haven't we, ladies?" Jack wanted to go over there and beat Logan to a pulp. He wanted to throw all logic to one side and punish him for what he'd done, for what he'd taken from him, for what he'd taken from Hazel. But as he stood there, heart racing, fists clenched, he knew this battle wasn't going to be won through thoughtlessness. They were at a turning point, a fork in the road, and Jack knew damn well he had to change if he wanted to stand a chance of coming out alive, if he wanted his people to stand a chance of coming out alive. "Lower your gun," Jack said. Logan frowned. "Lower my gun? That's all you have to say right now?" "There's no need for this to go on," Jack said. There's nothing left to fight for. Yuri's people took the farm. We're homeless, both of us. There's nothing to be gained from further conflict. Not anymore." Logan paused for a few seconds. Then he lowered his rifle and started laughing. "You think there's nothing to be gained?" he said. "You shot one of my people. You left me on my own. You took everything away from me." "No," Jack said. "I didn't do that. You did that." "See, that's what people keep saying," Logan said. "But you were the one who pulled the trigger. I was the one who was willing to compromise, to put everything to one side. But you were the one who pulled the trigger." Jack opened his mouth. He went to argue. And then he looked at Hazel and he sighed. "You're right," Jack said. "I pulled that trigger. I did this. I caused this mess. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. But Logan, I lost a son today. You took my son from me, from Hazel. Nobody else has to die." Logan's eyes were bloodshot and distant. "Don't give me the bullshit about building bridges and moving forward. Don't even start. I saw how that worked out last time." "You raised your rifle," Jack said. I had to give the order to shoot or—" Then what happened to your son happened in conflict. He was fair game.
Hazel sparked to life at that. She tried to lunge towards Logan, Bella struggling to hold her back. "You bastard!"
"Hazel,"
Jack said. She wasn't listening. She was focused, transfixed by hate. And Jack knew damn well she blamed him just as much as she blamed Logan, so he wasn't exactly the person she wanted to hear from right now. But he had to try. He walked towards her, reached her side, Logan watching with that rifle raised at all times. "Hazel," Jack said. She turned to him, hatred in her eyes. "Don't talk to me."
"I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry for Wayne. I'm sorry for everything. But I'm going to make things right for you. I'm going to make things right."
He put a hand on her shoulder, expected her to push it away. She didn't. She let him keep it there.
"Wayne made me promise I'd do everything I could for you," he said. "I'm going to keep that promise."
He leaned in, kissed her head. He handed her the rifle. And then he turned away and he walked over to Logan. Logan watched him approach, that rifle raised. The smile on his face flickered. Jack could see the tiredness in his eyes. He could see the exhaustion, the blood dripping down his front from that wound in his chest. He stopped right before him, looked right into his eyes.
"I'll never forgive you for what you've done," Jack said. "I want to kill you, right now, but I'm going to give you a chance. One more chance. Walk away. Leave us. Because there's no good to come from this, Logan. There's no happy ending. It's the only choice."
Logan's eyes narrowed. His rifle was fixed on Jack's stomach.
"And what makes you think you're in a position to be making commands like that?"
Jack took a deep breath.
"I'm not. Which is exactly why you should listen to me."
He raised his hands. "I don't have a weapon pointed at you. I don't have anything. All I have is my words. Walk away. Go. Leave us. Start again somewhere else. Just don't let this get any more violent than it has to. Please." Logan was still for a moment. He studied Jack's face, like he was looking for a crack in his expression, some kind of proof he was bluffing. Then he took a deep breath and sighed.
"See, I appreciate your words. Really, I do. But let's face it, if it was you standing here pointing a rifle at me, I'd be a dead man right now, right?"
Jack nodded.
Yeah, you would. But you're a dead man anyway unless you get that wound seen to, so you better start walking.
Silence between them. Nothing but the birds singing in the trees, the wind brushing against the leaves, and Jack's heartbeat pounding in his ears. "Walk away," Jack said. "Walk away from all of this. There doesn't have to be any more violence. There doesn't have to be any more death." Logan's face twitched. The rifle raised and lowered. He looked caught between the idea of who he wanted to be and who he was. "Walk away, Logan. Walk away." Logan looked down at his rifle. He sighed.
"You know, I really wish I could," he said.
He looked back up at Jack.
"But like you said, I'm a dead man anyway. What harm is there in evening the stakes?"
It happened in slow motion. The shout from somewhere behind. Logan lifting that rifle. Jack ducking right on. Jack heard it before he felt it. A blast. Deafening. An explosion right in front of him. Then he felt the dizziness, the confusion, the muffled screams behind him, the focused look in Logan's eyes, and then the pain. He looked down at his shoulder. He was bleeding. He was shot. Logan put a hand on Jack's bleeding shoulder, smiled.
"Now we're even," he said.
Chapter 50. Jack felt the pain split through his shoulder, and he knew his time was running out.
He heard muffled cries, heard more gunfire as Logan fired indiscriminately over Jack's shoulder at Hazel and Candace and Bella, stopping them progressing. He saw Hazel holding that rifle, struggling to fire back because of Jack's position. Jack heard all this chaos unfolding around him, turned and watched them running off into the woods, seeking shelter. And then he looked around and he saw Logan standing there, that rifle still in hand. "This is what happens when you try to make the decisions for other people, Jack," he said. "This is what happens when you betray people, when you show you can't trust people again and again." Jack shook his head. "Don't put this on me." "But it is on you," Logan said. "A gunshot wound for a gunshot wound. Your side the first to fire once again. That's how it should be. The two of us, we're the ones who the problem is between. You said it yourself, didn't you? So this is right. This is how it should be." Jack stumbled to his knees. The pain was intense. He couldn't hear anyone behind him. He wasn't sure where his people had gone. He could only assume Logan's gunshots were trying to scare them off, because he kept on lifting his rifle every now and then and firing blindly into the woods. "I tried to change," Logan said, his voice shaky, his bleeding growing worse and his skin paler. "Every single day of my life, I tried to be better. But I guess it's always been a part of me, this beast. It was there when my dad died. It was there when I went to David Hason's house and murdered him. And it was there when I murdered his family, too." He looked away. Tears were building. "I don't like what I did," Logan said. "I'm not proud of it, but it felt right. That's always been the hardest thing for me to accept, just how right it felt, watching that man's pain as his family died around him, and then taking him out. Because that's the order it happened in. Not the way I told myself, not the way I told others. People say revenge is never satiated, that it never goes away. That's not true, Jack. It's not true." He lifted his rifle again, fired off into the distance. Jack could only crouch there and hold his shoulder as more blood seeped between his fingers. "So I fought it," Logan said. "I spent all that time in prison telling myself that when I got out, I was going to be better. And I got out. I got out and I met Emma and I tried. For her, I tried. But then we found your place. And then, well, you reminded me. Reminded me of how it feels to have someone you hate, someone who is willing to take everything from you. Because don't lie, Jack, you would have. You'd have shot Emma if you thought it might get me out of the picture. You've as good as said it yourself. And that's why I can't trust you. Because as long as you're around, you're a reminder that I can't grow. I can't change. I can't be better. And I just can't accept that." Jack took a few breaths, tried to steady his composure. He could hear these words from Logan, and above anything, he felt sorry for him. It was a strange way to feel about the guy who had killed his son, the guy who had taken so much. But he pitied him, because he really was broken. The world had broken him, and this was the final crack. "You're right," Jack said. Logan narrowed his eyes. "What was that?" "About Emma," Jack said. I would have done anything if I thought it might keep my family safe." Logan's smile widened. "Then you see how it is." "I do," Jack said. But I see how wrong I was. I see how much trouble not trusting others has caused, how much death not letting others in has sparked. And I've learned from that. I've learned from that. Can you say the same? Can you look me in the eye and say you've learned from it too?" Logan's gaze faltered just a little. "I don't get what your point is." "My point is I've recognized my flaws," Jack said. I've seen where I've gone wrong. I've seen how I have to change, that I need to start trusting people, letting people in. I saw that long before you shot me. And I still think we can move forward. I still think we can be better. As much as I despise you, as much as I want to taste that revenge you spoke about, it's not the way forward. This isn't the way forward. Logan was still for a few moments. He hesitated, just for a short time. And then he did something Jack wasn't expecting. He cried. "Everything that has happened," he said, "all that has gone down between us, between our people, and you're still willing to move forward. You're still desperate for us to move on. You really believe it, don't you?" Jack saw this symbol of hate he'd stood against. He saw this murderer, this evil force who he'd hated before he'd even met him, Logan the Butcher. He saw him, and he took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. Logan half smiled, tilted his head, and then he stood, lifted the rifle, pointed it to Jack's head. "I'm sorry, Jack," he said. "I respect that. Really, I do. But we're both going to die today. There's no way out of this, not for either of us." He felt the rifle resting on his forehead, felt the gunshot wound throbbing with pain. And in his right hand, he reached for the knife that Hazel had passed him when he'd handed her the rifle. The knife that Logan hadn't seen. The backup plan, just in case. "I'm sorry you think that," Jack said. "I'm sorry it's come to this. I wanted things to be different. I wanted things to be better. But I need you to remember something." Logan tilted his head. "Remember what?" Jack tightened his grip around the knife. "Everyone is someone else's villain." Logan frowned. "What?" Jack heard the blast from the right. He saw Logan tumble to one side, blood spurting from his left arm. And he didn't even hesitate. He jumped up with the little strength in his body, and he buried that knife into Logan's neck. Logan's eyes widened. He looked up, baffled, surprised. Blood pooled from his throat. Terror and confusion filled his wide eyes. When he saw who was by his side, who had knocked him to the ground, his despair rose. Emma was standing there. She was crouching by his side as Jack held that knife deep into his neck. She was crying, holding Jack's rifle in hand. "It didn't have to be like this," she said. It could have been different. I saw what you could be. I saw you weren't always a monster. I saw you could be better." He opened his mouth to say something, but blood just pooled out. He reached out a shaky hand, like he was trying to grab his rifle, but then he did something else. He took Emma's hand, and he looked at her with tears in his eyes, and he smiled. Stay safe," he said. Stay good. Stay good." He went to say something else, but his words caught in his throat. Blood pooled down his chin. But as he lay there, holding on to Emma's hand, he looked up at Jack, and a shaky smile appeared on his face. "You were right," he spluttered. Jack held the knife there as Logan's struggles eased. "About what?" Logan coughed up more blood, spat it out, tightened his grip on Emma's hand. About trust," he said. He looked at Jack, and he did something else Jack wasn't expecting. He put a shaky hand on his side. "I'm sorry about Wayne," he said. "I'm sorry about... He spluttered once more, but this time he didn't speak again. He closed his eyes. His head tumbled back onto the ground. His struggles gave way completely. Jack looked at Emma as she sat crying beside Logan, still holding onto his hand. He pulled the knife out of his neck. And then he lay back on the ground, his head spinning, the pain in his shoulder building. He lay there, and he thought of what Logan had said. You were right about trust. And he knew right then exactly what he was talking about. He put a hand on his bleeding shoulder, and he smiled. And as his senses drifted, as the light above began to fade even more, he swore he felt a dog emerge by his side and tuck his head under his arm. Chapter 51. 6 days later. Emma watched the sun rise, and she knew today was the day everything changed all over again. It had been sunny ever since the day things changed for the last time. The day where Jack and Logan stood together. The day where Logan fell. The day she'd held his hand and felt the life disappear from his body. She couldn't stop thinking about that day, about the way Logan had looked up into her eyes, and the way he'd begged for forgiveness as blood spurted from his lips. The image woke her up in her sleep. It was interspersed with images of Logan murdering a family, Logan shooting Wayne in cold blood, Logan the butcher. And she'd grappled with her thoughts about Logan a lot over the last few days. Part of her felt betrayed. Part of her couldn't believe he'd done the things he'd done. Part of her didn't want to. But as she sat there on the porch of the farm and looked out over the fields, over towards the trees where she knew his body lay, she could only remember one thing. What happened to Logan was a lesson. A lesson in what happened when people didn't trust each other. A lesson of just how bad things could get when communication fell apart. That couldn't happen again. She heard footsteps behind her and turned around. Candace was walking towards her. She sat by her side, didn't say anything, not at first, just looked out at the beautiful sunrise beside her. Struggling sleeping? She finally asked. Emma nodded. Got a few hours. Should be enough. It's the dreams, isn't it? Emma looked at her. What? The dreams, Candace said, twirling her hair, staring blankly into the distance. In the day, we can kid ourselves. We can tell ourselves they're just memories. But in our sleep, in our dreams, it's real again. It's like we're there again, right? She looked back at Emma and half smiled, a defeated expression to her face. And Emma nodded back. She knew exactly what she meant. Exactly what she was talking about. It's a shame we have to leave this place, Candace said. Emma looked around at the farm. She'd liked staying here. They'd come back here when Jack had been shot, rushed down here, begged Yuri for help. And it was her who had spoken to Yuri. It was her who had begged for his help, for his mercy. And against all odds, he had agreed. They'd gone out into the woods to the scene of the conflict, a few of them. They'd taken Jack back down to the farm. They'd let him in, let all of them in. And here they still were, 6 days later. Except it wasn't their home anymore. Time was running out. It's what we agreed, Emma said. For the best. A fresh start. Candace nodded, but she didn't seem too sure. They'd agreed with Yuri's people that they'd do a deal. They could keep this place. They could keep everything in it, just as long as they saw to Jack. Just as long as they gave him whatever medical attention they could. And then gave them the time to make plans for their next step. And Yuri's people had been welcoming. They'd been accommodating. The 2 men who had turned Jack away earlier had been chastised by Yuri, because as much as he didn't like Jack, he was a man who did deals, and he stood by his word, stuck to his deals. But there was another deal they'd made. They'd agreed to that deal, and that was part of the problem. The time for them to leave was approaching. Emma knew it was nothing personal. There was no fixed home anymore. She saw that clearly now. It was always about who was the strongest at any given time. And they would be stronger for this. They had to be. She heard another pair of footsteps and saw someone else emerging. She smiled when she saw him, even if she still wasn't sure how she felt about him, not truly. But she saw the others with him, Hazel, Bella, Mrs. Fuzzles, and Villain. and she knew that regardless of how she felt, seeing these people together, united, that was most important. Jack walked to the middle of the group. He had lost a lot of weight over the last week. There was a bandage tied around his shoulder. The wound had been disinfected and stitched as well as it could. The damage couldn't be assessed without adequate equipment, but he was still standing, and wasn't that the most important thing? He stood there in the middle of the group. He looked at each of them. Nobody spoke, not for a while. But it was Jack who eventually broke the silence. "All up early. Surely can't be that raring to go." A few laughs around, but not many. There wasn't a lot that could be laughed about. Hazel had suffered these last few days. She was pale, thinning. She didn't say much. Candace wasn't much better. And Jack was putting on a brave face, but Emma could tell from the look in his eyes that what had happened had changed him deeply. It had broken him, and it wasn't going to be an easy fix. "Anyway," Jack said, clearing his throat, "Yuri has put some supplies together for us. Some bug-out bags for on the road. Should be enough to last us a few—" "Are you sure about this?" It was Bella who spoke. She had been similarly affected by what had happened these last few days. She went through phases of being really talkative, and others where she was deathly quiet and barely showed her face. Right now, she seemed edgy. "Sure about what?" Jack asked. "Leaving this place," Bella said. "Giving it up, after everything. Are you sure?" Jack looked around at the fields. Emma knew what he was worried about. The people out there. The ones who had set the fire. The ones who had made the shout what seemed like forever ago. Yuri warned them about those people. But then he looked at the barns. He looked back at the farmhouse and he sighed. "No," he said, "but I think we all need a fresh start right now. We all need a chance to begin again, even if it's in a place nowhere near as nice as this, right?" Bella looked like she was going to say something else. Then she stopped, nodded. "And Yuri made it perfectly clear. You can stay here. Any number of you can stay here if that's what you want." There was a pause, a moment where Emma felt like people might turn on Jack, because it was a big thing to just give up. It was a huge gamble. A large part of her wanted Jack to fight for it. But in the end, nobody spoke. "We're with you," Candace said. "We've got your back." She smiled at Jack, and Jack smiled back. Hazel still barely looked at Jack. He looked around at Emma then. He hadn't spoken to her much, but she sensed there were conversations to be had. There were things they would talk about, that he was guilty for how things had turned out. But then the time would come, just not now. "What happened with Logan and us," Jack said. What I did, and what we lost. We can't take that back. We have wounds that'll never heal. But we can't let it ruin us. We can't let it destroy us." Hazel looked around at him. Before she could speak, Jack continued. "I'll never forgive myself for some of the decisions I've made, but I can't regret them. Logan made his choice. He was mixed up. He was human, just like the rest of us. But he had to go. I can see that now." Emma felt knotting in her stomach. "I've learned my lesson," Jack said, "and I think all of us should. And that's this. We should trust other people. We should give other people the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't mean condoning their sins. It doesn't mean lacking ruthlessness when it's needed. That's never a recipe for success. But it does mean being willing to communicate, being willing to reach out. I can see now. I'm sorry it's taken so much division and so much loss for me to see, but I can." Emma's heart raced in her chest. She could see Jack looking at her when he said these words. "Wayne made me promise something," he said, "to do the right thing by everyone, and to look after you as well as I can, all of you.
Hazel looked down, wiped her eyes, smiled. Jack continued, "And Logan made me promise something too. He made me promise to trust in other people. He made me promise not to give up. And if I can learn anything from any of this, it's that trust is more important than anything. That there's no good side, no bad side." He looked over at Bella. "Everyone is someone else's villain. But it also means that there's a chance for everyone to be someone else's ally, too." They all looked around at him as he stood there. Nobody objected. Nobody stepped in. Nobody intervened. "So if you're all with me, today's the day we start again. Today's the day we move forward, together." There was a pause for a few seconds where nobody moved, and then Candace walked up to Jack's side. She nodded. "Count me in." Bella followed shortly after, Mrs. Fuzzles in her arms. And then it was just Hazel and Emma standing there, together, waiting. "You can always say no," Jack said. "This isn't a dictatorship. Remember that." Emma looked at Hazel. Hazel looked back at her. And then together, right on cue, they walked over to Jack's side. They stood there, all of them, watching the sun rise over this beautiful farm. And Emma felt sadness for them at saying goodbye to it. But also, she felt an optimism. Because this was their chance for a fresh start. This was their chance for a new beginning. This was their chance to start again. "Come on, then," Jack said. "Let's get packed up. There's somewhere I want to go first." Jack stood over the graves and took a deep breath. It was a beautiful morning. The sun had risen. They'd set off an hour ago. But there was something he wanted to do first, somewhere he wanted to be, with everybody. And that was right here. He looked down at Wayne's grave, and he swallowed a lump in his throat. "I'll never forgive myself for what I did," he said. "But I'll never forget the last words you said to me. And I'll do that. I'll do that. For you." He stepped back from the grave, back to Hazel's side. She took his hand, and then he turned to another grave, a grave he'd dug beside Wayne's. Something he wasn't comfortable doing, something that tore him in two, but something he knew he had to do. "And I'll never forgive you for what you did," Jack said, looking at the second grave. But I know we were at war. I know it was as much on me as it was on you. And I'm sorry you got caught on the wrong path, Logan." Hazel loosened her grip just a little. But he saw Emma nodding at him, a few tears in her eyes, as all of them stood there together. He stepped over to the third cross then. It wasn't Jean's grave, but it was her memorial. It was important she was remembered here. It was because of her that they were here in the first place. "I'm sorry for what I did," Jack said, struggling to say the words. "But I want you to know we're together now. After everything, we're together. Two sides. All of us." He wiped his eyes. "And we always will be," he said. He looked around at his people, Hazel, Candace, Bella, Emma. Then he looked at the animals, Villain, Mrs. Fuzzles. And then he looked back in the direction of the farm, over towards Yuri and his people, and then at the trees ahead. He took a deep breath of the warm, late spring air. "Come on," he said. It was time for a new start. It was time for a new beginning. It was time for the next journey. Chapter 52. The woman waited until she was absolutely sure the group of 5 disappeared from view before moving. She stood up, looked over at the direction they'd come from, heart racing, hunger pangs gnawing at her stomach. She looked around, over at where he would be, and she felt emptiness inside. She turned away, swallowed a lump in her throat, wiped her eyes. She didn't want to think about that. Not right now. Not again. She looked down at the hunting knife in her hand,
then at the direction the group headed in. She'd watch them. She'd monitor them. And then, when the moment struck, she'd do whatever she had to do. Because this was survival now. She looked into the reflection of the knife and saw a face staring back. A face that scared her, because it was her own, and she didn't recognize herself anymore. She put the knife into her pocket, brushed her long, greasy hair from her eyes, and then she set off walking into the woods, slowly in pursuit of the group of 5 people and 2 animals. She had work to do. This